Welcome to Lincolnshire, a county where rich history meets breathtaking landscapes and beautiful farmlands across the country. Also close is Nottinghamshire, the home of the legend of Robin Hood and some fantastic castles and cathedrals around the local area. But it also hides a motorsport gem in the region. Welcome to the PF International Kart Circuit, which this weekend plays host to the 2024 MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. The circuit opening in 1994 by Paul Fletcher himself. Event record set by Noah Montero in time qualifying 54.394. No one has been able to beat that over the course of this weekend. The track itself, though, a little closer look at the circuit. Total track length 1,382 metres. It's 178 down the main straight, 200 down the back straight from the Litchfield Bridge down towards hairpin number 1. Track's around 8 metres wide. Elevation change of 6 metres, and that'll be up into the banking, over the bridge, and then down the hill again in towards hairpin number 1. Turns out on circuit, there are many of them, 15 in total, 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and the 2 hairpins out there at turn 6 and 7. Overtaking opportunities around this circuit. Well, it's pretty much everywhere. You see them into the Bruno Ferrari S's. You see them on the banking. You see them on the Litchfield Bridge. You see it in towards hairpin 1, 2, into the Fullerton S's, Bobby Gain Corner, and the Mike Wilson Complex. You see it all over the circuit. Basically, if you're in the lead of this race, unless you've broken away by about 10 seconds, you're in trouble. Top speed drivers will be reaching around 77 miles an hour in towards turn number 1 and into the braking zone of hairpin number 1 at turn 6. Average speed around 57 miles an hour, and they translate to 123 kilometers an hour for the top speed. Average speed of 91 kilometers an hour. But over the course of this weekend, we have seen some very interesting racing. In the sunshine, though, Andrew, it has been a sunny one. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box live for you today over the course of these next 8 races that we've got. And Andrew, like we were saying, the weather's been amazing. The racing's been even more fantastic.
Absolutely. It's been a long 7 years since the FIA Karting World Championship visited these shores, but my oh my, was it worth the wait. We start with OKN this morning. Their third and final heat is the first race out on circuit. There on your screens, Harrison Whitcomb, very familiar driver to this part of the world, one of the home drivers here this weekend, has won national races round this circuit, has got a really good chance of becoming the inaugural OKN World Cup winner. Wasn't fully his own day yesterday, though. Second, and then a retirement in the second heat. It was Kyo Lee who was on top and is on top in terms of those intermediate classification points overnight. Let's have a little look back to earlier in the weekend when we had a chat to Harrison Whitcomb after qualifying.
Kyo Lee.
Kyo, congratulations, 2 race wins, a perfect day for you.
Yeah, it was a really good day for me, and yeah, how can I say, 2 wins in a row, and so yeah, perfect day.
We spoke to Harrison Whitcomb yesterday about how it is to drive the OKN. What's it like to race it when you get into those, you know, lap after lap and against each other? What do you enjoy about racing this this formula?
It's honestly not very different, but in special categories called OKN and race with each other. For me, it's just racing. Yeah.
And around this circuit as well, we've been blessed with the weather today. I don't think any of us expected the weather to be this good. How have you enjoyed the circuit here at PF International?
I really enjoyed it, and I really like the track, and it's a fantastic track, but just sometimes weather is unpredictable, but still fine. So we hope until tomorrow is good weather like this today.
One more heat tomorrow. What will you and Beyond Racing team what will you be working on between now and heat 3 tomorrow?
Especially we will focus about tire management. So, and also it really depends on weather, but we will especially focus on tire management, and we will try to stay in front for the final. Yeah, that's it.
And are you confident that you can be the first ever World Cup winner in OKM?
Yeah, I have confidence, so let's see what we can do tomorrow.
Well, great to chat there to Kyu-Ho Lee, who is currently the points leader at the moment. But of course, Harrison Whitcomb starting on pole position, as that was the qualifying result. And this is still technically their qualifying heat, and it is their third qualifying heat of the weekend. That is coming up. No superheat for these drivers. They'll go straight into a final later on today. So make sure you stay tuned for that one. But let's take you through the starting lineup as the karts have made their way out onto the circuit. And there, as you can see, a little bit of cloud cover, but the track at the moment is looking nice and dry. It's Harrison Whitcomb starting on pole position. He'll have the Frenchman Hugo Heron alongside Kyu-Ho Lee and Mohamed Wally, who's had a disastrous weekend, a DNF, and then disqualified in his second heat. Started on row number 2. Federico Rossi and Thomas Wynn Spearing go from row number 3. Zsombor Kovacs and Enzo Brando round out row number 4. They'll have Gino Rocchio and Gabriel Kafka on row 5. Cole Hewitson and Gerardo Peralta round out row number 6. They'll have Francesco Merengi and Lucas Mora on row 7.
On the next row of the grid, row 8, Barta Yildirim and Heitor Farias, Nicholas Tomasella and Alan Truska go from the 9th row of the grid, completing the top 20. It's Madagascar's Umbora Razavindra Tsimba and Michael Bezadenho from South Africa. Mikhalis Evangelou starts on an all-Cypriot row 11. It's joined by Marilyn Antonio. Row 12, Matilda Itzkovic and Yan Yang. And then Zhao Hangpeng and Simon Leventi complete the 26 runners for this one.
Looking forward to this, of course. It's been very interesting, the points, but remember that Kyu-Ho Lee from South Korea is leading those points right now. But like you say, Harrison Whitcomb, I can imagine, has got his dander up for this one because, well, like I say, yesterday, very challenging day for him. Did get a good result in the first one, P2 for him, but that second one just caught out with an incident at hairpin number 1, which put him out of the race. And as well, Federico Rossi as well, also involved in that incident, was just a passing passenger, unfortunately, in it.
Apart from Kyu-Ho Lee, all the drivers, I think their results were up and down a bit. So there's a lot of drivers who can make progress here in the intermediate classification. Drivers are into formation. They'll turn round Pitts Bend into the tram lines for the first time today here at PF International. Lights around, we're racing for the third and final heat in OKN. Good start for Whitcomb, good start for Lee as well. Lee using the inside line from row 2 is immediately up to second place. All 26 runners are up and onto the bridge. Anthony, it's a good start.
It certainly is a good start. Everyone looking very strong this morning. A lot has been learned over the course of the 2 races yesterday that they're going to put into play right now. There you're seeing right at the front there, Zsombor Kovacs just going a little bit defensive into hairpin number 1. Understandable, of course, very early doors in this race. But like you were saying there, Harrison Whitcomb, really good start for him. He's broken away. Kyu-Ho Lee, though, is up there into second place. You can see him there on the Beyond Racing team kart, pushing his way through in the yellow helmet. Then it's Hugo Heron. He's part of the. He's got Patrick Heron spannering for him today, but he's on the DPK, the FA coloured liveried kart. Currently running in third place. Out of the Mike Wilson complex through Pitts Bend. Across the line they go. Let's count them through. It's Whitcomb from Lee, Heron from Rossi. And then it's Kovacs from Wally, Spearing from Brando. Then it's Merengi from Rocchio, Hewitson from Kafka, Mora from Peralta, Yildirim in the top 15 at the moment. But now it's turning up. Kyu-Ho Lee looks like he's closing in here on Harrison Whitcomb.
Yeah, and this is where the race pace for Lee has looked really good in the heats that we've seen so far this weekend. Little point there from Kyu-Ho Lee to say, let's work together. Whether that actually is the intention for Kyu-Ho Lee, we'll see in due course. But Harrison Whitcomb driving well at the front of the order. Likes the back of the kart to be dancing around a little bit there. Does the Welshman into Bobby Game corner and immediately into this complex, the Mike Wilson complex, named after the 6-time world champion on this 60th anniversary of the first CRK FIA World Championship. We've got those historics coming up later on with some of Mike's karts out there as well. Third lap begins. Whitcomb leads by a quarter of a second ahead of Kyu-Ho Lee. Hugo Heron is there in third. Results yesterday for Heron, 3rd and 7th, so he's in the mix. At the moment he'd also be 3rd in the intermediate classification. Whitcomb would be moving up to 4th. Kyu-Ho Lee, though, Anthony, has a commanding position at this point, and that is going to be a factor, I think, potentially in this race, because he doesn't need to do, you know, anything too risky. He's got an nearly a 30-point lead in that intermediate classification. Because of his consistency, he doesn't necessarily need to win this race.
No, he doesn't, but like you say, he does need to be careful, though, because Heron is right there and is immediately going to go on for the attack. And, well, we've not seen many moves there that have been done cleanly through into the entry of the Mike Wilson complex, but nicely done there for Hugo Heron, getting past QO But yes, like you say, even a third place for him, absolutely fine. Heron now gets up into second, though. Whitcomb, after that result yesterday, really has put him on the back foot. Even a win here would only get him up to fourth in the IC. So he's got to really dig deep in this one and make sure he keeps it in first place. He does not want Hugo Heron to get past.
No, he doesn't. Heron is now up to, as you say, second place in the intermediate classification. Here's a double move down the inside. That's going to get a little bit tight. This is Kovacs, Prando and Wally all in there. Through comes the 410 of Marangi as well. This is good for Thomas Min-Spearing. He's going to be able to break off the front of this battle. He's got a bit of comfort there in fifth place, but my, you don't often see three wide through hairpin one not result in some form of major incident.
No, exactly. Good stuff from the OKN category in the World Cup. Of course, their final heat right now. Finals coming up later on today for the class in the inaugural World Cup for the OKN category. Right here, right now, though, Whitcomb still leads the way as Cole Hewitson now receives an investigation flag, so we'll need to be careful. Hewitson currently sitting in this race in P8. He's up 3 places, but has got the stewards watching over in the rest of this race. This is closing up here now. Heron is closing in. Whittingham looking like he could be under pressure right now as QO is ready to pick up the pieces, and in fact Whittingham's going to go defensive straight away on lap number 5. That's very early on in the race, but Whittingham, after the results yesterday, needs to be careful. QO back up into second place. This has brought in Federico Rossi as well. Rossi, you can see him there in the 412 in P4. Now again, he also needs to be careful. He was caught out in the same incident as Harrison Whitcomb yesterday. He does not want to repeat to that.
No, and he's got some ground to make up as well. If he can get some positions, he could go up a couple of positions in the intermediate classification. This is a big lap for Whitcomb. He's got to push hard. They are on used tyres, of course. These Maxxis options have taken them through timed qualifying and through the 2 already completed heats. Whitcomb needs to push now to show to those behind that he warrants staying there in the lead. And the trouble is, Lee's now starting to get into his stride, as we saw the Korean do less than 24 hours ago. Whitcomb defensive once again into hairpin 2. That's a lovely bit of placement from Hugo Heron down the inside, back into second place.
Yep, nicely done. And again, they need to be careful right here as down the inside goes Federico Rossi, moves up into third place and gets up past QO Lee. Now Thomas Min-Spearing starting to close in, so this could help benefit Whitcomb now. A fellow countryman on a fellow teammate's card as well, the 2 Argenti drivers trying to close in and sandwich the 3 drivers they have in between them. But let's see what happens here as we go on to lap number 7. It is still Whitcomb who leads from Heron, from Rossi, from Lee, from Spearing, the top 5.
Good progress for Federico Rossi. He's up to 7th place in the intermediate classification now. He's got a 6-point deficit to Cole Hewitson and another point to Rocchio. Now feels the need to go defensive against Lee. Spearing looking around the outside. Could have a nice switch back here. No, Lee covers it off really nicely. Rossi defensive once again into hairpin number 2. Just slowing it down. Spearing trying to go around the outside. That's going to get tight. Very tight indeed. Bit unorthodox, but Spearing's through.
Yep, nicely done there for the field. But again, they do need to be careful because everyone's closing in now in the back. Kovacs, Hewitson, Brando, Wally, Marangi there as well, Peralta from Rocchio. They're all closing in, but eyes on this one here right now as the drivers make their way across the start-finish line. Whittingham is under pressure from the field behind, but look at this. Heron is all over that rear bumper. Whittingham's going to go defensive. It will force Heron to go the long way round on the banking. He's going to try and go around the outside. It's not going to work. He stays behind. Watch out here, though, because he's gone for the wider line. He's going to try and get the run out of the Litchfield Bridge down and towards hairpin number 1. You can see the gap that they've got here, but the battle behind is also raging on as Thomas Min-Spearing tries to go for 3rd place, but can't quite get it. He gets up into 4. Change to the lead. It's Heron in the lead for France.
Hugo Heron has woken up this morning with a kick in his step, a real turn of speed from what we saw yesterday. Now leads this race. Now it's not going to change things in the IC because Heron is 13 points behind Lee as things stand. Heron is doing as much as he can. He's looking at a front row start for the final. This will all be about confidence now, pulling away from Harrison Whittingham. The closest battle is for third place. There's a move further back as well as Mohamed Wally's down the inside of, I think Kovac's there and has got through. Here's another look at Thomas Min spearing. This was into hairpin number 2. This is the fight with Kuyo Lee for 4th place. This got mighty close. They pretty much touched. Yes, they do touch. Moment
very
there,
much so, yeah.
riding over the wheels. Lee correctly, I think, just turned out to that one, gone, I don't want any business of this. I do not need a retirement right now, and live to fight for another day. Whittingham's come back at Heron here as we're on lap number 9 of 10, so maybe the race win isn't in the hands for Hugo Heron. He checks to the inside on the approach to Belby Game Corner. There's going to be an opening perhaps for Whittingham into Mike Wilson Complex. No, not this time, as out of the race is one of the VDKs. That looks to be, is that Kafka?
I think
Gabriel
it is, yeah.
Kafka in the 4.15 onto the last lap. Spearing's up to 3rd place. This one is not done.
It certainly isn't done, as yes, you are correct. It is the last lap of this race, and Hugo Heron goes defensive onto the banking. Here comes Harrison Whittingham. Can he find a way through on the Litchfield Bridge? The answer to that is no. Down the hill they go into one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Drivers reaching 77 miles an hour in short circuit racing. Absolutely superb. But here comes Spearing. Spearing has closed in. The two Argentis are side by side, but he backs out of it, stays and tries to push his teammate along. But just that small little bit of attack has put Whittingham backwards, and Heron is right there in the lead, and it's breaking away.
Yeah, Heron just needs to keep this under control as a move for 4th place. Lee back down the inside of Rossi. Rossi's out on the geo-block. He's going to lose out big time. He's lost a number of positions there. What an entertaining final heat to kick us off here on finals day for this edition of the World Championship. Hugo Heron will start on the front row for the inaugural OKN World Cup final. A brilliant race win. A lot of pressure from Harrison Whittingham and Thomas Min Spearing. Kuyo Lee with that 4th place will be on pole position, but I think more crucially for me at this stage, Anthony, that shows that Kuyo Lee is beatable in race conditions here this weekend. First and 4th means he finishes with 138 points from a possible 150. To say, Heron will be alongside on the front row, the 2nd row, as things stand provisionally. Jean-Paul Kovacs will be inside of that 2nd row with a really good recovery late on in the race to 5th. Harrison Whittingham will be on the outside of row 2.
Yep, he certainly will. There's a look at the classifications at the end of that one. Hugo Heron finishing in the race lead ahead of Harrison Whittingham. Thomas Min Spearing from QLE. Zsombor Kovacs from Mohamed Wally. Mohamed Wally's best result of the weekend. A P6 there after his DNF and a DSQ earlier in the weekend. Francisco Marengi finishing in 7th place ahead of Federico Rossi. At the end of that one, just losing out of 3 places after he running wide there at Bobby Game Corner. Enzo Brando finishing ahead of Cole Hewitson, who is under investigation, remember, in this race. So that's not the end of his one. He finishes inside the top 10. Gerardo Peralta finishing in P11 from Lucas Mora. Then it's Gino Rocchio from Heita Varius in 14th place. Bati Yudram finishing in P15. Well, there's a look at the drivers making their way in. And there for France, Hugo Heron coming away with his first win of the weekend here in the OKN World Cup. Here's the highlights, and initially here, Andrew, great start for Whittingham.
Yeah, he's got a lot of experience of doing that round here, and yeah, got that absolutely spot on. Kuyo Lee followed through also from that 3rd place on the grid. It is one of those circuits where I think 3rd place is actually a better place to start in dry conditions than 2nd. So do take that into account for the final later on today, ladies and gentlemen. This was a good move down the inside from the 403. Actually ended up getting the best out of all that, just threading it through did Enzo Brando on his way to 9th place. Good movements up the order from Cole Hewitson as well. This was the fight at the front of the order. Whittingham defending from here on. And I think he got his race management on pretty good there, Harrison Whittingham. Yes, he didn't win the race, but he defended when he needed to. He pushed when he needed to. Good haul of points.
It was a good haul of points, but for me, it was quite early with the defence. You can understand it, of course, after the result that he had yesterday. But again, he needed to think that because he started defending so early, it put him in that position where he got the DNF. So again, sometimes you just need to feel that maybe you just focus on the racing line, don't defend. If someone sends down the inside, you just get it back on the exit. So it's one of those things. But again, yeah, you're absolutely bang on. Really held a good, strong performance there as well. Kiwi Lee getting caught out in this, I feel, not having the result he had yesterday. And this one here, I think, really shook him up a lot.
Yeah, but I think he didn't need to go too aggressive in that one. He knew he had a good lead in the points, and to secure that pole position, just a solid result is what he needed, and that's what Kiwi Lee delivered across the course of those 10 laps. Good recovery late on from Thomas Min-Spearing. Federico Rossi was also up there on lap number 8. This was the fight again between Heron and Whittingham, who'd broken away at this point. They'd got a good gap over the likes of Spearing and Lee and Rossi. That's how we saw the 415 of Gabriel Kafka retiring from the race, the only retirement from this race. Was still not done quite for Hugo Heron. He had to defend a bit into those hairpins. Spearing up to 3rd place at this point as well. But a good win for the Frenchman, and he will start on the front row for the final. This was a real shame right at the end for Federico Rossi. He was 3rd for a lot of that race, but in the end finishes 8th. But as I say, Heron wins. Whittingham 2nd, still all to play for when it gets to the final.
Certainly is. We'll look forward to that one, and that one is coming up later on today, due to start at around 2:10 local times for the OKN final. That final 22 laps, a 30-kilometre race distance, an almighty one. But now it's all the races you've been waiting for. OKJ and the senior OK category is coming up, and we kickstart with the first of the superheats. It is Superheat A for the junior category, and they're starting it on pole position. Roman Kamyab for the United Kingdom, starting today on the front row. Here's what he had to say after his qualifying heats.
Well, the day has come to an end here at PF International, and it's been a bit of a long wait. But Roman Kamyab, you're on pole position for Superheat A in OK Junior tomorrow. Fantastic day. You've come through some really, really hard races. How happy are you?
I mean, I'm really happy. Today's been an awesome day. I've had really consistent heat results, 2 P1s and a P2.
How satisfying is it that, you know, you've always been there or thereabouts across the course of the FIA Karting European Championship season, but to make the big breakthrough, to get one of those pole positions for a superheat at a World Championship, how special is that?
Well, I mean, it's really special because in all the FIA rounds, I've always had one bad heat, like a DNF or a penalty or disqualification or something. But now I finally managed to lock in all the good heats and not a bad one. So, yeah.
Superheat A will be your test tomorrow to kick off Sunday. How are we looking on tyres? Anything that you're going to be working on with setup overnight?
We'll probably talk about the setup tonight and go 2 new tyres for tomorrow because we have them. Yeah, I'll talk with the team manager. We'll try do something different for tomorrow. Try get a bit more pace.
And now you're P1, there's going to be a bit of a target on your back, I think, tomorrow, particularly being a home driver as well. How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I mean, I just have to keep consistent doing lap times and keep calm. I mean, it's really hard to drive away at this track. So, yeah, if I just stay at the front and keep my position, I think I'll be all right.
Well, great to catch up there with Roman Kamyab, starting this one, of course, on pole position, and is one of the favourites going into this weekend. And there you can see a handful more of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport outfit watching from the mechanic stand. And there you can see some of the drivers there. You've got Sebastian Mint, who's joining them on the grandstand there, and Ricky Flynn himself also on that gantry, ready to watch this race and watch their drivers go to work out on this one. But it's not going to be easy for Roman Kamyab. He's got some real talent around him in the form of Red Bull Junior driver Nicolas Schaufler starting along onside the front row. He's got the German driver Ian Kraling for the Factory Kart Republic team, but also Harrison Mackie for the United Kingdom in the Fusion team. And we know one team who's got packs and packs of data here. It is the Fusion Motorsport team, and he's right there on the second row of the grid.
Oh, absolutely. They're here a lot across all of their national championships. It's countless how many times they'll visit here across the course of the year. Yes, it's a very different category to what their history kind of gives them that database is for. But a lot of the engineering that they do has put their drivers in a good position here this weekend. I just had a quick side of the schedule there. So for each of the categories, 2 superheats for the OK Juniors and for the OKs. It will take us up to the break. Green flags are waving to indicate to the drivers it's time to start their formation laps. Let's take you through the grid for Superheat A in OK Junior.
Roman Kamyab and Nicholas Schaufler start this one on the front row of the grid, 2nd and 12th in qualifying apiece for them. Ian Kraling and Harrison Mackie going from row number 2. Mackie, who qualified 22nd, putting himself on the 2nd row of the grid. He's had a good day yesterday. Alfie Slater as well, another bad qualifying, 32nd, but starts this one on the 3rd row of the grid. He'll have Christian Costoya of Spain starting alongside. Jarrett Clark and Jack Iliff go from row number 4. Row 5 sees Zach Green and Mats Van Ruin, who was faster than his qualifying group, but he starts this one in the 10th place spot. They'll have Scott Marsh and the Canadian Billy Christian starting on row number 6. Jesse Phillips and Aston Sharp round out an all-British row number 7. You'll have Bruno Greek and Augustus Toniolo on row number 8. Joel Pokula and Endo Arata from Japan round out row 9, with Yamata Rousseau from Panama and Mariano Lopez from Peru on row number 10.
Drivers on the outside needing a good performance here to wrestle their way into the top 36 cut-off of the final intermediate classification. Let's take you through them. On row 11, Louis Cachet and Kian Bernard. Row 12, Benjamin Magnac. And a bit of a surprise this weekend, a tough time qualifying for Jacopo Martinezzi. The round winner in France, the European Championships earlier in the year, starts on the 12th row of the grid. 13th row of the grid, Bautista Panetta and Andrea Mani. Row 14, Manuel Miguez. Lightning quick last time out in FIA Karting's closer for the European Championship in Sweden. Starts this one on the 14th row of the grid alongside Clara Kowalczyk. Jack Jose and Michael McGoy start on row 15. Row 16, Archie Owen, and another surprise from time qualifying, Filippo Sala has a lot of work to do from 32nd on the grid. Amon Kara Osman, Ludovico Mazzola, Sky Parker and Marco Gast, the last of the qualifiers. Remember, the top 72 drivers from the 119 who signed on at the start of the race meeting have qualified through to these superheats. 36 of them are out on circuit under the watchful eyes of race control. You saw there Chris Lambrecht, the head of race control for this weekend, flanked by David Manchester and Joanna Falcao.
Indeed, plenty of cameras out there, I believe 70 in total. You cannot get away with anything, and for some drivers they have been caught out quite massively by some of those cameras, so they do need to be careful in this Superheats race. Just like you said, Andrew, 72 drivers have been whittled down from that 119. At the end of these two Superheats races, for both the OKJ and the OK categories, it'll get whittled down to just the 36 finalists, and then we will crown our 2024 world champion in both OK and OKJ. Into the tram lines, lights go out. We are racing for the first time today for OK Junior, and it's a lightning start for Kamyab. The young driver from the United Kingdom leads the way here at PF International. Under the Litchfield Bridge they go. Everyone gets through cleanly, which is good to see as they enter now onto the Litchfield Bridge for the first time. It's a good getaway, but they can see Schaufler down into 3rd place. He's not at the start he wanted, but he's right there still with the top 2. Kraling there in 2nd place.
Good starts for the first group of OK Juniors. As you say, good to see everybody under the bridge, round onto it and down towards hairpin number 1. Who's making good progress in the early stages? Looking a little bit further back, you can see Martinez is already coming through the field. There's been an incident towards and through hairpin number 2, so for a number of drivers, their World Championship is going to be over. I think we've got in there, I think Bautista Panetta's in there, Andrea Mani as well, Manuel Miguez is out. These are all drivers who, by starting in the second half of the field, needed to move forward to turn the points round. If you're off at hairpin 2 on the first lap, Anthony, that is not going to happen. It's a shame for them. They are out.
Yeah, that is a big shame. And for a lot of them, yeah, they were outside that cut-off, so that will be it for them. But I've also just noticed as well, Jesse Phillips has not gone out on the circuit. That's just come to my attention. The driver is supposed to be starting on row number 7, not out there on track. So we do hope he is okay. Eyes on this one here, though. Schaufler is all over that rear bumper of Ian Kraling. The Austrian is attacking the German right now, and he's pushing his way through here in towards Bobby Gain corner on lap number 2. No moves this time around, but crucially, these top 3 now are breaking away. Nothing at the moment has changed in the intermediate classification. It has stayed the same. Kamiab with this win would still lead by 256 points. He's absolutely fine at the moment from Baglin, Schaufler and Craigie. But remember, Baglin's got another race to go. Baglin could be starting on pole for that final later on today if he can get a good race result.
Can indeed. It's the nice thing, one of the many nice things of starting on the front row of the grid on pole position for a Superheat A, because if you win it, you're guaranteed that spot in the final at the front of the grid. There, out of the race. There's Jesse Phillips.
There is Jesse Phillips.
So he must. Oh, Martinezzi's off. Martinezzi off on the grass, falling down through the order. Now, what happened there? That was quite strange to me, as there's a battle for the lead. Schaufler's gone round the outside. My goodness me, Nicholas Schaufler has taken the lead through the Fullerton S's. We love a move down the inside into the Fullerton S's, Anthony. I can't remember many times I've seen one round the outside. Brilliant stuff from the Austrian.
It is impeccably rare, but you do once in a while see it, and the lucky viewers at home and here at the circuit have just witnessed one there from Schaufler around the outside of the Fullerton S's, takes the lead of this race. Yeah, I just want to cut back now as we're seeing Krayling trying to go sideways there down the inside of Kamiab. Yeah, that was Jesse Phillips we saw off the track, so clearly a breakdown before the start of the race. I thought he hadn't started, so confirmation, yeah, he is out of this race before it even started. There, though, on your screen, the top three, they are trying to break away, but with that battling, it's bringing Jarrett Clark into play. Two drivers off at the end of that one. Looks like Aston Sharp is one of them, and the other is Endo Arata, unfortunately. So the Briton and the driver from Japan out of this race, and again, they put themselves in the danger zone of not making it to the final. This is super close here. Schaufler, Kamiab, Krayling, 1, 2, 3, but they've got to keep an eye on it because Iliff, Clark and Mackie are right there behind in the second group.
And remember, it's 75 intermediate classification points for winning a superheat as opposed to 50 for winning one of the qualifying heats that we brought to you yesterday. So this is why these superheats can be so key, as Kamiab slowing it down the inside to take the race lead. We have a look at a replay of one driver, I think it was one of the CRGs, running very, very wide. He was Bautista Panetta in the 3-1-2. But really key moments here. Kamiab did not get the move stuck, though. Krayling's gone through into second place. Schaufler back into the lead.
And it's one big group now for the race lead. There as well, Krayling holding on to it, but keep an eye on this one here because it's all starting to kick in. Kamiab is there now in third place, trying to hold on to anything he can claim from this one, but Clark is there, Iliff is there, Mackie, Green, Costoya, all there. It's one big group there. Again, the replays. Oh, Endo Arata, very smart drive there. Very smart to get out of the way. Right, back with the full live pictures here. Now it's really kicking off. We're on to lap 6 now of 11. Ian Krayling's just picked up a warning flag. The driver in second place needs to be careful as Kamiab's going to get swamped by the train. The whole train's going to go through. Kamiab's going to tumble down the order. He gets up there as Krayling now fights to the lead. He goes wheel to wheel with Schaufler off the Litchfield Bridge. They go down into towards hairpin number 1. Schaufler's on the outside and the train's going to come through. Schaufler again on the outside. He's going to try and hold it. This is brave, brave stuff from the young Austrian, and he keeps it down the inside. It is one long train, and now the driver's got to be careful here because Iliff gets attacked from but the driver's behind. It all settles down a little bit now, but Nicholas Schaufler, my goodness, how on earth did he hold on to the lead of that one?
And this is why we're saying with this OK Junior category that there's so many drivers in the mix, as Mackie and Slater come together on the entry to the Mike Wilson complex. I think is that Bruno Crick.
It is.
Bruno Crick is in trouble. Bruno Crick, who was one of the drivers who was inside the top 36, but only just. That problem down at hairpin 1 may put the Polish-Lithuanian driver out of the World Championship final. Change in the FIC as well, because with Kamiab now down in 5th place, Schaufler has now inherited the lead in the final intermediate classification, as down the inside goes Jack Iliff, this time for second place. Jack Iliff, whose race pace wasn't great on Friday in the first half of Saturday. A lot of work's gone in with the Forza Racing team. He's on song now, is the Texan. Brilliant move past Krayling for second place.
Certainly is, and again, they just need to focus on this one now. They're scrapping for second place. You don't want to see this. They need to work together as Kamiab's going to fight it back as a contact, and out of the race is Ian Krayling, and another as well. Who was it? I think it was Jarrett Clark. It was Clark trying to go down. There's debris flying everywhere. The NASA panel is shattered on Ian Krayling's kart, and he will tumble down the order, and Clark is left there at the sidelines. And does that mean, is that his chance of getting into the final over?
I think he'll be okay. I think he's got a good margin, but he's going to have a lot of work to do in that final if he's there. There's a mechanical flag out for the 3-1-2. Let's have a look at that again. So it's going to be, well, it's all starting before Bobby Game corner. Krayling goes down the inside of Iliff. The door opens. Kamyab's there. Clark sticks his nose down the inside. And they just meet. For a racing incident for me, they were fully alongside. It does tighten very quickly going into the Mike Wilson complex. And look at that.
Oh, dear.
That is big problems now. I don't think he's going to even need the mechanical flag to tell him to come in for that one. Does Ian Krayling? Because it's been quite a distraction for him. Harrison Mackey's on the move. Just got past Zach Green there. And I think Scott Marsh also followed through. So a number of the British drivers with big hopes here this weekend. End lap number 8. Let's have another look. This is Kamyab on Jack Iliff down the inside. Kamyab now back up to second place in the race and also back into the lead in the FIC.
Yeah, that was a crucial overtake for Kamyab. There's Krayling into Parc Ferme. He's going to have to retire that one. Too much heavy damage, and into Parc Ferme as well with another nose cone problem. The 3-1-2 as well coming in to Parc Ferme. That is Bautista Panetta. And yes, I think that you were right with the driver that you saw getting caught out in one of those other incidents earlier on. And yeah, that may be the resulting damage from it. Eyes on this one here, though. Schaufler breaking away. The gap's coming down to 9/10 of a second, though. Kamyab is closing in, though, with Jack Iliff in tow. Mackey's there in P4 from Scott Marsh. Green, Costoya, Magnac, Mats Van Rooyen and Alfie Slater rounding out the top 10, but they're going slowly. That's out of Parc Ferme. That is Bautista Panetta rejoining right in front of the main pack. Blue flags will be out.
They will be indeed. Just looking a little bit further down the order, who's performing heroics? Who's saving their chance of being in the top 36? I think Louis Cochet is, because he's up to a number of positions and was one of those drivers just on the outside. Needed maybe 6-7 positions in this race to find his way through. And Cochet at last check was doing that. We're on lap number 10. And for the drivers out there, Schaufler still at the front of the field. Kamyab second place. This is a very good return for Kamyab. I've been impressed with Kamyab's response. When he went down to about 5th place, it's very easy for a driver to get in their own mind, start getting a bit scrappy, start overdriving. That wasn't the case for Roman Kamyab. He's let the race come back to him here. It's looking good.
Yeah, it certainly is. But remember, they're using these tyres that they had yesterday. It's a brand new set for that final, so they can chuck everything they can into this. And they don't even know if they're going to be using slicks or wets for that final later on today. You just don't know. Clouds are looming in the distance, but right now everything is fine and dry. Here on the final lap then, Schaufler leads from Roman Kamyab. Jack Iliff there in 3rd place. Mackey is holding off the charge from Scott Marsh, and Zach Green, who's got the fastest lap of the race. He's going to try and go the long way round and get the switchback here on Scott Marsh, but I don't think he's managed to get that one done. He stays behind. Eyes on these top 3 as well. Bautista Panetta back into the pit lane. Yeah, just thinking, right, out of the race, I'll get out the way. I won't ignore any drivers out there. On this final lap, though, Schaufler is looking comfortable right now, but Kamyab is piling on that pressure. I don't think he's going to have the watt to try and get past, but it will mean that Kamyab will still be provisional pole for that final later on today. Nicolas Schaufler crosses the line. He wins the Superheat A on Sunday here, finals day for the FIA Karting World Championship at PF International. But Schaufler can only get up to 2nd in the final intermediate classifications, and that is including with one more race to go. That may change even more. Not one of those drivers in the final intermediate classification is safe. There is another race to go for juniors, but for Nicolas Schaufler, that's a good old start to the day, isn't it, Andrew?
Very good start to the day, and well, a driver who's had such good form. I've loved watching Nicolas Schaufler race throughout the course of 2024, and he's been one of my favourites for this OK Junior title since the very start of the weekend. And, you know, if you can get a bit of momentum going on a Sunday, it could be his day. We'll see him in the final, possibly on the front row, possibly on the 2nd row. That'll depend on how the likes of Noah Baglan and Kenzo Craigie do in the next race. But your provisional result there, Schaufler, Kamyab, Iliff, Mackey, Marsh, the top 5. Zach Green Christian Costoya, Benjamin Maniac. That result up 15 places for Maniac. I think we'll get him into the top 36. We'll wait and see once all the scores are tallied up, but a brilliant run there for Maniac. Mats Van Rooyen 9th, Illy Christian 10th, Louis Cachet, I reckon, has got through as well with an 11th place there, up 10 spots. He was in around the 40s before this race in the intermediate classification. He will move up, only needs a few positions to get in that top 36. Jean-Matteo Rousseau up 7, Clara Kowalczyk up 15. Great drive there from Clara to 13th, top 15 completed by Gus Toniolo and Mariano Lopez. Felipe Sala, brave effort, up 16 to 16th, but I don't think that's going to be enough. There was drama even before the start of the race there. A little bit of a hop for Roman Camiab, but let's go through some of the highlights.
Indeed, it was a good start to the day then for the Red Bull Junior team, with Nicolas Schaeffler taking the win in the super heat. For the rest, though, very dramatic start. Some drivers going wide, some drivers getting nearly into the wall, possibly, like we were saying, Santino Panetta, the driver involved in that one. Turmoil at turn number 7, at hairpin number 1. Drivers out of the race. I believe Zhang Jose was 1, Manuel Miguez, Andrea Mani. Jesse Phillips, I think, was another one that was later on or earlier on in the race. This was a scary moment here. Jacopo Martinez, 3 wide. He's had a torrid weekend here, a terrible qualifying, and has just not had it in the qualifying heats. He's not been able to make his way through, and there was Jesse Phillips, who was out of this race before it even started. Yeah,
and it's a question as to whether both Martinez or Phillips will be featuring in that final. Martinez definitely won't be. He was outside of the first half. He finished outside of the first half in the super heat, so he will go no further. That was a great move from Schauf around the outside. That was the moment where we saw Endo go off the circuit. Just about got clipped there by the front bumper with a 277, which had already spun for Aston Sharp. That was the end of both of their races. Brilliant scrap in the middle phase of that super heat, trailing down the inside of Schaufler. Schaufler taking the outside line. I quite like that. He went so far on the outside, knowing, oh, well, everyone's tucked into driver's right. There's some grip out here on the left. Let's swing it around there to get good exit speed off of hairpin number 2 as well. It was a bit tight. Alfie Slater on the grass a touch. This was a tight moment as well. Harrison Mackie and Slater, that could have been a lot worse there. A bit of pod-to-pod action, but both of them kept themselves in the race.
They certainly did, but Slater, though, did drop back quite considerably in that race. Again, overtakes coming in thick and fast. Then we started to see the likes of Jack Iliff making the moves. He would put himself up. Now, this one was the risky one. Crailing down the inside there, trying to get it done, didn't work out. Cambia went through, and then Clark tried to follow. The two meet in the middle at the entrance of the Mike Wilson complex. Heavy damage for both, and both of them out of the race. And again, there you can see the NASA panel coming off Bautista Panetta's kart. And yeah, unfortunately for him, out of the race as well. Camiaba, though, keeping up the fight with Jack Iliff, getting up into second place, and was able to just push away then from the rest of the field, as again the overtakes just coming in thick and fast. Great onboard views here from the CRG, and just showing how technical this track is. Checker flag going out, though. Close finish at the end. It wasn't solid for Schaufler, but certainly where he wanted to be. Moves up second in the intermediate classification behind Roman Camiab, but there is another OK Junior Superheat to come. That will be out later on today, this morning. That's due to start at 10 to 12 local time, but between now and then we have got the start of the senior category. The pinnacle class this weekend, the OK Superheat A, is coming up next, and again for this one you can't fault him. You may say that, oh, you've been talking about him all along or all weekend and everything like that. Yes, but when you put it on pole and you get 5 qualifying heat wins, you ended up talking about quite a bit. And that's Joe Turney. As you see there, some of the hard-working marshals already at work out there, helping keep the track nice and clean, nice and safe for the drivers. They've been working tirelessly hard all weekend. It's not just on the live stream when you see them, but they were working hard in the morning warm-ups every day. They've been working hard in the practice sessions every single day as well. So again, we couldn't go racing without them. There, though, on your screen, Joe Turney starts this one on pole position, and the 2024 European champion can certainly start today on a well done racing. We caught up with him after the qualifying heats yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
The slowdown period at the start helped a bit, because obviously no one can pass, so it took a few laps off the race. The restart wasn't amazing, but I didn't try to do anything special. I just wanted to get through this race without any problems or penalties, and managed to open a gap at the end, so pretty happy.
Weather's always unpredictable around here. We talk about the rain a lot. I don't think any of us were perhaps expecting it to be as warm as it is this afternoon. Is that a bit of a challenge?
Yeah, to be fair, we came testing here, and the temperature was quite high as well. So I think we're pretty prepared for what's to come. Yeah, tomorrow we're not sure what's going to happen, but we'll take whatever comes.
It's a bit of a different position at this stage of a world weekend versus the European, because you've won 5 out of 5, but there's no championship points. It's just one of those pole positions for a superheat tomorrow that you get in return. Mentally, how do you take the next few hours? How do you prepare tonight?
Just as we always do, like prepare everything, analyze everything, make sure that we're in the best position for tomorrow. Yeah, have a nice evening, have some food, and then get to bed early for tomorrow.
And the support that you've had here this week, not just from your family and for the team, but so many from the karting scene here in the UK. How special is that to have you pushing you on?
Yeah, really nice. Obviously, it's my first home race in about 5 or 6 years. So yeah, really nice to have people cheering for me and telling me how things are going. So no, I'm really happy.
Well, it was great to chat there with Joe Turney. Like you say, first home race back in quite some time when he's kick-started it with fashion. Like we were saying, pole position in time qualifying and 5 out of 5 qualifying heat wins. There is Jimmy Elias on your screen, and what you might note there, Andrew, is that he's starting on the other side of the grid. The two have switched sides. Jimmy Elias, who has been eluded a qualifying heat win so far this weekend, has now got his best opportunity to get that, starting on the front row of the grid. But again, that's going to be easier said than done, because again, all the drivers have been doing absolutely superb stuff, but for Joe Turney, he's just been absolutely unstoppable. We are going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be starting with the Superheat A in just a few moments' time. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships, live here from the Lincolnshire countryside in the United Kingdom. We are moments away from seeing the pinnacle class heading out onto the circuit, the senior OK category, for their first superheat of the weekend. And there, starting on the track there, you can see Dries van Langendonk, double FIA champion, 2023 World Junior Champion, 2024 Junior European Champion, now steps up into the senior category and starts this first superheat on the second row of the grid. Well, there you go. The fans are out for Joe Turney. The 4 white T-shirts there spelling Joe Tur. I don't know where the knee's gone. I think the last guy just needs to lift his knee up, and there you go. You've got Joe Turney out there on track. But great to see the fans are out in show for some of the drivers out there, and as well for the rest of the drivers, because the banking has filled up perfectly out on the circuit. You've got spectators as far as the eye can see, all looking around the banking area here at PF International Circuits, and it is fantastic to see all the viewers here at the circuit, as well as all the viewers at home as well. Welcome from wherever you're watching. From around the world, live on YouTube and Facebook out there, as well as any other platform that you are watching from. But great to see everyone here as the green flag waves and the first senior race of the day gets underway. And let's take you through that full starting lineup. It's Joe Turney and Jimmy Elias on row number 1. Derisan Langendonk and Dmitry Matviev go from row number 2. David Kozma and Thibaut Ramakas on row number 3. Freddie Lloyd and Scott Lindblom go from row 4. You'll have Alpak Soy and the 2023 European Junior Champion of Alexander Bondarev joining him alongside inside the top 10. Guillaume Bouzard and Zach Drummond round out row number 6. They'll have Lewis Werrell and Yuka Poe on row 7. Gus Lawrence and Miguel Costa round out row 8. They'll have Davide Bataro and Vivek Kanthan on row number 9.
Drivers who need big races in this one, otherwise their 2024 World Championship ends. Murillo de Roca and Harry Hannam starts on row 10. Guy Albag and Lewis Francis go from row 11. Row 12, Aaron Garcia and Elliot Kaczynski. Look for both of those drivers coming through. Simona Bianco from Italy starts on row 13 next to Monaco's Oscar Rapetto. Blake Nash and Stylianos Kolovos go from row 14, completing the top 30. It's Jacob Mikulev and Fred Green. Mika Lamassiere and Leo Nielsen start on row 16. Row 17, we find Austin Gale and former world champion Pedro Hildbrand. Hildbrand needs a miracle to make it through to the final. Maxi Rafalik and Roland Keclain are the last drivers on the grid. 36 of them across 18 rows, ready for Superheat A in OK.
Well, there we go. Drivers on their formation lap, moments away from getting started on this one. Tension really starting to build here because the weight is on Joe Turney's shoulders here. Yes, okay, he is European champion in 2024. That is done for the FIA calendar. But now the World Championship. This is a cookie that he's just been unable to crack so far in his racing career. He has tried tirelessly hard. He got super close last year in Italy and Franciacorta. We know how that ended. We don't need to go into it. But Joe Turney right now just needs to dig deep, focus, and try and break away from this pack. But the drivers behind need to dig deep here, and they need to try and break his winning streak of wins. Here we go then, into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. And again from the outside, it's a great start for Joe Turney, and he breaks away at the front of this field. Jimmy Elias holds on to second place. Matviev was not able to stick with his teammates and get into second place. He slots down to third. Over the bridge they go. All the drivers get through past the Litchfield Bridge and the tunnel, but they don't make it on the exit. There's yellow flags out, and there are 3 karts, maybe 4 karts off at the exit of the Litchfield Bridge.
Yeah, I think there's trouble out there for Stylianos Kolovos. Leo Nielsen in there as well. The number 20 has not got going. There's the 75 also in trouble there. Oh, a bit of a wrestling match there with Rocket Coronel involved. Absolutely spot on for Joe Turney with the tactics. I fully understand why he did that, switch to the outside, because he'll still have the advantage over the line. We saw Dmitry Matviev do this yesterday, didn't we, mate, where he'd switch the outside.
Yep.
You're back on the racing line, the normal racing line, and he can just take so much speed through the first couple of corners and get that gap whilst everybody else fights for second place. So spot on work there from Joe Turney. Yes, it's a bit of a risk, but his execution was fantastic. Dries van Langendonk having a bit of a tough one here, falling down the order, has lost out to David Kozma Christopher there. Thibaut Ramakas coming back through. Ramakas, who had a slow start to this World Championship, was a bit off the pace by his lofty standards in the heats on Friday, but he sparked into life yesterday. Here he is again. The results of first, second and third yesterday. Now he's starting to get into the rhythm. and is up to 4th place.
Certainly is. Well, drivers now making their way through Bobby Game and in towards the Mike Wilson complex on lap number 2. Eyes are going to be quite focused on these two here, Jimmy Elias and Dmitry Matviev, as they try to really push themselves through. Unfortunately, the 75 of Maximilian Rafalik out of this race. Yeah, big shake of the head. He might not make that final. There's a look at some of the stats from them. Only 1 position gain for Matviev, starting this one. P4, of course, getting up into 3rd place. But they really need to focus on working together now to close up to Turney. If they start scrapping, they're just not going to lose the time. There's nothing worse when you see in racing. If you're a spectator at the sideline, you want to see close racing for the lead, but we're not going to see that just yet, as Matviev is going to go down the inside. That's good. They didn't lose too much time. Now Matviev can work with Elias, and let's see if they can push themselves up to Turney. But if Elias starts scrapping with Matviev, they will lose Turney, and he will start on pole no matter what for that final.
That is true. I think the good thing, though, for these drivers right now is if they can push forward, is we have a little look at the rain radar for the first time this weekend. We'll come back to that. Good gap to Scott Lindblom. Joe Turney does not want to win this race. Now, knowing Joe Turney as we do and having watched him over this year and previous, I'm sure he will just keep pushing on, especially as he knows, he can drop these tyres at the end of the race. There's an incident, a driver off the circuit on the escape road at the first turn, which we'll come back to in a minute. The point being, if Matviev and Elias catch, there is the CRG that's out of trouble. Oh, that's going to be a little bit of a roll back down the hill for Austin Gale. So that is Austin Gale out of this race, out of the World Championship, started on the 17th row of the grid. To finish the point, Turney's got such a big lead in terms of those intermediate classification points. He, again, is a driver who does not need to win this race. He can finish 3rd. That should give him enough points over all of those drivers, even Jeff Hall, Matthew Higgins as examples in the 2nd superheat. So, if Matviev and Elias do catch, and that's a big if at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if Joe just takes it quite calm and goes, yeah, let you guys have this one. I don't want to have any ramifications at this stage of the competition. He's knowing that at the moment he's well on course for that pole in the final.
Certainly is. Eyes on this one. Scott Lindblom setting the fastest lap of the race. Has got a bit of clean air now and is charging up to the rear bumper of Jimmy Elias. So these two are going to be under pressure. The gap between themselves and Joe Turney still 1.5 seconds. So that gap has opened up now between the two of them. But again, we'll keep a close eye on this one as Lindblom really pushing there in the background. You can see the Swede, one of the latest announced junior Red Bull drivers as well, pushing his way through. Pretty steep on this one. He's got David Kosma for company just behind, as well as Thibaut Ramekers for the VDK Racing team, also on his tail and pushing his way through. Lloyd is there as well. Freddie Lloyd, who was one who really delivered in the qualifying heats, put himself through, got a qualifying heat win in his first one, 2nd in the 2nd, then it started to dip off for him yesterday. Saturday wasn't a good day, a 9th, 22nd and a 4th. Still not bad results, but that 22nd really played on him. And currently sits there in P7.
He does sit in P7, but I think already Freddie Lloyd can be very proud of the effort that he's put in here this weekend. This is not a driver that we've been talking about in the European Championships so far this year. Has stepped into the OK category. He's got a lot of experience around this place, of course, because he's another one of the drivers who's raced on the British national scene. There's double-waved yellows out on the coming off the Lichfield Bridge. I think one of the victory lanes has stopped out there, possibly. Could be Guillaume Bouzard. You can see that Guillaume Bouzard has dropped down to the bottom of the order, and there's stuff on track that shouldn't be there flagged. The strike. Oh, is out is one of the Kart Republics, the number 91 of Stylianos Kolovos. That will be the end, I think, for Kolovos's hopes. Yes, started outside the top half of the field. Will not gain positions, will not go any further.
And judging by those marks on the track as well, that may have been an engine seizure that happened there. Been some changes though, and in 3rd place, Lindblom has got himself up into P3. Elias now down to P4, is having to deal with the two that are battling behind. Look at this, Cosmo and Ramekers going wheel to wheel. Absolutely superb. The two on the same chassis, but Ramekers with VDK, Cosma with the factory Kart Republic team going wheel to wheel, and Ramekers gets his way through.
Good stuff there from Thibaut Ramekers. Investigation flag is out for Guillaume Bouzard. That's going to be fairly uneventful because Bouzard, as mentioned, is out of this race. On to lap 8 then. Second half of the race is upon us. Joe Turney, well, this is quite ominous now for the rest of the field. Can be forgiven for thinking, yeah, qualifying heats, they're shorter races, easier for you to win those ones from the front. You're not going to defend for as long, but 2.4 seconds the gap for Joe Turney over many of the strongest drivers in this field. That is, I say, is ominous ahead of the final. But as we say, the rain is coming, apparently. Maybe that could be something that changes the order, perhaps, in the senior category. Having said that, Joe Turney, again, is very strong in the wet. We saw that at the culmination of the European Championships in Kristianstad about a month or so ago. So, yeah, Turney's going to be feeling good. Here's your battle for second place. Matveev still at the front of it as they go on to lap number 9. Lindblom third, Ramikas fourth, Jimmy Elias fifth.
Change again in that pack. The two Kart Republic chassis going wheel to wheel. Looks like this time here, though, David Cosma on the charge back in this race. We'll keep a close eye on it, though, as Elias still in front of it. Here comes Freddie Lloyd down the inside. He now gets past David Cosma, moves up into P6. Nice little overtake there, but again, they need to work together, try and close in on Jimmy Elias. Let's see what happens as they go through here. Matveev battling away now with Timo Ramikas. Look at this, he's got past both of them.
Yeah, that was all through hairpin number 2. I think we heard
the
shouts
and we got it off.
There's an incident out of hairpin number 2. One of the Paralins is involved with a Cali kart. It's the number 28 of Vivek Kanthan, and that is going to be Kanthan gone from the final. He was just inside the top 36 overnight. He will lose positions in the final intermediate classification. What a shame for the young American who has had a superb debut season in the senior category. Let's have a look at how it happened. Oh, they're just going to run into one another. Oh, dear me. It was the other Cali kart was Simone Bianco, who's flying through the order. That will be the end of the Italians World Championship as well.
Yeah, and quite sensibly there, I think they've split the drivers up in there. One's gone one to Marshall Post and the other one's gone to another. So clearly not very happy with each other. But this one here, Ramikas, what a drive from him. Just siding his way through the field. It seems like he was right at the back of that lead group, or that second place group, only a couple of laps ago, and he's made his way past all of them. Here's a look off the bridge. That is out. Oh, and over. That was on this angle here. It might show it. And yeah, that's a grip. That was so much grip and over. Wow, that was a big one there for Guillaume Bouzard. That just gripped up, didn't it? That just shows how much rubber is down on that circuit.
And especially as you're leaning down, you lean on the front left there on the exit of the bridge. And thankfully, Guillaume Bouzard is A-OK. He was able to be helped out and is now stood at the Marshall Post. On to lap number 11. Joe Turney's lead now 3.8 seconds. He's gone. He has gone up the road. You can go into conservation mode now. Don't push too hard. Take care of the materials because they're going to be needed again. The tyres won't be, but everything else will be needed again for the final. We're going to keep an eye on this fight for 4th place, going through the Mike Wilson complex and out of Pitts Bend now. Lindblom, I've got to say, Scott Lindblom is another driver who's massively impressed me the last few months. Anthony started the year in the OK Junior category and then stepped up to the seniors midway through the season. Was a wild card in effect for the last 2 rounds of the European Championship. But he has been racing the past, say, 3 or 4 months as if he's been in this OK Senior category for a couple of years. It's been really, really impressive from the Swede. Impressive from Fusion Motorsport as well to put this package together. And he's composed at the moment in that fight ahead of David Cosma. Cosma has just received a warning flag, though. Joe Turney looking calm and controlled through the Mike Wilson complex. This is looking like another tick in the box. He's still got the hard work to do, of course, in the final. 3 more laps to go. His lead is now 4 seconds.
Yeah, again, you just can't not say anything good about Joe Turney. He's good on track, he knows how to race, but then when he's off track as well, he's just a great person to be around. Again, he's got such a great personality on and off the circuit. He knows the ins and outs of the world of kart racing. He's been doing it for years, racing over in America, Europe, in the UK, and as well all over. As changed there, Lindblom down the inside of David Cosma. gets his way through. But again, you just can't put a finger wrong with him. Eyes on this one, though, here, as Lindblom still battles away. Cosma, Elias, Lloyd right there at the back of it. Here comes Jimmy Elias, looks to the inside of Bobby Gain. That's not going to work. He stays behind. And the four stay in formation. And look who's closing in behind. It's lucky Lewis Werrell.
Yeah, Lewis Werrell, who's had a bit of a quiet week so far. And I chat to him this morning. He's very much a local to this part of the world. Lives, I think, about 10-15 minutes away from here. He is a Lincolnshire lad. And is, again, one of those drivers who has a history of building across the course of the weekend. Became the youngest driver to ever be on an FIA Karting OK podium in the senior category. That was at round one of the European Championships earlier in the year in Valencia. A bit of defensive movement there from Cosma, holding on to 5th place ahead of Elias. But yeah, Lewis Werrell, again, I would keep an eye on, because if he's in, say, the top 5 or 6 rows for the final, I think he's got a chance, because he's one of those drivers, as I say, stays very calm off the circuit, turns it on track, and knows how to overtake round here.
No, he certainly does. And with so many overtaking opportunities around the PF International Circuit, it's hard to get it wrong, isn't it? Joe Turney leads the way. 4.4 seconds now is his lead. Despite the fact that Ramakas and Matviev aren't even fighting, he is still breaking away from them, and that just shows the pace that he's got. And that is a driver who's in complete and utter focus out there. The second place battle, still Ramakas, Matviev, Lindblom still there as well. This is that second place battle. Like I say, 4.4 seconds behind Joe Turney in the race lead. But Lindblom, Cosma, Elias, Lloyd, Werrell, that battle will rage on right to the end of this one. I can guarantee it, but they need to be careful that they can get to the end. This, however, Joe Turney is going to extend his absolute perfect streak of racing, and he's going to claim not only a pole position, 5 qualifying heat wins, but the super heat win as well. He will start on pole for the final later on today. Joe Turney wins on circuit here at PF International in style. Ramakas holds on to second place ahead of Dmitry Matviev. Lindblom finishes in P4 ahead of David Cosma. Jimmy Elias from Freddie Lloyd. Werrell from Drummond. Dries van Langendonk in the end of that one, dropping down and finishing just inside the top 10.
Yeah, a bit of a weaker race for Van Langendonk than perhaps some people were expecting, but not the case for Joe Turney. Turney marches on to the final and is still perfect, and we mean perfect. He took time to qualifying pole position on Friday, which is sometimes not his strongest suit. He then won every single qualifying heat, and now he's won his super heat. He'll be on pole position for the final later on this afternoon. Thibaut Ramakas, though, his second place is going to be right there. At the moment, Ramakas has got up to 4th place in the intermediate classification. He's going to be a factor in the final. Matviev, Lindblom, Cosma, Elias, Lloyd, Werrell, Drummond, Van Langendonk, your top 10 as mentioned. Bondarev, Gus Lawrence, Miguel Costa, Davide Bataro and Luis Francis all in the top 15. I think a number of those drivers have done their chances of being in that final. The world of good. Elliot Kaczynski in P16 ahead of Alpec Soy, Aaron Garcia, Jacob Mikulev and Yuka Po. That takes us down to 20th place. Albag, Repetto, Hannum, Lamassiere and Nash in the top 25. The 3 more finishers, Daroca, Fred Green and Coclain. A number of retirements. Vivek Kanthan, Simone Bianco, Guillaume Bouzard with that scary looking roll coming off of the bridge. Stilianos Kolovos, Austin Gale, Leo Nielsen, Maxi Rafalik and a non-starter, Pedro Hildbrand. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed, and well, for Joe Turney, there was not many highlights in that one. Got to the lead in this one from pole position, flag to flag race in that one for the young Briton running in the number 2 kart. There in the start, that's how the 3 drivers at the beginning of that one got caught out. Maximum Rafalik, Leo Nielsen, and I believe Austin Gale a little bit later on in that race. It's not been a good day for the 2 brothers from Thailand. Unfortunately, Gale, he's going to be out of now contention for that final later on. And I believe Toby Gale didn't even make the super heats either. So a big shame for the Gale family, but I'm sure they will stick around and watch the racing later on. Rest of the racing, though, kicking off in that super heat. And they can already see at the early stage on this one, Joe Tony breaking away. But that move there, that one there in the background, a big, scary one for Guillaume Bouzard, and a very unusual one. You see, he clipped the curb, the back lifted up, and he kind of turned into it, but it gripped up. And I think there's new tyres on board, a lot of grip, and it just flipped him over.
Yeah, the curb hit was actually a more contributing factor than I originally thought. That the back, as you say, the back end of the karts, there's no weight on there at all, and it all went on the front left as it resonated back down. But more importantly, Guillaume Bouzard all okay in that one. This was a really good scrap between Lindblom, Matviev and Ramikas. The crowd enjoyed that one. I could hear some cheers going up from the left side of us here in the commentary box. Ramikas racing through. I think he'll be quite happy with that performance, that he's been able to race through into second place. And we've seen in individual races that Ramikas has been able to take it to tourney in European Championship races and others. I would not count Ramikas out at this stage.
No, I certainly wouldn't. And after that performance, he could certainly be a contender. This was a very interesting moment there, unfortunately, for Vivek Kanthan out of the race. Simona Bianco involved, and there you can just see Vivek Kanthan just throwing up a thumbs up, just saying, what was that? You know, that was an interesting one. But again, 2 into 1 don't go. And from the angles that we can see, you know, it's from there. But of course, if anything happens from that, that'll be down to race control and the stewards, of course. Lindblom, again, another driver who really did impress in that one. Up 4 places in that one to get into P4 at the end. Certainly had to work for it. But Joe Turney taking another win to his name across the line, received the checkered flag. The 2024 European champion in the FIA Karting is now looking to see if he can clinch his first ever World Championship this weekend at PFI.
And as I say, the double is not often done. I think the last time we saw the double done was 2019, Lorenzo Traversanuto, when he won the European and World title. 9 minutes until we see Junior Super Heat B out on schedule for the racing here at PF International, and plenty to still be decided in this one. We know who's going to be starting on pole position for the final in OK Junior, Anthony. That's being Roman Kamyab, unless there's been any changes post-race. But a number of drivers looking for a good race here. It's coming up after this short ad break.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might come back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship, live here from the Lincolnshire countryside in the United Kingdom. We're moments away from seeing Superheat B out on the circuit for the OK Junior category as we get ready to complete the first half of today. Nice smiles and waves from the crowd watching from around the circuit. They're around 4 deep there, looking down the main straight on the banking and down over towards the Litchfield Bridge. Great to see, and there you can see some more of the mechanics who are out there in the grandstand area watching alongside. You've got 2 mega TV screens here at the PF International Circuit showcasing the live broadcast. There on your screen is a look at the rain radar, and well, one side is completely fine. The other side, well, it's absolutely soaking wet. It's raining across the entirety of the United Kingdom right now. The only dry place that I can think of is right here, right now, but how much longer is it going to stay like that is the ultimate question. That rain due to start on all of our weather radars and applications in the commentary box at around 2 to 3 o'clock local time, which is around the finals.
But I'm going to be positive.
You're going to be positive?
Probably falsely positive, but those apps often don't work for me around here. So it's very unpredictable, the weather here. Even if it's the apps are saying that the rain is on the way, we are in a bit of a bowl here at PF International. Getting ready for OK Junior Superheat B. Lots to be decided in this one. Again, we already know who's going to be on pole position if you're just joining us. If you missed Superheat A, Roman Kamiab did enough to secure pole position. But, oh, no, I'm going to come back to that and do some investigating for that one because I've just seen some points hop up on my screen. OK, so it might not be done yet. And Noah Baglin starts on pole position.
at this moment. Yes, 3:21. Of course, this one is going to kick off and out on track, and we'll see what happens. We'll find out what happened to Roman Kamyab in that race earlier on. But the green flag waves, and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through the full starting lineup for OK Junior Super Heat B. It is Noah Baglin, the pole sitter from qualifying for the United Kingdom, starting on row number 1, and is joined by fellow countryman and fellow Prema Racing teammate Kenzo Craigie on row number 1. James Anagnostianis, another one of the Prema drivers, starts on row number 2. Right behind them, he's got Riley Cranham starting alongside Rocco Coronel and Turner Brown round out row number 3. Then you have Kip Malowski and Oliver Rasmussen on row 4. Devin Waltz and Boris Lyson go from row 5. Then have Jacob Ashcroft and Iskander Solfakari on row 6. Drew Waltz and Lev Krutelov round out row 7. The head of Archie Lovett and Bosco Arias on row number 8. Casper Reipold and Jagrat Detroja from India start on row number 9.
Once again, the second half of the field need to move forward if they are going to be in the final, in the top 36 cut-off. Cole Denham and Sebastian Mins start on row 10. Luke Cornder and Fausto Arnado, one of the graduates from the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, start on row 11. Alex Malotto and Paul Andriotis go from row 12. Row 13, Makar Savalev and Daniel Kelleher. Row 14, Gustavo da Silva and Thomas Pradir. Alexander Dahlstrom and Henry Domain complete the top 30. Asher Oxteen and Dean Hugendorn on row 16. Kingsley Zheng and William Kalesia start on row 17. Filippo Pancotti and Victor Rad, row 18. There's a quick sight of Dan Ashton, clerk of the course, very experienced clerk of the course here at PF International. News, though. I had a pause earlier on the points, the reason being Roman Kamyab in Super Heat A had a misplaced front fairing plus 5-second post-race penalty that dropped him to 7th. That has now opened the door. Your highest ranked driver in the points in this race is, of course, your pole sitter on 253, doing the very quick maths. I've got him down as he could score up to 328 points. The other quick maths in my head. Baglin needs first or second to overhaul the new final intermediate classification leader, which is Nicholas Schaufler.
Indeed. Well, field make their way in towards the final corner there. Gonzalo Planta, the judge of facts for the FIA this weekend, slowing the field down. You've got 3 Prema drivers right there at the front. 2 of them Mercedes Junior drivers, plus the Red Bull Junior driver of Rocco Coronel, who sits just behind them. Into the tram lines, we're going round again. False start, not good at the back. It looked good at the front, but race director Nigel Edwards sending them around one more time.
So indeed, they get a bit more time to get tyres up to temperature, brakes up to temperature. A number of the drivers in this race will be running their new half set of tyres. So 1.5 sets of tyres the drivers receive to get through all of time qualifying and the qualifying heats and the super heats. They do not see a brand new set until they get through to that final of 36 later on this afternoon. So Baglin, Craigie and Agnostiadis, 3 drivers all in the same team, but this is a world championship, mate. It's driver versus driver in this case, and you know, we know they're competitive out there between the 3 of them. This could be a bit spectacular.
It certainly could be, and like we've been saying, a lot of the teams saying no team orders on this one.
Nope,
it's
not this
the
week.
world's. It is a one-off. They've not gone to 5 different continents for the championship. The European Championship, yes, that was a different story. Teamwork was at play. But here this weekend, it is all guns a-blazing for the Prema team, starting 1, 2, 3. Riley Cranham there as well. Sodi Kart for the United Kingdom, the French team, starting on the second row alongside James Anagnostiadis and, of course, Rocco Coronel from the Netherlands, and Turner Brown for the United States of America, locking out row number 3. Into the tram lines, lights are out this time. We are racing down and towards turn number 1. It's a great start for Baglin and for Craigie. He holds on to second place. It's a Prema 1, 2, 3 as they enter the banking for the first time. Everyone gets through the Litchfield Bridge unscathed. Over the Litchfield Bridge they go this time. This is the pinch point. This is where it goes wrong for many, and it goes wrong for one. One of the Forza karts gets spun sideways. Everyone avoids him. He's okay. He's still in this race, but he's right to the back of the field, and I think that might have been Archie Lovett, and again he's been caught out.
Oh, that's a real shame for Archie Lovett, one of the drivers on the inside of the top 36. overnight, has now got it all to do to get himself back in there, because he's only in by a couple of positions. There's a bit of jostling in the second half of the field coming off of hairpin number 2, but Baglin leads, has been superb on single lap pace so far this weekend. His race pace has been pretty strong as well. Oh my goodness me, Boris Lysen's race nearly ended there in the Sodi kart. How on earth did he hold on to that? End of the first lap, Baglin from Craigie and Agnostiadis, still the 1-2-3 for Prema Racing. Rocco Coronel there in 4th. Kit Bolowski's had a good start, he's up 2 spots to 5th. Also making a good start a little bit further down the order, Sebastian Mins up 7 places to 13th.
Yep, having a great little race there. Coronel going defensive then from Bolowski in the background. Cranham still there as well, as the 3 Premas still drive away at the front of this one. Baglin, Craigie and Anagnostiadis out of the race. That looks to me is that the 2-1-6 that's going no further in this race. I think that's Henry Domain for the Forza Racing team. He is out of this race and possibly out of contention for that final.
Absolutely, he started 30th on the grid, so unfortunately for Henry Domain, he's had a really tough weekend. That is the end of the 2024 World Championship experience for the young Briton. End of lap number 2, Baglin, Craigie and Agnostiadis holding the lead, but Craigie all over the back bumper of Noah Baglin right now and looking keen to get through. Craigie's race pace has been very strong so far this weekend. He just needs to think carefully about this, as that was a mighty moment. Was that Turner Brown running wide?
So, yeah.
Down the inside for 4th place, Bolowski on Coronel, as a beautiful switchback there by the Sodi kart of Riley Cranham. Another one of the British wildcards here this weekend. Riley Cranham has never raced at this level before. You wouldn't think it, because he's fighting up there with the very best in OK Junior. Back in the front, still no change, 1-2-3 for Prema.
Yeah, again, these drivers probably told to just go for it and just stay 1-2-3 as Coronel gets swept off his feet and goes backwards in that order. Looks like Cranham able to capitalise on that one as well. Bolowski's broken away, so Coronel dropping back a little bit now, past even the likes of Devin Waltz. Coronel down to P7, turnaround just behind him. Jacob Ashcroft up 2 places from Lev Kruselov's 4 places gained. They round out the top 10. But again, I stay focused on these top 3. Baglin, Craigie and Anagnostiadis. Keep checking over the shoulder. No defensive lunge-ins. This is the battle for first place. But the 3 teammates here, I don't think we're going to see anything until that very last moment, because, well, Baglin does lead the intermediate classification at the moment, leading the way. So he would take the lead of it. So Baglin right now is looking good. But Schaufler's dropped down to 2nd. Craigie can get in front, will help him out, but I don't think he'll get past Schaufler.
No, he won't. He's 8 points behind Schaufler, and the gain for taking the lead will be only 6 points. So Craigie being sensible with this at the moment.
Anagnostiadis, though, if he can get past his 2 teammates, that does help him up, because he's only 1 point behind.
He's only a couple of points behind, but this is where we also bring in the thing of the nuances of the race start. If you're Anagnostiadis, would you rather start 5th or 4th? Now, if it's dry, I think you'd rather start on the inside of row number 3 to get that slingshot through. If it's wet, though,
I'd still probably want to start on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where you were going with that, with the thinking, because you think you're off the racing line, you can take it wide. But so many karts in the wet conditions do run wide. We saw it in some morning warm-up sessions where the track was covered in not rain, but just the early morning bit of dew in the morning, and the track was very slippery, and you just saw drivers just completely understeering off the circuit. So again, if it was well dry, I'd still want to be on the inside. There, though, Bolowski, well, if ever there was a calm and peaceful race between 3 teammates that wanted to be disturbed, it's about to be disturbed, because Kit Bolowski on the Fusion kart is closed in and is certainly going to start ruffling the feathers of the Prema trio.
I said the pace from Bolowski, 56.0 last time around. The Prema's going to have to pick up the pace here, because they're in the 56.4s. Down the inside goes Bolowski on Anagnostiadis right. What does Kenzo Craigie do here? What has Noah Baglin got? Has he got the ability to push the pace a little bit higher right now, because the pack is not catching. It's caught them. It's caught them quite rapidly. Riley Cranham's just gone purple through sector number 1 as well. Boris Lysen is currently the fastest driver. I don't know whether it's just one of those things with the track where something just clicks. We saw this in timed qualifying back on Friday. to the benefit of Noah Baglin. Just something happened out there in the mysteries of what can happen in karting sometimes, where suddenly the track was 2 or 3 tenths quicker. Baglin was able to respond to it. He checks over his shoulder and thinks,
one round.
As out of the race is one of the Ricky Flints. It's the 2-2-1 of Paul Andriotis, stranded in a very precarious place on the exit of Bobby Game corner. He's going to try and pivot the kart round, get it back in the right direction of travel. He's got one attempt to get the kart re-going. Let's have a look at how it happened. Was he encouraged? Yeah, I think he was. And that's a real shame for Paul Andriotis. That will be the end of his World Championship. He was one of the drivers on the outside of the top 36 before this race.
Asher Osteen, the driver who was involved in that one, and there you can see Andriotis not being able to get that restarted, and he is out of this race and out of the World Championship. Here though, Baglin still leads the way. Bolowski now into second place, has got past James Anagnostiadis as there's more comings together. Drivers off the circuit and tumbling down. That looks to me like it's possibly the likes of Gustavo da Silva, maybe Alex Malota, and I think actually Victor Rad as well involved in that one. We're on lap number 8 here, and Baglin's going defensive. The Prema trio have been ruffled. They've had their feathers ruffled, and now Bolowski could be going for the lead here. Down in towards hairpin number 1. Is he going to put out this slipstream? I think yes. Baglin goes defensive. They're 3 wide in towards hairpin 1.
And this is where it gets tricky now for Noah Baglin, because remember, he needs second or higher to take pole position in the final. So naturally, he's going to defend here. He wants to keep first place, wants to give himself that buffer. Kid Bolowski, whether he likes it or not, is a bit of a rear gunner at the moment for Baglin's hopes as we have a look at a replay. Oh, that's how we lost Malota and Da Silva. It was before hairpin 2, and I think Victor Rad was in a separate moment there. Sorry,
that
Da
was
Silva was in
yeah.
a separate moment with Victor Rad and Malota out at hairpin 2. So Baglin has got to defend, because at the moment Bolowski is his de facto rear gunner. The trouble is, the more he defends, the more it brings the likes of Anagnostiadis, Craigie, Waltz and others into play. If he slips down to third, which is very, very easy to do in a situation like this, he will lose that pole position for the final.
Here we go, defensive again in towards hairpin number 1, and the whole pack has bunched up. My phone is lighting up like a Christmas tree telling me that rain is on the way, but these drivers right now are focused on who's going to start on pole position for this final later on today. Baglin leads the way, and in that position will be starting on pole position for the final. There's yellow flags out at hairpin number 2. There is a driver off, and it is the 299 of Cole Denham out of this race, and he's very vocal about that incident. But the race continues. Baglin leads the way. Bolowski there in second place. Anagnostiadis still in third place, but here comes Bolowski. Wheel to wheel into the Bruno Ferrari S's. An absolutely outrageous move for the race lead. They're 3 wide through the tunnel and onto the banking. It is Bolowski who forced the move, and Anagnostiadis gets up into P2.
And that's the problem for Noah Baglin, because whilst he defended and he defended hard to the limit, he's now down in 4th place, and it could be 5th place. Down the inside comes Devin Waltz. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Noah Baglin. He was a couple of laps away from starting a World Championship final on pole position as Anagnostiadis and Bolowski get into one another. Here comes Craigie down the inside. Craigie now takes second place. Craigie could get himself onto the front row still. Baglin has got to get it all together. Are the returns of what we saw at the start of the season, where it was a bit rough and tumble out there for Noah Baglin? Is that making a bit of a return in this superheat? Because he's now in danger. He's gone from having a nice lead in the FIC. He's now down to 313 points. If he starts losing more positions here, he's going to drop off the front row.
He certainly will. Top 4 now, line astern. It's Bolowski who leads it. He's trying to help himself as much as he can to get up that intermediate classification, and right now in the lead he's up to 8th, but he has to hold on to it. Here comes Anagnostiadis to the inside, but here comes Cranham to the outside. He gets the switchback, goes wheel to wheel with the driver from Australia, but Anagnostiadis holds on to it. Here comes Craigie. He's looking to the inside in towards the Fullerton S's. Backs out of it. Not close enough for the chance. And Bolowski here could come away with a superheat win. Oh, Craigie very wide there. Out of the Fullerton S's. I don't think we're going to see a lunge here. Bolowski has done enough to help him out here, to get him inside the top 10 for that final, but he certainly had to work hard for it. Out of the final corner, it's Kip Malowski who wins on track and moves up to 8th in the intermediate classification. But with that finish order, Nicholas Schaufler will start on pole position for the OK Junior final for the 2024 FIA World Championship.
Really, really good stuff again from the OK Junior category. That has whetted the appetite for the World Championship final later on this afternoon. As you say, Schaufler, top of the FIC by 8 points. Kenzo Craigie, pending the result being confirmed, will be alongside on the front row. Noah Baglin held on to 3rd. So he's at least got a good start there on the inside of row number 2. He'll be joined by Roman Kamyab. That's how costly that +5 second penalty has been for Roman Kamyab. It's dropped him from pole, the inside of row 1, to 4th, the outside of row number 2. James Anagnostiadis will be 5th on the grid. Harrison Mackie will be 6th. Zach Green, Kip Malowski, Riley Cranham, Jack Iliff is your provisional top 10. There's your provisional result for the race. Malowski from Craigie, Anagnostiadis, Cranham, Baglin, Coronel, Ashcroft, Arias. Arias will be through into the final with that +8 gain. Waltz, Krutelov, Lysen, Mins. I think Mins will be through as well with a good race there. That was all off a very, very strong start for Sebastian Mins, up 8 spots. Turner Brown will be in the final. Great work from the American for Ricky Flynn in 13th. Casper Reipold and Jaguar Troja will be in the top 15. They all should make it through. Fausto Arnado will be on the bubble, I think, 16th place with a gain of 6 in that race. Solfikari, Rasmussen, Pereira, Waltz, all in the top 20, but for some of them that will be the end. Let's have a look at some of the highlights.
Indeed, and there were many of them at the start of that one. The 3 Premers, though, 1, 2, 3, they broke away at the start of that one. Baglin, Craigie and Anagnostiadis, no drama for them. They managed to get away. You had the first early spin there right at the back of the field. And that was, of course, Archie Lovett going for a spin. He managed to recover back to 26th place, but down 11 places. There was Sebastian Mins getting to the inside, making good progress in the early stages of that race. But a big sideways moment there for Lysen. Nearly cost him a race. Out of the race would go Henry Domain. He would be the first full retirement of the race, the driver of the 216 for the United Kingdom, out of his World Championship title fight.
Real shame for those who weren't able to make it through in the early stages. The Premers had full control at the very start of the race. Kip Malowski and Riley Cranham going wheel to wheel into hairpin number 2. Rocco Coronel, a bit of a quieter race there for Rocco Coronel. He was there or thereabouts and got a top 6. And I'm still expecting, particularly if it rains, I think Rocco Coronel's going to be definitely a driver to keep an eye on in the final. But yeah, another solid score. We'll see him later on. This is how we lost Paul Andriotis with that moment through Bobby Game Corner. My goodness me, that was a mighty close moment with a couple of karts taking to the Geo block. Andriotis, understandably, not too impressed with what happened there. And another driver whose World Championship will most likely end.
Yeah, indeed. And then there was the incident at hairpin number 2. Another 3 drivers off the circuit in that race. And I think for Victor Rauda getting caught out, Gustavo da Silva, who actually all managed to finish the race as well. Alex Malota as well. This move here, outrageous. Down the inside of the Bruno Ferrari S's, and Baglin and Craigie, the 2 teammates, going absolutely wheel to wheel at maximum speeds under the tunnel. That could have ended in disaster, but that just shows the skill that these young drivers have got.
And also skill from Anagnostiadis there to sweep from the outside to the inside to take that second place. That was superbly done from by the Australian. But Bolowski takes the superheat win, added to his tally from earlier on in the weekend. And we'll start on the 4th row of the grid for the final later on this afternoon.
Indeed. Well, one more superheat to go then before we head into the lunch break. And then, of course, all the presentations. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. That kickstarts at 1 o'clock. Do not miss that, because all the classes will be out together as well out there. So that is going to be an absolutely fantastic one before we start, of course, the finals kickstarting at 2:10 later on today. That is roughly around when that run is due to start. So if you're here at the circuit, Brolly's at the ready, because you are going to not want to miss those electric finals coming up later on today. We are going to take a short ad break now, though. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with the last race before the lunch break, Superheat B for the senior OK category. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship, live here from PF International Circuit in Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. Next race is moments away, Superheat B for the senior OK category, 15 laps and 20.5 kilometre race distance is upon us. Like we were saying, rain is on its way, but tensions are starting to build as that young man there, Ethan Jeff Hall, for the CRG, his second time racing for the team, the second time in the category, racing here at PFI, and he started on pole position for the Superheat. We caught up with him after those qualifying heats.
Ethan, I know you like a good race, so that was probably not the way that you wanted to win that one.
No, obviously finished under the slow boards, but apart from that, it was a great race. Obviously taking the heat win, so I'm very happy.
And another cracking result for you, another big haul of points. From your perspective right now, how's this World Championship going?
Definitely very good so far. Obviously, it's my first World Championships in this class and my second race. But from the way things are going so far, I'm extremely proud of myself.
Any bits that you're finding out across the course of the day as tyres are getting older, tracks will bring in, there's a bit of surprise, or is it all nice and steady?
It's all nice and steady. The racing's slightly different. Obviously, you don't have the clutch to help you off the corner when you're racing, so that side of it's quite different, but I think I'm adapting quite well, so yeah.
You've got some big races still to come up. What are the hopes for the rest of the afternoon? Do you start looking towards those super heats already?
Well, I think we finished our heats, but just gonna look forward to the super heat, keep my head down and do the best we can.
Well, great to hear there from Ethan Jeff Hall. Like I say, starts this one on a pole position, and like you say, over the course of the qualifying heats, never outside the top 5, and ended his day yesterday with 2 qualifying heat wins out of the 3 that he had over the day. He will start on pole position. He will have, though, Matthew Higgins, a fellow driver from the United Kingdom, starting alongside him. A driver who qualified 17th at the start of this weekend, has come away with 2 qualifying heat wins, but has been struggling with a couple of 6th places and a 7th. But the pace has been there, and the driver for the Energy Course team, where he's got his main man, JP, right behind him on the spanners, starts this one on the front row. He's had a really good start, and I reckon could be a contender this weekend.
I'd fully agree. I think the other key thing I see with these 2 drivers on the front row is adaptability. These are drivers who are very experienced in the sport of karting, but also this year in particular, been racing in full-size cars as well. They've come back here for a World Championship. They know the circuit very well, of course, and they're straight on the pace. I think for a day like today, when the weather's a little bit up in the air as to what it's going to do, that could be really, really important. We shouldn't forget about the driver on the second row of the grid on the inside, though, Finn McLaughlin, who this year in 2024 International Karting has been one of the best drivers. Every single race that we've called, mate, he's been right there, part of the fight. It's not always gone his way. He's had a bit of bad luck at times, including this weekend when he was leading one of his qualifying heats and had a retirement. But keep an eye on the driver there, one of the new Red Bull juniors, starting 3rd on the grid.
Certainly is. Green light flashes on the pre-grid. Green flags wave on the track. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for the last superheat of the day before we head into the finals later on. It is Ethan Jeff Hall and Matthew Higgins on row number 1. Finn McLaughlin and Noah Montero on row number 2. David Walter and Matt Corby round out row number 3. They'll have Kai Rillarts and Marcus Shilkunas on row 4, with Noah Wolf and Andrea Dupe on row 5. Annie Consani and Joseph Smith go from row 6. They'll have Suleiman Zamfari and Hugo Marti on row 7. Salim Hanar and Jensen Graham on row 8. They'll have Lewis Gilbert and Matthias Morgato, the 2022 world champion in the seniors, starting on row number 9.
Second half of the grid, and there's going to be some fun here in this one. There's some big hitters looking to move up through the order. Starting with Luna Flusha on row 10, is joined by Harley Keeble. Row 11, Mark Dubnitsky and Ian Eichmans from Belgium. Anatoly Khavalkin starts on the 12th row of the grid alongside Olin Gali, who's done a lot of overtaking so far this weekend. Yuri Peschel as well is needing a big race here to save his World Championship hopes. Starts on the row 13 alongside Tom de Sol. Michael Adair and Tiziano Monza on row 14. Gabriel Kernigan and Xavier Avramidis on row 15. Row 16, Emilio Coivisto and Sebastian Corpain. Caden McQueen on row 17 alongside Hugo Besson, row 18 in a 36-strong field. Peter Stiller and Daniel Ginchard. There are a lot of names in that second half, Anthony. You know, Flusha, Keeble, Chavalkin, Eichmanns, the home favourites of McQueen and Ginchard. I think we're going to see some big charge through the field in this one.
Well, we're going to have to see it because so many of those drivers are out the cutoff.
Yep.
You know, they need to gain positions, and I'm getting word from the camera crews out there. Rain, Andrew, rain is here. It's over us. It's very light at the moment, but I'm seeing hoods going up around the edge of the circuit, and from that picture there, that's clearly showing that it's raining. You have to remember, everyone is on slick tyres. They've tried to get them up to temperature, but this is the start of the race. They're going into the unknown. You've got Ethan Jeff Hall and Matthew Higgins. They essentially now become the guinea pigs into the Bruno Ferrari S's. Is it going to turn, or is it going to understeer straight off the circuit? We're green and racing. Hold your breath as we go into it, and it's pandemonium. It's no grip on track at all, and they've all gone straight off the circuit, and it's absolute carnage. So many drivers who needed to gain those positions are out of contention, including Marcus Schilkunas of VDK.
Marcus Schilkunas started on the 4th row of the grid. This is going to be very tricky for the drivers coming off the bridge. There's more drivers spinning on and off the bridge. There's going to be probably about 15 karts left in the running in this one. I think Noah Wolf is involved. Drivers not coming through the first sector.
No, Wolf
is involved in a completely different aspect. Well, here we go. Slicks on a wet track. Here come the British through the field. I think out of the race, Montero, Walter, Corby, Schilkunas, Dupe, Hanna, Peschel and Monza. They've all not come through the first sector, and there's going to be more. Hugo Marti's been delayed as well. Still into the Mike Wilson complex. McLaughlin's made his way through there. Finn McLaughlin, kart number 7. He's used to these conditions. Gets past Noah Wolf for second place. Ethan Jeff Hall still has the race lead then at the end of lap number 1. I think it's really, I mean, you mentioned it earlier when we were talking about do you rather start on the inside or the outside in these conditions. You were absolutely spot on, Anthony. You want to be on the inside. You want to be off the racing line, not where all the rubber's been laid down, because when you turn in these conditions, it is very, very treacherous.
Well, there, Marcus Schilkunas' card giving us a new dynamic camera angle there under the bridge, but in the wrong way. It's out of this race. His onboard camera there still rolling. But again, at the front here, drivers are just struggling to find the traction as the rain continues to tumble here. This is what we're talking about. Drivers need to really adapt to these conditions. It started absolutely dry. The rain started on their formation laps. It couldn't have been more worsely timed for the field. But like you were saying, you're going to see so many drivers who are used to these conditions now start to really make their way through the field, and it could save, it could make or break half of the grid for that finals weekend.
Caden McQueen, there's another spinner, it's one of the Paralympics, it's the 105, think of no, that's the DPK of Harley Keeble. It'll be Gabrielle Kernigan who's gone round on the exit of the Fullerton S's. Caden McQueen up 24 places. If Caden McQueen's World Championship for IPK is ending here, it's ending on a high because he's tearing through the order for the race lead. McLaughlin down the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall. The lap times in the 1:10s. There is Kernigan out of the race. And I think started in the second half of the field. Yep, so that's another one gone. Will not take the grid in the final.
I'm looking out the commentary box window here at PF International, and I am not seeing any more rain falling. I think it was a little bit of a trickle that hit the track at just the wrong time. And the lap times are tumbling down right now. They're going ever faster. Change for the lead. McLaughlin has got past Ethan Jeff Hall. This is perfect for Finn McLaughlin because he now shoots up the order and currently now sits 3rd in the intermediate classifications. That will change, I'm sure, when they go past the start-finish line. It may update a little bit more, but Ethan Jeff Hall now is on the back foot because Higgins has found his feet now, Wolf has found his feet again, and they are closing in. There you can see the order for the junior category, but for the seniors, it's still Joe Turney who leads it. Ethan Jeff Hall, McLaughlin from Higgins, still the top runners in that IC, but again, they've just shot right up to the top of that order, there is a sea of red names out there because, of course, they've all started at the front here and have tumbled down.
Yeah, indeed. I'd say the other country that's got a good record of drivers who could deal with the wet, Belgium.
Yeah.
Kai Rillarts has come through into 5th place, and again, another one of the dark horses on the Sodi kart, number 22. You can just see him in the background there trying to chase down Noah Wolf. Mateus Morgato is up 12 places in this race. Also, could this be the kind of thing that could just happen to spark the world champion from 2 years ago, his weekend into life? It's been a bit quiet so far for the Charles Leclerc Racing team. End of lap number 4. McLaughlin's lead is 1 second. The track is getting a little bit quicker. We're back under 59, 60 seconds now.
I want to look at this battle here because Caden McQueen, 25 places gained. Talk about taking an opportunity where it strikes as he tries to get past his next competitor, which is the 102 of Suleiman Zanfari. Zanfari, though, has covered the door off. Harley Keeble is just behind as well. Is that Noah Wolf that's tumbled down? I think it is.
They're still there in 4th, yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, he's in 4th, but is he behind? No, there he is. Okay, so we cut back to another battle that was ahead. So, yeah, okay, so Wolf's still there in P4. But, yeah, so they're really pushing themselves up the order, and they're putting themselves in a position right now that could get them into this final. It's a long shot, but let's see what happens. This was the start. Watch them going in, no grip. They turn, nothing happens, and you can just see drivers trying to hold on to it, but there's just no traction out there, and that was so lucky for many of them to be able to keep going in that race.
I say a lot of them back into it with the single push.
That's a
There's how
scary view.
Montero went off the road. Montero, who is not running, the onboard view from Shilkunas. The number 70 weaving through there. That was Lewis Gilbert. Lewis Gilbert going for something more akin to a bit of rallycross out there for the Scottish driver. He's still in this one. In fact, he's just set the fastest lap of the race, 55.557. Lewis Gilbert, who is right on the cusp. We started 17th in this race, so in terms of last night's IC, he'll be around 34th place. This was the move from Ethan Jeff Hall, who's retaken the lead away from Finn McLaughlin. So Ethan Jeff Hall's CRG has come alive here. We have seen the CRG chassis be very good at turning on the tyres across the course of 2024. They had a really good start in Valencia for the first round of the European Championships. They then got caught and overtaken for sheer pace by Kart Republic, but they're still very good at this.
Yeah.
Being able to, when it's a bit tricky, when it's a bit cold out there, bam, get those rubbers up to correct temperature. I think that's showing now.
It certainly is, but like you say, yeah, bang on that, because, yeah, they've got the tyres up to temperature. That means now the little trickle of rain that's still coming down a little bit here and there is not affecting the drivers right now. They're still lapping really quick out there. They're below 1 minute, and below 1 minute time here is good. They are not obviously setting lap record pace because they're still being a little bit tentative into the corners. Completely understandable. They're on slicks and it's currently raining, but they're holding the temperature enough in the tyres and on the track to be able to just hold on to this one. There right now, you're seeing Higgins close in on these two as they try to break away. Wolf still there in 4th place, is in a bit of a no man's land. Rillard still holding off Matis Morgato, and for Morgato, this helps him out quite a bit, because I think he's in the danger zone a little bit right now, because he was starting a little further down there. He was starting on the 9th row of the grid, so he was in that cut-off area after he qualified 41st on Friday, but right now he might just make that final.
I'd say more than might. He's gone up the order. He's going to be moving up from where he was, I think, 36th overnight, with this move up to 6th place in this race. Just having a look, I was just intrigued to see if Caden McQueen has any chance. I think he's going to miss out. I think even with a P9 in this one, he's going to be about 15, 20 points short, which is a real shame. Oh, there's a moment there. Was that Michael Adair going off the circuit? Yes, it was, in the number 97 CRG. That was out of hairpin number 2. Luna Flusha there. The pink details on the race lid. Luna Flusha at the moment P20, so at the moment that would not be good enough to go through.
No, it certainly wouldn't, but again, a valiant attempt nonetheless, and you got to think, just waited for that rain, I think. So many drivers here were just hoping that it rains at PFI, because to get your kart around this track in the wet conditions, even on wet tyres, is tricky enough. To try and do it on slicks is near impossible, and that's why you're seeing some of those drivers really shoot through the order, because they got a glimpse of hope that they a glimpse of hope that they might be able to get this position done.
I tell you who's doing a remarkable job at this stage of the race, Anthony, based on what we've seen so far this week. That man there in kart number 68 for Energy Corsa, Matthew Higgins. We've been talking across the course of the week. That Energy Corsa is very quick in a straight line. In this part of the circuit, along the pit straight, through the Bruno Ferrari S's, sector 1, it is rapid. It's not quite had the pace, and we're talking half a tenth here, a tenth there, in the twistier bits, when you need that mechanical grip that the likes of CRG and Kart Republic have got to an absolute T. As McLaughlin's gone down the inside for the race lead and got it. Is there going to be a response now from Jeff Hall? Is Higgins going to throw himself in there as well? Higgins looking for the switchback. McLaughlin, your new race leader, will defend into hairpin number 2. Sweet move there from the driver flying the flag for the Republic of Ireland. He leads.
Yep, he certainly does. Pushes his way right to the front there. Nicely done for the Red Bull Junior driver. Certainly having a good race in this one and putting himself up the order in the intermediate classifications. But again, he's got to have to work hard here because we're only on lap 10 of 15. As we exit now Pitts Bend, we go on to lap number 11. McLaughlin from Jeff Hall. Higgins there in 3rd place. Wolf is still there in P4. He's waiting to pick up the pieces here from this group of 3. We've seen it time in and time out here at PF International. When you've got a group of 3 battling for the lead and someone on their own from 4th, it's usually the person in 4th place who takes the win.
Wolf took nearly a second out of the race leaders last time around. His new personal best in this superheat, 54.618. Could it be another good result for the Van Amersfoort Racing by Birrell driver? McLaughlin defending on the run to the Fullerton S's here on lap number 11. Matthew Higgins looking for an opportunity to slip through on the inside. No, not that time into Bobby Game corner. Wolf is catching them. Wolf is catching them hand over fist. It's going to be a 4-way battle at the front of this superheat. In terms of the FIC, we know that Joe Turney's going to be starting on pole position. The big question, though, who's going to be starting alongside him on the front row? At the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall has that position by some 20 points over the race leader here in Superheat B. Matthew Higgins would be alongside McLaughlin on the second row of the grid, but that could all change, especially with Noah Wolf now on the scene, and Kai Rillarts and Mateus Morgato are now closing in.
Here we go then. McLaughlin started to go defensive. He's backing the pack up now. Rillarts and Morgato, as you said, will have the chance to close in. Here we go. Jeff Hall to the outside. He's going to get squeezed onto the grass, and McLaughlin's going to let him go through. He said, sorry for that. I'll let you have that one. But round the outside goes Higgins. Higgins is there. Wolf is right back into play now, and here comes Rillarts. Rillarts and Morgato. If there's any more of an experienced driver, Matthias Morgato, the 2022 world champion at the back of this train, certainly knows how to get through a field of karts in this sort of situation. Back onto the start-finish straight they go. It's still McLaughlin who leads the way. Jeff Hall is there from Higgins, but Wolf is there. Higgins from Rillarts, Morgato. Keeble is closing in now as we go on to lap number 13. Through the banking they go. No changes this time around, but watch them, Andrew, into hairpin number 1.
And this is why we love these conditions, because that CL Birrell has not really been that quick so far this weekend, but all of a sudden in these tricky conditions where it's all about driver's skill, Mateus Morgato has come alive and is waiting for his moment. Finn McLaughlin gets through hairpin 2 once again. Ethan Jeff Hall's down the inside. He's going to take the lead again. That's once again Ethan Jeff Hall's got really good drive off of hairpin number 2. This time he is going to hold on to the race lead. Noah Wolf defends through Bobby Game corner ahead of Matthew Higgins. Rillart's still there in 5th. I think is that Keeble's on the scene. Yes, Keeble is on the scene. Great to have Harley Keeble racing once again back on home shores. It's up to 7th place. Morgato has got through past Rillarts for 5th.
Yep, great stuff here then from the field, but they're starting to open up again. There's starting to be 2 groups here. Top 4 breaking away then, and Morgato is up 13 places, but just they're struggling to keep on that rear bumper of Higgins. But again, as soon as they start battling, they will close in again. Wolf goes defensive from Higgins. Higgins not able to get down the inside as Jeff Hall takes the optimal racing line. Through hairpin number 2 they go, and again defensive lines here. Keeble to the inside, gets past Rillarts, but again keep an eye on the drivers behind. You got Smith, McQueen, Sanfari, Galli, Kavalkin and Consani all there as well. They might have a chance in this one, but the drivers in front, Jeff Hall get away, and Luna Flusha's off the track. Luna Flusha, who was outside the cutoff, I think that's a World Championship fight over, and it ends at hairpin 2.
If but for the retirement, the mechanical problem for Flusha earlier on Saturday. There's another car involved as well. It's the number 30. Oh, that's the 33 being dragged away. I think there was another driver involved down there. We'll try and track that through in a moment. But Flusha, well, really lost her opportunity with the retirement coming out of the bridge yesterday. Final lap. What a race this has been, and it's not done yet. Finn McLaughlin looks to the inside. He's going to run side by side with Ethan Jeff Hall again. But again, the power that Ethan Jeff Hall has got, the ability to put it down on the tarmac, takes him through again into the race lead.
Oh!
McLaughlin down the inside into Bobby Game corner. What a move! What an overtake from Finn McLaughlin. The last couple of corners to give him Super Heat B victory. Finn McLaughlin wins again for VDK Racing, and he is back in contention for the senior title. He will start on the inside of row number 2 for the final later on this afternoon. McLaughlin wins by less than 2/10 ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall, Noah Wolf in 3rd, Matthew Higgins in 4th, and a brilliant drive from Harley Keeble up 15 places to 5th.
Well, what a shaky race that was, and, well, the rain coming down at the beginning, bringing the field up from the back. Drivers struggling to get grip at the start of that race. But there is a look at your full provisional classification at the end of that one. Finn McLaughlin, Ethan Jeff Hall from Noah Wolf, 6 places gained. Matthew Higgins finishing in P4 ahead of Harley Keeble's 15 places gained to finish in P5. Matthias Morgata with 12 places gained finishes in P6. Kai Rillarts in 7th ahead of Joseph Smith. Caden McQueen, 24 places gained, finishes inside the top 10, but still, we think that's not enough to get him into that final, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens in the intermediate classification. Suleiman Zamfari rounds out the top 10. Olin Gali gaining 13 places in that race to finish in P11 ahead of Anatoly Kavalkin in 12th place, also a gain of 11 positions. Andy Kansani from Lewis Gilbert and Zavria Avramides from the back of the grid started P30, up 15 places, finishes inside the top 15.
Wow, what a race. That just shows we've been talking about it all week, haven't we? Of like, what happens if the rain comes down out of relatively nowhere here at PF International. Finn McLaughlin knew how to deal with it, and he takes a brilliant victory. And again, shows his character as a driver, that he never, ever gives up. The FIC provisionally looks like this. Turney, 325. Jeff Hall, 284, McLaughlin, 264, Higgins, 257. Those will be your top 2 rows. Let's take you back to the very start of the race. The biggest dramatic moment for everybody out there. No grip, particularly for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. This was the view on board with Marcus Shilkunas as Noah Montero and others left the scene. Look at Lewis Gilbert here in the number 70. Goes right, goes left. Oh, yep, I'll go that way, round the other corner. Keeps himself in the race and would recover in the end to P14.
Yeah, indeed. Eichmann's as well, just later on getting involved. Debris on the circuit there, as then you had the next group trying to come through out of the Litchfield Bridge. And there you can see slippery surface flags out. And, well, there, unfortunately for our man, Marcus Shilkunas, out of this race. But the start of it continuing. This is where the rain was coming down, and it was really slippy out there. Drivers on the slick tyres, they didn't have the temperature into the tyres yet, which meant that it was like driving on ice. But later, where the race slowly started to dissipate, the temperature came back in the tyres, and then you started to get the quick times again.
And the other key thing for these drivers as well, it'll give them a lot of reference for a potentially wet final later on this afternoon in changeable conditions. And I'll just note again, this is not the first time that we've seen Finn McLaughlin do some wet weather miracles on slick tyres. Remember back to, well, not a race that was broadcast because it was on a Friday, one of the heats in Slovakia for the European Championships, where all of a sudden McLaughlin just tore through the field because he got the tyre choice right. It was a bit of a harder job for him in this one. But again, showing his skills in changeable conditions. That was Michael Adair running wide out of the second hairpin. Good move there from McLaughlin in this to and fro battle with Ethan Jeff Hall. Matthew Higgins defying the odds in an Energy Corsa package that in his hands is performing here this weekend. Part of this 4-way battle for the lead, also involving Noah Wolf. That gave the opportunity to the likes of Kai Rillarts to get back in play. Mateus Morgato Another driver who's struggled perhaps a little bit so far this weekend, who seems with these conditions to be a contender once more to reclaim the title that he won last in 2022. That was the scene of Luna Flusha being out of the race. Jensen Graham was the other driver in the Kart Republic suit that we saw also out of the race. But this move from McLaughlin on the last lap, brave as you like, very deserved win there for Finn McLaughlin.
It certainly was, and that does help him out in the intermediate classifications as we cut back to the live pictures here. And there, still the view from Marcus Shilkunis now making his way to the rest of the field. And you can see there some of the hard-working marshals there dealing with the drivers who were all stranded out on the circuit. So many drivers out of that race. The 36 karts that started it, only 28 finishers at the end of it. Well, that brings it to the end of this stage of the weekend, but don't go anywhere because in around 20 minutes' time, we'll be back live with the presentation of the finalists, all the drivers who have made it through into those finals in the OK, in the OKJ, OKN, and of course the Historics will be out there as well to receive their medals. They will be out at 1 o'clock, so make sure you stay tuned for that one. Then we see the Historics out on circuit for their demonstration, and then we go into those finals. But we are going to take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with those presentations in a few moments' time. Welcome to Lincolnshire, home of the PF International Karting Circuit and home to many fantastic treasures that hold in the United Kingdom. Just outside the city of Nottinghamshire as well, of course the home of the famous Robin Hood, but it also holds the famous PF International Karting Circuit and where we are racing for the 2024 World Championships for the FIA Karting season. This has been the ultimate test of a driver's skill, and so far this weekend we have seen ultimate racing. But here at the circuit, opening in 1994 by Paul Fletcher himself, the event record set by Noah Montero in time qualifying with a 54.394. That was set earlier on in the pre-round. But the drivers here have been battling around this 1.3 kilometre circuit that does extend quite a long way. You've got 178 metres down the start-finish straight. You've got 200 metres down the back straight from the Lichfield Bridge down towards hairpin number 1. Track width, 8 metres. Elevation change, around 6 metres or so around the circuit here, up the banking, over the Lichfield Bridge and back down the hill onto a very flat circuit. But drivers around this track will have to contend with 15 challenging corners around this circuit. 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and the 2 hairpins out there as well. Most very appropriately named Hairpin 1 and Hairpin 2. Overtaking opportunities around the circuit. We've seen them in towards the Bruno Ferrari S's, the banking, the Lichfield Bridge, Hairpin 1, Hairpin 2, the Fullerton S's, Bobby Gain Corner, and the Mike Wilson Complex. We have seen them absolutely everywhere out there. And over the course of this one, drivers have been reaching some dizzyingly fast speeds as well. Drivers reaching around 123 or so kilometres an hour into the braking zones of turn number 1 and into hairpin number 1. That translates to 77 miles an hour. Average speed, 91 kilometres an hour. That translates to 57 miles an hour as an average speed around a lap here, which means it's incredibly fast circuit and a perfect place to go racing for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championship. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, the rain has started to fall here at PFI perfectly on time. For the one time I'm ever going to say this in my life, the weatherman was correct and it hit us bang on when it was going to, and the track is now completely soaked, which means it is going to be wet finals out there.
PF International is always full of surprises, and I think this is where the fun begins, because we've had a really dry week by Lincolnshire standards, particularly in mid-September. This is going to be somewhat of a journey into the unknown for the drivers, because they haven't had any race conditions with the treaded wet tyres so far this weekend. They did have some running in preparations through testing and other races, particularly 7 days ago. But as I say, there's been a lot of running here this weekend. A lot of that dry tyre compound has been laid down on the circuit. And from what we saw in the very last superheat, that run into turn 1 in particular is going to be treacherous now for the drivers.
It certainly will be. There you can see the crowd in the grandstand ready to get ready for this presentation that's due to start in a few moments' time. They're spotting themselves on the big screen out there. So great to have them all here at the PF International Kart Circuit, ready for what is set to be 3 very thrilling finals that are due to start in around an hour's time or so. OKN final will be kick-starting us, the junior final after that, and then the day rounds out with the senior OK final here. And remember, at the end of this, we're going to see FIA World Karting Champions. And again, I can't put a finger on who it could be. In the seniors, I mean, again, you can point the finger at Joe Turney all weekend, but now it's starting to rain. There's a new dynamic out there, something that we've not seen this weekend yet. Yes, they've had some morning warm-up sessions where there's been a little bit of drizzle here and there, but it's dried up in 5 minutes. But now it's wet. Now it's raining. Now it's risky out there, and you just don't know what's going to happen out on circuit.
Absolutely, and that's, I think, why everyone's waiting with anticipation for the finals here this afternoon. I had a quick little walk through the paddock a few moments ago, and the activity is frantic. This is in a way the worst thing for the teams and the mechanics in particular, because they've had all this prep time running on the dry tyres, getting their setups dialed in. Now they've got to change everything. Now a lot of them will have wet karts set up and ready to go. They'll be preparing those, doing the final preparations now for the finals. And of course, we've got the drivers heading out on circuit in the not too distant future to receive their medals, because 36 drivers in the OK category, 36 in the OK Junior, have fought their way through to compete in these finals. We've also got the OKN World Cup here this afternoon on what is the 60th anniversary, of course, of the very first CIK FIA World Karting Championship won by Guido Sala back in 1964.
Yeah, quite a while ago, way before me and you, Andrew, but great to be part of such a thrilling event here at PF International as an English-speaking commentator here in your home country, racing for the World Karting Championships. It's quite an honour for myself, and I'm sure yourself as well, to be here at the PF International circuit here again on that fabulous 60-year anniversary. Absolutely superb to see. And as well as another anniversary, of course. This is the 30th year anniversary for the actual PF International circuit as well, opening in 1994. It's the same age as me. There we go. So when this track was built, that's where I became a little baby boy. But as we get ready to go for this one, you can imagine the tension's really starting to build. But the presentations are always one of those fun moments now where the drivers can relax a little bit before they get started with this. As there you can see a plethora of people getting ready to show us a fantastic presentation. Out there you can see the scout group there, the first Claythorpe and Dukes Covert scout group there to hold the nation's flags as well. You've got the Spotlight Stars local cheer dancing group based in Edwinstowe as well. Out there, they're going to be giving us a fantastic show. Unfortunately for them, in the rain a little bit, but I'm sure nothing like that will dampen their spirits too much.
No, absolutely. It's a special moment here that PF International as a circuit has waited for 7 years. 2017, the last time that the FIA Karting World Championship was hosted here at PF International. On that day, we did see home champions. Are we going to see the same again, or is it going to be one of the other nations that take on the local favourites to take victory here this afternoon? Quick rundown, again verbally, of the start times for the races this afternoon. We'll have the OKN World Cup final up first. That will be going off from 2:10. All of the preparations from 2 o'clock on the grid and out there on circuit. The junior final will be at 3 o'clock. And the senior final will be at 3:45. All of the podiums for each of those races will immediately follow the culmination of each race.
They certainly will do, and there you can see the grandstand just filling even more now, trying to get a prime view of the presentation here, of course. We've just had a short break. The surrounding banking area have all descended within the fan zone, the paddock area of the circuit here, which is actually behind that main grandstand there, which is usually where it's packed full of the mechanics, giving the drivers the signals of where they need to go and how they can get their races done. But, of course, all the way throughout this one, we have seen those ups and down races, but right now as the rain continues to fall here at PFI, it's going to make it very shaky, very interesting going into these finals, because the first time we are going to see the wet tyres deployed in an actual race this weekend, Andrew. And for all of them, they've been so used to slick tyres. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic one. As the presentation kicks underway, you can see there the first Claythorpe and Dukes Covert Scout group making their way out onto the circuit, holding the nation's flags from all over the world here. Like we were saying, so many different nationalities being represented this weekend. I think a grand total of 60 different nationalities from around the world in all of the classes. Of course, OKJ, the OK senior category, OKN, and of course the historics. All of the classes will be making their way out onto the circuit right now to receive their medals. And again, at this point, as Rocco Coronel very promptly late to the scene, joins the back of the senior grid there. But as they all get themselves ready, this is just one of these enjoyable moments, isn't it? You can enjoy it now, celebrate with your fellow finalists. You're going to see the medals. You're going to enjoy it. You're just going to wait to get that final started. But the tension just starts to build a little bit there, doesn't it?
Well, there's two ways of looking at it, isn't it? You've still got the final to go. That's where everything's going to be decided. You know, arguably the hard work hasn't begun. But these drivers, the dedication that they've put in, not just this week, but, you know, months ahead of this CIK FIA Karting World Championship. You know, they've put so much time into getting just into this final. This is why we have these medal ceremonies, to say to the drivers, well done on making it through to the best 36 or so in your class in the world.
Yeah, indeed. And there you can see the historic class making their way out onto the circuit. Now, we've not seen much of their racing, but they've certainly had some fantastic demonstration sessions out on the circuit. And again, they'll be out on circuit a little bit later on. After this one, you'll be able to see some brief camera views on the live stream at home. But if you're here at the circuit, it will be an absolutely fantastic one to watch. But there you can see, well, struggling to fit everyone in. It's a mighty long start-finish straight there, but we've got so many drivers here this weekend, despite the fact that it has all been whittled down. And there you can see the last of the groups there coming onto the grid. That's the OKN group making their way out onto the circuit. But again, a fabulous set of races that we've had in and all of them. And it just shows the diversity that we've had over this weekend. Of course, the classes, the drivers with the different nationalities, and as well as just everyone playing ball on this one. There again, the last of the first Caythorpe and Duke Covet's scout group out there, and founded by 1907. This scouts group. So again, it's been out there for quite some time. I have to say, Andrew, I was never blessed of being a scout.
No.
I do regret it.
No, it's a really good initiative for young people in the UK to get involved with, and it's great to have the historics out there as well. You mentioned them a few moments ago. Some great karts, some great drivers out there as well, including one of the many world champions that the last 60 years have seen, Peter De Bruyne. He's hopefully going to be driving his car from 1980, if I've got my facts correct, out on circuit. The drivers, this is sometimes one of the hardest bits of the weekend for the drivers, getting them all lined up properly for the group of dignitaries here this weekend from the FIA, from Motorsport UK, the governing body for motorsport here in the United Kingdom. You can see some of the individuals down there, John Ryan, Akbar Ibrahim. You can see, I think, Hugh Chambers there down in the centre as well.
Yep, Jacob North is there as well, the head of the karting division for the FIA. Like you were saying, yeah, John Ryan, Hugh Chambers there as well. Nigel Edwards, the chairman of the TVKC, and of course race director here for the FIA. Also there, Matteo Calder, the manager of Mondo Kart Racing, also there as well. And there is a plethora of those drivers who are racing in the historics there. You can see right in the centre of that one, Hans Sherman from the Netherlands, who's been running around on his LE100 kart from 1962. He's been running around on this weekend. So again, a fantastic plethora of history out there in the paddock as well.
Absolutely, and the historics from across the continent as well, not just drivers and enthusiasts from the United Kingdom. Sherman, as you mentioned, from the Netherlands. I think we've got representation from Switzerland out there as well. A great celebration of the early years as well. We've got karts from 1964 through to 1984 out on circuit in a bit. And again, we mentioned this yesterday when we talked about them during the qualifying heats days. Experienced drivers, and I think braver than us too, because there was not a lot of grip out there yesterday for the drivers. I imagine how it's going to be out there right now with all this rain.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point you bring up there, because of course they've had all that testing with those slick tyres. But now that the rain has started to fall, it's really going to be a new division out there, because there's so much rubber down on the circuit. That's now going to cause an issue for the field, because they don't want to go into turn one absolutely flat out wet tyres on a circuit that's got slick tyre rubber on it. It would be like driving on ice. You definitely want to stay away from that one. There, a quick look at some of the finalists in this one there. Timo Rankers, Finn McLaughlin, you've got the rest there as well. Matthew Higgins there, Kai Rillarts just coming through shot, Harley Keeble, Noah Wolf there with the Van Amersfoort Racing. But of course, wherever we race around the world, we always like to play host to the nation's national anthem. So if you're here at the circuit and you are able to stand, please do pray silence for the national anthem of the United Kingdom. Absolutely superb. What a voice there. Joan Patterson singing the United Kingdom national anthem here at PF International Circuit ahead of the finals here for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship Finals. Well, there you can see, if anything I've seen, is a signal, and a signal to someone who may be falling from the sky, but hopefully will stop with a parachute attached to him, who will be landing on the circuit in a few moments' time. The skydiver Langer, based nearby at the Langer Airfield, a talented display team as well, with a full-time skydiving centre. And they as well providing top quality training year-round as well. And heads up if you're out on the circuit, as keep an eye out. Unfortunately, we're in the commentary box. We can't see at all out there. So we'll keep an eye on the drivers who are probably going to be looking up. And I am seeing some fingers pointing. And I'm sure they're up there ready to fall down. But we'll have to wait until they appear on camera for us, Andrew.
I'd say it's part of the culture here in Lincolnshire. We talk a lot about the speed out on the track. This is a cauldron of speed. Speed in the air as well. A lot of air force bases around this part of the world, and aviation a really, really big part of things here in this part of the region. Yes, indeed. You're seeing a lot of fingers pointing up at the sky, so I suspect that they are inbound, but still I can't see them from my commentary box position. I think they're right over us. But the medal ceremony is underway here at PF International, and there you can see Matteo Calder, manager of the MondoKart Racing, and John Ryan, the CRK FIA Vice President, presenting some of the medals to many of the drivers out there. Many more dignitaries here, of course, providing the medals further down the order, of course, because we're doing the full shebang right here and now for all of the classes. And there you can see Harrison Mackie receiving his medal. Rocco Coronel, again, newly announced Red Bull Junior driver, receiving his medal. Nice handshakes. Ian Kraling there of Germany. Mercedes young junior driver there just in the foreground. James Anagnosianis from Australia receiving his medal as well. And there you can see, just a little further down, you've got Dan Parker on the right-hand side of your screen, and that looks to me like Nigel Edwards on the left-hand side, providing the drivers with a plethora of memorabilia of the historic class. But great to see them all lined up and ready with this. Big smiles as well. And if you are here at the circuit, you know, head down to the historic tents, because the karts are there. They look absolutely fantastic. You've got a plethora of information down there. You've got some of the most fabulous karts. In fact, there's a kart which is an exact recreation, all using original parts, of the last kart ever driven by Ayrton Senna in the 1982 World Championships at Kalmar in Sweden. So again, fantastic plethora of history down there. Right, cameramen have spotted the eye in the sky. Parachuters on their way down from the Skydive Langer team. A very talented display team. You can see there with the contrails as well of smoke heading down onto the circuit. And there we go. You can see we might have to wait a while or two before they head down. I'm sure they wanted to come down with a little bit of a slow pace, I'm sure. Well, it's quite a brisk wind out there today. This is very much a thing that anyone who's been round PF International a few times knows is a feature of the circuit, as more of the drivers receive their medals from Ekbar Ibrahim, the CRK FIA president, and Hugh Chambers, the CEO of Motorsport UK. Both organisations have put a lot of work in, of course, ahead of this World Championship, bringing the World Championships back to British shores for the first time in 7 years. Indeed. Well, skydivers inbound. They do need to be careful here, because we're not far from another kart circuit that hopefully they don't accidentally land at. But inbound here, Skydive Langer, based nearby at the Langer Airfield, makes a superb landing on the infield straight there and nearly on his feet, of course, on the wet grass. A beautiful landing there by one. Another one inbound here, a fantastic display. The smoke pouring off them with the United flag on the back there. Brilliant landing there on the infield straight. Hopefully he doesn't get too much of that blue dye in. And the white coming in now. A fantastic landing by all three from the sky. Very lucky to see that. I was a little bit worried with the low cloud that was forming, but my goodness, we're not going to see something for a while with that blue smoke grenade out there. Well, it's one of the things I always love about the FIA karting events in particular. Wherever we go, and we've been to Spain, France, Slovakia, and Sweden as well, now in the United Kingdom, we always see at this part of the day something different. Every single celebration has been unique, and that once again was a fantastic display and entertaining the drivers, although some of them are a little bit in turning around and going, oh, what's going on over here? They've seen that now, all that smoke spilling across of them. With more entertainment to come here at the medal ceremony, let's welcome out onto the track from Edwinstowe, the local dancing groups, the Spotlight Stars, dancers from the ages of 3 years and upwards. Spotlight Studios, family business established in 1971, offering classes and private tuition for all age groups. So they're going to come out and entertain us now for the next few moments.
They certainly are. As they make their way onto the track, of course, a plethora of smiles out there as drivers enjoying the parachuters coming down. But now we give the attention, of course, to the Spotlight Stars, who start their performance on the start-finish straight at PF International. Well, again, all the way throughout this weekend, we have seen brilliant racing, rain now falling. It's certainly been an exciting one as now we witness this start procedure, but I can imagine it's quite chilly out there, but I'm sure enjoying this one here. The Spotlight Stars, like we were saying, the local cheer dancing group based in the nearby town of Edwinstowe, delivering a fantastic performance to the drivers, officials, and of course to all the spectators here at the circuit and to you at home. I've got to say, for me, I was never a good dancer on this one, and I'm always glad to enjoy these little shows that we have.
I say me neither. That's why we stand in the commentary box
Indeed.
and don't move anywhere, because we've both got 2 left feet. But yes, more action coming up here at PF International. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships here at PF International Kart Circuit, Lincolnshire in the United Kingdom. It's our medal ceremony. All the drivers who've got through to the finals in either the OK category, the OK Junior category, or the OKN category have received their awards for getting through into the top 36 in each category. Building up now towards the start of racing once again here this afternoon.
Certainly are, and I'm sure the crowd's looking on in delight here, as I'm sure Nigel Edwards, I can see off the corner of my eyes, chatting to some of the parachuters, say, well done, but you're now trespassing, please get off the circuit. Yeah, no, fantastic. They're going to get a photo there just in the background. But you've got to imagine, from a driver's point of view, you've had a full season of European racing. You've been racing around there for a lot of them. There's quite a few wild cards in this event as well. Who have just jumped in. They're racing here, not for the first time. They're drivers who know this PF International circuit very well. They've pushed themselves hard throughout, and there you can see the first performance ending there for the Stars group as they make their way back. But hold on to your horses, because they may be heading off, but the next group heading out onto the circuit now. It's not over just yet here, Andrew, as some of the younger cheerleaders from the group head out onto the circuit. Great to see them again. It just is showcasing here the talent that they've got in the local area around here in Lincolnshire, of course, and the Spotlight Stars group not only teaching some of the older generation out there, but some of the younger generation coming into it. And like you said earlier on, that family business established in 1971 and does offer a fantastic amount of classes for all genres of dancing, and here the cheerleading group is out in fine force.
Absolutely, and really big smiles out there is always good to see from the younger people in the paddock this weekend. Weather conditions, it's actually looking like it's brightening a little bit, Anthony Jordan, out there. It's, again,
don't tempt
PF
fate.
International. I know we've been looking at the weather forecast, and it has been right today. I think that's the first big surprise of these World Championship finals, but it's ever changeable out there.
It certainly is. Again, we'll look at the rain radar and all of that gubbins later on, of course, while we enjoy the pictures here on your screen of the Spotlight Stars cheerleading group out on the circuit ahead of these 3 finals. And of course the historic demonstration, because that's coming out after this presentation, of course. So if you're here at the circuit and you've enjoyed some skydivers, some dancers, some fantastic singing as well of the national anthem, you're going to enjoy the smell of some proper classic karts out there. And I can't stress enough the enjoyment of what we'll see out on the circuit in a few moments' time. Like we say, karts spanning from all the way from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and the 90s as well. They will be heading out onto the circuit of course, a plethora of modern karts as well as those proper classic karts from really early on years in karting. There again, Spotlight Stars, local cheer dancing group based in Edwinstowe, ending their performance, and a huge congratulations and a round of applause for some of the finest young dancers here in the UK. But again, we wait now to see the middle class, because again, we have the adults, we have the young ones. Now we have the middle group now heading out onto the circuit to show their performance on the circuit. Because again, it's different sort of styles that you see in dancing. And dancing, I would say, is quite similar to racing. Would you not agree, Andrew?
I'd say you've got a ladder there and a development of skills across the ages. And yeah, and once again, great to have talent here at PF International. And I'm just glad it's not our dance moves on display. As I say, you're getting involved in the action, and I'm glad we've not got a camera on you at this point, Mr. Jordan.
I'm very glad there's not a camera in the commentary box. I was jigging a little bit there to the music. I've got to say, while this is happening, the rain is coming down just that fraction more right now. So all the drivers who are out there in not their wetsuits are currently getting soaked before they go out for their wet racing, which is probably not the nicest thing to have to deal with. But sure, enjoying the show, and there you can see again plethora of the officials in the background there. Great to see so many of them here for what is the 60th anniversary of the CIK FIA Karting World Championships. And again, to be back here in the United Kingdom, such a great honour. Like I say, the last time the Worlds was here, I think, cast your mind back 2017 for that one. The Europeans was here in 2018, a year later, but it has not been since then, since the FIA Karting Paddock has been back here, and I think a great year to come back for it.
Yeah, and obviously the last few years there's been so many challenges for nations around the world that probably prevented the championships coming back to PF International. But the amount of work that's gone in by the team, as I have a look at David Manchester there in the centre, has been a big part of the team here at Trent Valley Kart Club and PF International, getting things ready for pretty much the full last 12 months, whilst you know, the announcement was made later on in the autumn of 2023 that the World Championships were going to come back to PFI, and meticulous preparation that's been going on not just through the days and weeks into September, but I say I remember being back here for an event, I think back in March time, when it was even colder than it is today, and they were doing preparations, making changes, making improvements to the circuit and the facilities. It's a fantastic effort that's been put in by the whole team.
Certainly has, as now we get ready for the youngest group to head out onto the circuit. They've got lots to learn in the world of dancing, and I'm sure maybe even in the world of racing, of course, as well, because not just dancing, because we like to include as many people as we can in this, and a plethora of female races over the course of the season. Most notably, I think, in the historics here this weekend, we have got the likes of Alicia Palmowski, who's next year announced for F1 Academy. This year's GB4 racing in that one is being tutored actually at the moment, and by Chris Hodgetts, who's also out there on track. Le Mans BTCC star as well, part of the BHKC, the British Historic Karting Club as well. Really pushing that one forward, mentoring Alicia in the world of racing, and certainly has delivered some really incredible things.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what Alicia Palmowski does. We've both had the pleasure of watching her race previously, and great to see that path for talent to come through the sport being provided. And indeed, the performances continuing out on circuit from the Spotlight Stars, and say ages 3 and upwards, that they have groups dancing and learning their skills and crafts. The spectators around the circuit, I think most people at the moment are on this near side of the circuit, kind of shrouded from the weather. It's blowing across the circuit right now. Great to see so many spectators here this weekend. Huge event, of course, being a World Championship, but the karting community in the United Kingdom have properly turned out in force to support this latest edition of the FIA Karting World Championships.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see there as the dancers really getting into their routine now. Fantastic to see there some of the many ages from the Spotlight Starts cheer group demonstrating in front of the drivers, many of the officials as well here, and of course the viewers at home and the spectators here at the circuit. But again, as they finalise their performance, I can't imagine dancing at that age. From me, when I was that age, all I wanted to do was run around in circles and not do anything. But here you can see some of the best in the UK dancing for us here at PF International Circuit, and another roaring round of applause there from the crowd as the drivers get themselves all primed, ready to go for this one. But amazing stuff from the Spotlight Dance Group as well. Good to hear that. Good to see that the parachuters have cleared the circuit as well, so they're not still stuck out there, which is brilliant to see. As the last few rousing round of applause for the youngest of the Spotlight Dance Group head back into the shelter of the pre-grid, and more of the group heading out onto the circuit now, again really showcasing the best of the dancers here in the UK.
Absolutely, and I think we've got another group coming out to perform for us, another age group of older dancers who've no doubt been doing dancing themselves since a very, very early age. Just waiting for the music to start. Quick rundown if you're just joining us of the schedule for the final races here this afternoon. We're about less than 40 minutes away from the start of the OKN final, first ever FIA Karting World Cup for OKN. In a way, I think for those drivers, they're the ones I feel sorry for in terms of the conditions, because unlike other drivers, they've got less experience around this circuit, less experience with the category as well, and they have probably had no running at all in wet conditions. With this circuit and the karts that they've been running.
Yeah, exactly. So looking forward to that one. And of course, yeah, Historics as well. They're going to be going out for their demonstration on this also. They've got probably some of the hardest and oldest tyres on their karts. That's certainly going to be an interesting one. Because the way they drive those historic karts as well is sideways all the time. And you can only imagine what it's like in the wet conditions. But like we were saying, over the course of this weekend, all these drivers have dealt with the dry stuff. Even this morning for the superheats, all dry for them. We only had that one superheat, the second and the last of them for the seniors, where it got a little bit dicey there, and that's something that what you could be expecting to see into these finals, the unknown, because they're going into quite literally the unknown with these brand new wet tyres.
Indeed, and the amount of grip that's the amount of rubber that's been laid down, particularly through the first couple of corners, those sweeping bends through the Bruno Ferrari S's. I know from my own experience of driving around this circuit in much less powerful machinery. It can be very, very tricky in wet conditions. So the drivers will be putting them through the mud. I think they'll have been watching. There's been a lot of races here where there's video footage, for example. So you can, even if you've not driven the circuit before, there's lots of resources out there that you can lean upon. And of course, the experience of the teams that are running here this weekend, they will know over the years and years of experience and previous visits to PFI how to deal with the wet conditions.
Yeah, certainly so, but we will have to wait for that one, because those finals coming up in a few moments' time, as the Spotlight Stars end their presentation, and a fantastic show for the crowd here at PF International Karting Circuit. There you saw very briefly the announcement there of the Historics that will be coming out onto the circuit in a few moments' time for their demonstration. A real bout of history that will be heading out on the circuit for a 20-minute session before we start the finals later on today, as the drivers will slowly start to make their way back into Parc Fermé, back into the pre-grid. But you can imagine now the damage is done because they're out there in the rain, and now they're all soaking.
It might be time to get the heaters out for particularly for the juniors and the seniors. They've got a bit of an advantage in that they've got a bit more time to get themselves ready. Medals proudly round their necks. Now is the time to start focusing on the racing here this afternoon. Big thanks once again to the First K-Thorpe and Dukes Covert Scouts group, founded in 1907. They've been absolutely fantastic here this afternoon, waving the flags of all the nations represented here for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships.
Exactly, and we'll get a prime seat and viewing spot for what is set to be an enthralling few finals that are a moment away from coming out onto the track as the field makes their way back into the paddock area. And again, they can start to relax, but now the thinking caps come on. Now you have to think setup. What are we going to change? We've been dry all weekend. We need to get the second chassis ready. We need to think about wet tyres. How are we going to deploy them? Do we even go for wet tyres? I'm looking out on that track right now, and, well, that's definitely a wet line. It's definitely a wet track. But with the rain, it's very fine. As I like to call it, it's that really dry rain. If you're standing there as a person, it's not really getting you wet. But everything else is getting soaked versus that really wet rain that when you stand out in it and you can't see it, but you get soaked.
Well, the other factor here, although I think the wind has died down a little bit over the past 20 minutes or so, is that when the wind does start whipping through the features here at PF International, this track can dry quite quickly. So this is, I wouldn't say almost that it is the worst case scenario, because that rain is still falling. I think right now, yes, you would still go for a wet tyre as opposed to taking a bit of a risk on the slicks and hope that it then dries out across the course of the race. But if the rain does stop and you do get that wind whipping in, that's when it gets tricky. How do you make the call? They're longer races, of course, these finals as well. You know, for the senior age groups, the OKN and the OK, they'll be doing 22 laps, 19 laps for the juniors. And I say, this track can change quick. It only takes 2 or 3 laps when we get into that drying phase for the circuit in turn from where you very much need that wet tyre, because you know, if you're on a slick tyre, you can't keep the heat in. You end up sliding a lot, particularly down in through the hairpins to, bam, the circuit turns on, and then you very much want to be on the other tyre.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, it's going to be the historics coming out on the circuit in a few moments' time. So if you're here at the circuit, get your viewing spots at the ready, because you're going to see some of the best of classic karts out on the circuit. But if you're viewing at home, we're going to take a short break. We're going to leave the cameras out on the circuit so you can witness some of the historics out there. But in around 32 minutes' time, we'll be heading out onto the circuit for the first of the finals. They will be starting at around 2, and it'll be kick-starting with the OKN final. Then we head to the juniors, hopefully starting at around 3 o'clock, and then the senior final. The best of world karters will be taking to the track at around 3:45 local time here in the United Kingdom. We'll be back very soon, but don't go anywhere for the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championships coming up in half an hour's time. It's time for the World Championships to get underway here at PF International Kart Circuit in Lincolnshire, in the United Kingdom. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box for the next 3 enthralling races that's about to get underway around this 1.3-kilometre circuit in the heart of the United Kingdom. So many drivers entered into this weekend. They've been whittled down to just 36 in the senior and junior categories. In the OKN, it's a full capacity grid of 26 drivers, and that is coming up next. OKN final 22 laps, 30.5-kilometre race distance about to enter onto the circuit. It has been an up and down enthralling weekend for the OKN category as they get ready for their inaugural World Cup Championship round here at PF International. And in the last race that we saw earlier on today that kick-started the day, it was Hugo Heron from France who topped that board and taking a win. But let's have a look at the class itself. Drivers aged 14 plus, entries 29 into the weekend, 16 different nationalities, but that's been whittled down to the 26 drivers that we have in this final. The kart itself, 125cc engine, but outputting 35 brake horsepower, very quick kart. Minimum weight though, 155 kilos, that is including driver. Any kilo underneath that or gram underneath that, you might find yourself in a spot of bother with the technical scrutineers out there. Tyres these drivers are using this weekend, the Maxxis option tyres, the MAO tyres on the track, but the wet tyres may be being used right now. The Maxxis Rain, the MW tyre, out on circuit. They have used 1.5 sets throughout the weekend, but they get 2 sets of wets, and they're about to deploy them for the first ever time. Brand new wets, I suspect, for this final. Or we might actually, Andrew, see slicks. I don't know, because there's dry patches out there on the circuit. There's definitely a wet line, and the threat of more rain in the sky is going to put a little bit of tension, I think, on the mechanics and the drivers of what they want to deploy. Will it be the wets? Will it be the slicks?
I really don't know. I don't know which way you go with this, because I say the wind's picked up again here at the circuit. So, yeah, for a lot of these drivers who have probably not driven in conditions like this before, what a prospect for the inaugural OKN World Cup final.
Certainly so, and let's take you through that full starting lineup for this one. Kyo Lee from South Korea starts it on pole position. He'll have Hugo Heron from France starting alongside Zsombor Kovacs and Harrison Whittingham from the United Kingdom going from row number 2. Gino Rocchio from Italy and Cole Hewitson from South Africa round out row number 3. They will have the Brazilian of Enzo Prando and the Italian of Federico Rossi on row number 4. Lucas Moura from Brazil and Francesco Marenghi rounding out row number 5 and the top 10. Let's see what they can do from that position. Row 6 sees Turkey, Bata Yildirim and Alan Truska from the Czech Republic on row number 6.
Continuing on row number 7, Thomas Mintz-Spearing starts alongside Mbora Razafindra-Tsimba. Heitor Farias from Brazil starts on the 8th row of the grid next to Gerardo Peralta. Simon Levente and Mohamed Vali go from the 9th row of the grid, completing the top 20. From Uruguay, it's Matilda Itzkovic and Xiang Hao Peng. Row 11, Marilyn Antonio and Nicholas Tomasella starts 21st and 22nd on the grid, ahead of Gabriel Kafka and Michaelis Evangelou on row number 12. It's a 26-strong field completed by Michael Bezendenho and Jan Lang.
Well, again, 26 drivers about to take to the field for the inaugural OKN Cup there. Jakob Cameron popping up on our grid, but don't believe he's out in this one. OKN, they'll be heading out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. But like we were talking about a few moments ago, those tyres, we just don't know, because that shot right there shows dry patches on the inside going into the Bruno Ferrari S's, but on the racing line, it's still wet. There, some of the hard-working marshals getting ready, primed, stretching the legs before the start of this one. And they're getting themselves ready for this as the engines fire up and the field heads out onto the circuit. And already, Hugo Heron, who's supposed to be starting on the front row of the grid, has spun at turn number 1. And I suspect then, Andrew, slick tyres are on board.
I'm not sure. A lot of the runners that I saw run past have got that white band on the sidewall indicating
I think he's got white band on as well.
On a wet tyre, but it's still a cold wet tyre. A cold wet tyre that's not been used. Now this is a really important moment for Heron's final because he's got to get it going. He's got to give it the best of pushes to get going. That's it.
He can't have any more attempts. No,
that's
you can't,
it.
Heron. You can't, Hugo. You can't do it again. I know you're going to want to try and get it restarted, but you only get the one attempt. Lad, you're out. The Frenchman goes no further in the inaugural World Cup for OKN. He was due to start on the front row of the grid, and a lapse in concentration knocks him out before the race has even started. Absolutely devastating. The eyes in race control will have noted that, and they will have seen that, you know, you can't have another attempt to push it, and if he had got going, he would have got the penalty. And there you can see Chris Lambret, Joanna Falcao and David Manchester watching in race control, and I'm sure they're feeling for the young Frenchman as well, because that is absolutely heartbreaking.
That is a really... Oh, there's another driver off. There's another driver off in the Mike Wilson complex, off to driver's right. I'm trying to make out who it is. It's the 424 out there. I think that's another one of... It's Marilyn and Antonio who's going to be out. That's not going to get pulled out of the barriers. And sadly, Marilyn Antonio is also not going to see the race start.
Well, that is a huge blow for two drivers in this race. One starting on the front row of the grid, one starting on the 11th row of the grid. And they're unceremoniously being dragged off the circuit there again by the marshalling team and the intervention marshals there repairing the barriers as well. The field now already down 2 drivers in this one as we go live on board with the PRK ASD driver from Italy, Federico Rossi, on the 412, who has impressed over the course of this weekend, has had some good results, has been inside the top 10 constantly, and is pushing away. Out the commentary box window, though, there's more turmoil for another driver, the 425, going no further, and that is Michalis Evangelou, and that's the other Cypriot driver who is due to be starting in this race. Are both entries from Cyprus out of this final before it's even started? The answer to that is yes. He's out. He kicks the kart in anger, and he goes no further in this World Cup. But the rest of the group get themselves ready into the tram lines. Are we racing? Yes, we are. We are away on green racing down in towards turn number 1. They're skittish as they try to find the traction out on the circuit, but Kyo Lee gets through the Bruno Ferrari S's unscathed as he makes his way up the banking for the first time.
22 laps underway then for the first ever OKN World Cup final. I think in these early stages, Anthony, it's just about survival. Keep yourself in the race. It's a long race. You're going to see the drivers using a lot of the curbs in these early stages, down in towards the first hairpin. There's one driver who's already spun, has not made it up and round onto the bridge. We'll identify fully who that is in a moment. On board with Federico Rossi, you can see the different lines being taken through.
I think it might have been
number 2. Yeah, Cole Hewitson has not come round through hairpin number 1. I thought it was one of the Beyond Racing team. That's a real shame for the South African, but a good start, it would seem, for Kyo Lee. Harrison Whittaker, what was a couple of drivers running out wide. The 403 Evento Brando was off on the geo block there, getting in a bit of a tussle with Federico Rossi through the Mike Wilson complex. It's a very, very nervy start.
Well, you've got to forgive the drivers on this one. These conditions are the worst you could possibly have because it's a half and half circuit right now. It's half wet, it's half dry, and it's not really fully wet. There's no spray kicking up in the air. It's a damp track. The wet tyres don't work in these conditions. The wet tyres are designed to disperse water to help get the rubber down onto the track, and there you're seeing more karts just losing it on the banking, and we've lost a couple more from this race. We're tumbling down, and there, that looks like that's Matilda Itzkovic out of this race. The driver from Uruguay going no further, and she tumbles down the order.
Real shame there. That was just a loss of grip on the outside. There's another kart on driver's left who just peered through and under the bridge. There is a move for third place into the Fullerton S's there. Merengue has got past and through past Kovacs. Harrison Whittaker is under investigation now. That's very early And I did think at the start, Harrison, don't jump the start. Has he possibly done just that? He, of course, had no driver immediately ahead of him. Again, he's also had an investigation. Normally, when it's this early in a race, Anthony, we're looking at the very start of things.
Yeah, we certainly are, as down the inside there, nice change, and through goes Heita Farias, through on his fellow countryman. But the rest of the race still carrying on here. Kyuho Lee breaking away at the front, 1.4 seconds clear from the rest of the field. But Gino Rocchio for Italy, he's on that ASD Monster K factory team kart, and he's pushing his way from second place towards Kyuho Lee. But we'll keep an eye on that gap because they're both clear. This is third place backwards. And at the moment, it is Francesco Marenghi who leads that one. He's up 7 places in this race at the moment, giving it a Italian 2-3 at the moment. Zombor Kovac still there in P4. He's got Heita Farias still behind him on the Parallel Motorsport kart from Brazil as well. He's trying to close in. And there you can see Harrison Whitcomb, who was the pole sitter in time qualifying, currently sitting down in 7th place. He's just not had the start he wanted, and like you were saying, is under investigation. On board with Federico Rossi, and this lap here will just show how technical and how demanding it is on these drivers.
It is indeed. It's a good amount of grip through the final part of the circuit. End of the third lap. Let's go on board through the Bruno Ferrari S's there for Federico Rossi. You'll see the different lines to the inside. Oh, massive slide for the Italian going on to the banking now. Late apex, a lot of apex there onto the Litchfield Bridge for Rossi. Off it again through turn number 5. Now the long run. Wait. Pick your braking marker. Really tricky in these conditions into hairpin number 1 through turn number 6. That's nicely done by Federico Rossi. Immediately you start thinking about hairpin number 2. Another opportunity to overtake. Whitcomb goes out wide. We'll get a good launch off of hairpin 2. Next up, Fullerton S's, arguably the hardest corners in conditions like this. Good amount of curb from Rossi there through 8 and 9. Bobby Game corner is next. He looks quicker than Whitcomb at the moment. He's going to slip down the inside on the entry to the Mike Wilson complex. Right, then into the left through the little corner of turn 12, then 13. 14th for the final part of the Mike Wilson complex. That's a lap of this PF International circuit in these damp conditions.
And for Federico Rossi there, an absolutely superb attempt at it and getting past Harrison Whitcomb, like we're saying, live on board there for a full lap here around the 1.3 kilometre Lincolnshire-based circuit. Now, is there more karts accumulating up there? I think there might be. It is. Thomas Min Spearing is the latest of them, and he's out of this race. I think Nicholas Thomas Seller is another one also out of this race. We started this one with 26 runners. We're down to less than 20, and we're nearly down to just 15 runners in this one here, Andrew.
Yeah, and it's going to get even more difficult as the race goes on because, as you mentioned earlier, Anthony, it's not raining at the moment. If it is, it's very light. The circuit is also drying all the time. These Maxxis wet tyres are a very capable tyre, but this is not the set of conditions that they're really designed for. As Rossi looks down the inside there of Prando. This is over 6th place going through the Mike Wilson complex. Round to complete the 5th lap of this final. Kyuho Lee, what a job he is doing as down the inside. This is once again Prando and Rossi, and I think Rossi has made it work up into that 6th place. But Kyuho Lee, we said earlier, I think he just took it a little bit easy in heat number 3, and I can understand that because he had such a big lead in the intermediate classification with those 2 wins yesterday in the heats that we saw on Saturday. Well, he's turned it on again here. He is some 5/6 tenths a second quicker. H Lap is the driver in the Beyond Racing team of 422. 4.5 seconds is the lead he's got. That is a mammoth amount of time.
It certainly is, and with the time that we've got left as well, he's still got a full race to do here. We're lap 6 of 22, so this is going to be a long time coming. You know, you've got to see, for Kyuho Lee, it's not over. Yes, okay, no. He's got that 4.5 second lead, but you're seeing how difficult the conditions out there, and they're ever changing. going on. The track may be getting drier out there. I'm sure that the next group are probably thinking, right, what are we going to do? Are we going to go for slicks or are we going to go for wet? But what's the rain saying again? Because we're completely covered by cloud here. We could just get a pocket of rain that randomly lands over the circuit. So you just have no idea what these drivers are going to have to go through. As a big step out there for Federico Rossi again. He is pushing that kart as hard as he can, but this is what we're talking about now. You saw how that kart was jumping. It means that the grip levels are so incredibly high. Those tyres are just massively overheated now because there's no wet track out there at all now.
And it's really difficult in terms of, in some ways, I think there's an argument out there to go, right, we'll just shred the tyres, get it down to almost like a bald slick, but that's actually really hard to do. Remember some races that we had in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy earlier in the year as we have a look at the 410 of Francesco Maranghi getting a bit out of shape out of Pitts Bend. We had some conditions like this at Val d'Argentel, didn't we, mate, where the Academy drivers had gone out on fresh, wet tyres on a pretty much drying circuit, and to the credit of the compound and the structure of the tyre, we were expecting they might fall apart, that you'd see some real problems, but that wasn't the case. Now, it wasn't good for the drivers in that they didn't have the slickness of the tyre to then use in a dry condition, but yeah, the tyres, based on what we've seen earlier on in the season with the Maxxis wets, is that they probably will stay with that tread between now and the end of the race.
No, exactly. Here's an on-board replay here from Federico Rossi, just showing how difficult it is out there, and a look at those tyres. And despite Maxxis doing their level best of developing a tyre that can withstand conditions such as this, these tyres are screaming for help out there. Down the inside goes Simon Levente. He gets his move done there. That's a little further down in the order. But he's pushing his way up right now, looking very strong. Gets past Alan Truska for P9, up 8 places. We are down to 15 runners, and Mbora Razafindra Simba is the driver currently in 15th, because we've lost Enzo Brando, we've lost Lucas Mora, we've lost Michael Besedanu. They are the latest retirements in this race among half of the other grid.
Good battle there between Levente and Truska. Truska fought back, but in the end, it is the driver from Hungary who was won out in that battle. Will now try and set about closing that 2-second gap to Mohamed Wali down. Biggest mover out in this race. And how about a story here? Heitor Farias up 12 places onto the podium at the moment. A fantastic drive from the Brazilian racing for Powerlin Motorsports, and he's pretty quick in the first sector as well. Let's keep an eye on this, because this is going to become a bit of a time management race. There is Heitor Farias going through the Fullerton S's. We saw some sliding out from the Historics not too long ago. I think we're going to see that again in the second half of this race. Zsombor Kovacs there as well, another one of the drivers from Hungary, still in contention for a podium place in this inaugural OKN World Cup. Great to have the category here this weekend. Very much hoping that this burgeoning category continues to grow into 2025 and beyond. Another move for Mohamed Wali out there that you can report in on. Up 11 places now. He's just got past Harrison Whittaker for 7th place.
Certainly has. Getting scattered reports out there from the circuit that there's some spots of rain falling from the sky once more. That may help those drivers out just that little bit. And it also puts the ball back into the next finals court, really. The juniors, they're in that mindset again, slicks or wets. But if it, again, is it on and off with the raining? What's going to happen? We don't know. It's just that fine line, isn't it? On lap 10 here, Kyo Lee. Is he out of danger? 5 seconds still, the gap, absolutely fine. This battle here, though, on your screen, as close as it could be, Marenghi and Rossi, the two Italians that will be battling away with each other. There's your race leader, Kyo Lee, going through the Bruno Ferrari S's. I think he's got it into his head now that the track is dry and he can take essentially the normal racing line and just push as hard as he can. Doesn't need to worry about traction levels being too low. The only thing he's got to worry about is just how much he's wrecking those tyres.
Well, yeah, I think he's not getting too aggressive at the wheel, so from my experience, I don't think he'll be wrecking those tyres too much. And again, we do see that the tread blocks are really good at staying integral as part of the tyre from similar conditions that we've seen in other events of the FIA karting calendar. But again, if there is a sudden downpour of rain and there is a significant difference between each driver's tyres, and there is a driver out there who's kept their tread blocks particularly good, they could still have a chance with 12 laps to go. And judging from our rain radar, it was a little bit tricky to predict things around this circuit. I think that was some rain that's passed through that spot of yellow and green, but what is coming behind? That's, I think, the next question.
Well, you see that when it starts the animation, you see that we're in that dry spot right now. That's where we are currently. That's predicting the next few moments, and it's predicting that another huge rain band is going to be coming over the circuit. The only thing that we don't know about that brand of rain is how intense it is, because again, it's a very light color there. You saw a dash of yellow showing a little bit harder rain, but again, we just didn't know what was going to be happening. Fastest up of the race, though, Zsombor Kovacs with a 104.2. Again, pace is not there right now amongst all the drivers in the field. In the 408, it's starting to close in on this driver here. Heitor Farias from Brazil for the Paralympic Motorsport team, who's up 12 places in this final and is looking to stand on a podium.
Absolutely. On the top right-hand corner, Alan Truska is under investigation. The driver of the 407 for Hagen Racing. He's currently in 9th place. He's up 3 places, but has got the attention of the race officials on him there. Here is the fight involving the 409 and the 415. This is all around 10th, 11th, 12th place. Yildirim, Lorente and Kafington. I think Lorente's had a problem out there, because Lorente is up ahead of Truska not that long ago and has now fallen back. Harrison Whitcomb, it's a real tough race this for Harrison Whitcomb. He came into this weekend with so much hope for the weekend. A lot of experience around the circuit. That is more rain than I think I can see on the camera there down at the banking. Yeah, it's not the final that he would have expected at the moment there in 8th place. But again, if the weather changes, you never know.
Exactly that, and there is still a long way to go in this race as wheel-to-wheel action in towards hairpin number 1. Down the inside there, Simon Levente, but he runs out wide onto the geo block there, and through back will go Gabriel Kafka in the 415, the driver in that VDK outfit, pushing his way through. The driver from Mexico certainly delivering here, but again, so many of these drivers here probably not used to these conditions, as off the track is that another retirement there, and that's Mbora Razafindrasimba, unfortunately, has tried to get it restarted now. That was that attempt 1? I think it was. It was. Mbora Razafindrasimba, unfortunately, is out of this race, and he becomes the latest of multiple retirements in this race. We're down to just 14 runners as the rain once again, Andrew, starts to fall here at PF International.
This is some of the heaviest rain that we've seen so far today. It's still not torrential. It's not in terms of needing to stop the race. We're nowhere near that level at this point, but this could just throw things up in the air a little bit. Let's keep, well, the lap times have dropped. The lap times have gone into the 1:06s, the 1:07s. See if any of the drivers out there, apart from Kiyolidi, can turn the tide in this race, because right now Kiyolidi just needs to keep it nice and steady. Don't drive too quick, drive to the conditions. 6.3 second lead for the driver representing South Korea. Doesn't need to take any unnecessary risks at this point. That's another lap ticked on by. 8 of them to go.
Oh dear.
As out is the 410. That's Marangi. Marangi, who was in 5th place, was in the background. The 404 has gone as well. That's Yan Jiang for Ward Racing. The driver from China who'd gone up 13 spots is out of this race. Marshall's running to intervene.
He's had another attempt. He wasn't even allowed that attempt, and the marshal was ploying with him, saying, no, you can't do that, and the marshal gets it out of the way. It's going to be difficult to do. You can see the other car in the background as well, off the track. They're dropping like flies here, Andrew. That's another 2 retirement. We're down to 12 runners out there as the rain comes down. And the problem that you're seeing here is drivers who have now got superheated, shredded Maxxis wet tyres on board after driving on a dry track, effectively, It's now gone wet again, and they just have no traction out there whatsoever. And there you're seeing now changing for third place. Zsombor Kovacs through.
Onto the podium goes Zsombor Kovacs there. He's kept his tyres in decent nick. Heitor Farias trying to go around the outside there. And you can see, even though there's still not a lot of water on the track, the back end of Farias's kart is all over the place at the moment. He's struggling to get, he's got the worst of everything. He can't get it turned in on initial turn in because of understeer, because the fronts aren't in great shape. And then when he gets on the power, there's no grip on the rear axle, as well as that then steps out. Understeer and oversteer at the same time. A driver's nightmare, Anthony.
It certainly is. But a question's looming in my head here, because on that previous lap we saw already two drivers who had gone off on that part of the track, Marengi and Jan Lang, in towards the Fullerton S's. Now there's no yellow flags flowing, so the yellow flags weren't out, but there were yellow flags now. So those yellow flags came out just after that overtake. But there was a worry in my mind that the drivers may have just missed that. But showing these pictures here confirms there were, at that time, no yellow flags are out on circuit, and it was a legal overtake there. But seeing the yellow flags out there after that overtake instantly happened, I had a flutter of the heart, thinking, oh, did he not notice it?
Indeed, so just keeping an eye on the lap times out there. 1 minute 19.0 for the race leader, Kyo Lee. 1 minute 18.5 for Zsombor Kovacs. So Kovacs has got some good speed at the moment. Now we should notice both of these drivers are back on to the podium. I think that's because Gino Rocchio's gone as well out there. Anthony, Gino Rocchio for ASD Monster K is no longer circulating. Federico Rossi could still have a chance here. This is the 409 of Simon Levente, the 416 of Gerardo Peralta. Two of the VDKs running in the top 9 at the moment, down to 11 drivers, all still on the lead lap. These are the ones who've been able to keep it on the island there or thereabouts. Anybody else further down the order going quickly? Oh, now I tell you what, Harrison Whittaker's just put in a 1:19.1. He's now the fastest driver on circuit, so maybe the hopes of a podium for the Welshman aren't fully extinguished yet.
Well, not extinguished yet, but he's a long way down here, Andrew. He's got such a huge gap between himself and the drivers in front. He's 24 seconds off Kyo Lee. If he wants a podium, he's 14 seconds off a podium right now. But like we say, anything could happen. Here, though, on your screen, Truska still battling away. You can see there he's got the drivers behind, trying to close in. 407 still looking strong right now. He's got past Mohamed Wali as there's yellow flags out on the circuit. Who's off the circuit? It's the
Peralta.
416. It is Gerardo Peralta from Mexico, is the latest of multiple retirements in this OKN World Cup final. The inaugural race, or inaugural World Cup for the OKN class, only recently introduced a brand new engine, a brand new category for the world of modern karting. And in this one, let's see how it happened. You can see they're going into the corner, first of all, tried to get it through, and then all that big oversteer moment from him there. And there you're already seeing from Peralta that the back end had no traction whatsoever. And then later on the lap, it finally bit him too hard.
And yeah, you particularly need rear grip in terms of stability into hairpin 1. I do wonder if he's gone off through hairpin 1 and then gone through the cut through. The other option is that he's gone and lost it on the exit of the Fullerton S's, which again is an area where you need a lot of rear axle stability. Still very stable out there. Kyo Lee, 8.5 seconds the lead for the Beyond Racing team driver at the moment. That has just come down a little bit in recent laps, but he's still comfortable, still looking good right now to add this final victory to the 2 heat wins that he had yesterday. The bigger news, though, this is for a World Cup win. End of lap 18, 4 to go.
Yep, certainly so. And, well, we'll watch here Kyo Lee for a lap or two, because, again, you're just seeing there the tentativeness, even for him at the front here. It's showing how treacherous those conditions are for these drivers, as, again, we see Truska here in P6, and believe it or not, there's only 4 karts still circulating behind him in this race. Only down to 10 drivers now in this race. It's unbelievable. You're seeing there the drivers, Peralta, the latest of them, 2 laps down. Rocchio retiring from the race. Marengi retiring. Jan Lang retiring. Wenbora, Razafinder Simba retiring as well. Enzo Paranda, you have Lucas Mora, Michael Abacedano, you've got Nicholas Tomasella, Matilda Itzkovic, Zhang Hepang is out of this race as well. Hugo Heron, Cole Hewitson, Thomas Minspearing, Marilyn Antonio, and Michalis Evangelou, and all of these drivers out. The biggest one, though, and the one that it started with, Hugo Heron at the start of this race, and yeah, he's had to watch all of this unfold in front of him.
Absolutely. What I will say is, I don't think this race is over, Anthony, because Zsombor Kovacs has just taken 2.5 seconds out of the race leader in the space of about a lap and a half. If he keeps at that rate, there's a chance here that he could catch Kyo Lee going on to the last lap. The gap was 6 seconds. It's now 5.4. It's now 5.4. That gap is coming down. 1 minute 19.0 for Lee last time around. 1 minute 17.2 for Kovacs. Kovacs took 1.8 seconds out of Lee on that lap alone. 3 to go. He's 5.4 behind, as this is Rossi having a little bit of a cut through the grass, gets it back on track, and is still there in 4th place. But let's just keep an eye here. What can Kyo Lee do? Can he respond? As long as he can get himself up to the same pace as Zsombor Kovacs, he's fine. He's got a 5.3 second lead, and he does so through sector number 1. Does Zsombor Kovacs dare go any harder, go any faster? Because there's the risk. You know, you push right to the edge in these conditions. It's, you know, you break 1 meter too late, you turn in a little bit too much, and round you go. What's sector 2 like? It's taken another 7/10 out of him. 4.6 is now the gap. Lee is doing just about enough right now, but this is not going to be a comfortable finish.
It certainly isn't. 4.6 seconds is the gap, and Kyo Lee might start sweating here in the race lead. There they are. They're both on the same start-finish straight. What's the gap now? 4.6. It's down to 3.6. Another second taken out of that lead gap as we go on to lap 21 of 22. These two drivers will see the last lap board this time, but Andrew, my maths isn't great, but I don't think that's going to be enough for Kovacs unless he can pull a miracle lap out on these last couple of them.
Well, the thing is, if he can get within the range where if Lee looks over his shoulder, this is also a psychological battle out there for the drivers. Kovacs has just taken another 4/10 out of Kyo Lee. If you could try and get in the peripheral vision of Kyo Lee, that you never know, he could just spook the race leader a little bit out there and put the driver for Beyond Racing Team under a bit of pressure. Sector 2 is where Kovacs has been really, really good. 23.7. Look you can
at this.
See visually 1.3 seconds. Kovacs took 1.3 seconds out of Kyo Lee on the last lap of the race. It's the tight and twisty stuff. Kovacs, you can just see he's getting the kart pivoted around a little bit here and there, better than Kyo Lee. We've got 1 more lap to go. This race looked to be over. Oh, now Kyo Lee realises, he checks over his shoulder and goes, where on earth have you come from? 1.4 seconds the gap, and last time around Kovacs was 2.2 quicker.
Well, let's see what happens, but again, the gap just manages itself right now. It's back to 1.4, but look at Kovacs here, a much tighter line there onto the Litchfield Bridge. He looks so much more comfortable on that kart, but I think Lee knows now that that gap is closing in. I think Lee was taking it super calm out there. I could see the Beyond team were down on the sidelines. They're beneath the commentary box, and I can see the hand gestures coming in for them. They're saying that the gap is getting smaller. You need to go. You need to try and open up, and it comes down to 1.3. But with the time they've got left here, I think this is all in Kyo Lee's hands.
This is where Kovacs has been strong, though, through sector number 2. They're out of the Fullerton S's. Kyo Lee is into Bobby Game corner. Can he keep it on the road? He checks over the shoulder again. He manages the gap. That was much better. A sector 2 for Kyo Lee. He only lost 4/10. Surely he's got it now. Kyo Lee for South Korea and Beyond Racing Team. Oh, he nearly lost it on the last corner. Here comes Kovacs. He's giving it everything. But Kyo Lee becomes the first ever FIA Karting OKN World Cup winner by 0.5 seconds ahead of Hungary's Zsombor Kovacs. What a run from Kovacs. He took it to the end. He closed down a lead of nearly 8 seconds to put the race winner under a lot of pressure right at the end there, but relief for Kyo Lee in these testing conditions at PF International. He taps the kart in satisfaction. He's done the job. The team have done the job. 3 race wins from 4 starts here this weekend at PF International, but it's the big one there, Anthony. Kyo Lee is your first ever OKN World Cup winner.
Absolutely superb. South Korea can stand on top of a world stage here in the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting World Championships in the inaugural World Cup. Kyo Lee takes it from Zsombor Kovacs. Hayter Farias finishing in 3rd place from Federico Rossi in P4. Harrison Whitcomb from Alan Truska, Mohamed Wale from Gabriel Kafka, Bati Yildirim from Simon Levente round out the 10 finishers in that race. My goodness, so many, 16 retirements, Andrew, unheard of in FIA karting.
And that's what these conditions are about. It's about the driver being able to keep it calm and cool and get to the end of the race. And for Kyo Lee, what a race win, and I think he's fully deserving of this new title. He's had the best race pace across the course of the weekend. I think he's mighty relieved, though. He just taps his chest a bit like, oh, that was a little bit close right at the end, but he had it in full control. And I've got to say, his management on that last lap was very good. It said it was Sector 2, where Zsombor Kovacs was taking a lot of time out of Kyo Lee in the latter stages. And he just managed to raise his pace a little bit to mean that he wasn't under any kind of immediate pressure on that last lap going through sector number 3. Kyo Lee will go into the history books as the first ever winner of the OKN World Cup. Let's have a look at how he did it. Well, the drama started before we even got going. Hugo Heron, who was meant to be starting on the front row of the grid, out before the race had even begun, span on the formation lap, rolling out of the pits on cold, wet tyres. A devastating moment there for the Frenchman, who would go no further. Here was the race start. Kyo Lee from pole position, getting a good start. Good start as well for Zsombor Kovacs up into 2nd place. And it would be a question of, could the drivers get to grips quite literally with the conditions out there, conditions that they hadn't seen across the course of the weekend so far. It's a good start for Gino Rocchio as well, getting past Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb would fall down to 4th place. This was the scene into hairpin 1, different lines being taken at the very early apex or around the outside line through hairpin number 1. Federico Rossi provided some entertainment out there. This was his battle with the 403 of Enzo Prando in the early stages. Enzo, who'd run a little bit wide out of Bobby Game corner onto the Geo block, the early stages. The banking, quite a few drivers having trouble with the banking and picking the right line through there. Matilda Itzkovic left the race by the, lap 2. We'd already lost Michaelis Evangelou, Marilyn Antonio, Thomas been spearing, Cole Hewitson, all didn't see the end of the first lap. It really was one of the most attritional races that we have seen in recent years in FIA karting. Moving up the order was the 401 of Heitor Farias with a great drive, the Brazilian up 12 places and on the podium. Brilliant efforts, just showing what can happen in conditions like these. Further on through the race, there were good battles between the Powlin chassis runners out there. Zsombor Kovacs, who'd had a bit of a fall down the order in the opening quarter of the race, was now on the charge back, and maybe that was the difference between him winning this race or not. That was him down the inside of the 410 of Francesco Maranghi. That was for around 4th or 5th place on lap number 5. Maranghi would be another one of the retirements. The rain also came back in the middle of the race, meaning that any drivers who hadn't kept their tyres in good nick whilst we were in this drier phase of the race were going to be in trouble when that precipitation came down. Lap number 7, Kyo Lee had a big lead at this point. 410 of Francesco Maranghi running wide out of pit bend. The 407 of Alan Truska had a good fight out there with Simon Levente. Both of them made it to the finish and are rewarded with top 10 finishes in this first OKN World Cup final. This was another look down the inside. Simon Levente having a battle there with Gabriel Kafka. Great to see Gabriel Kafka make it to the end of the final. He had a really tough run through the heats, but best race at the last. A really good feeling there for Kafka. That was Mbora Razafindra Tsimba retiring from the race. There was another flurry of retirements with about 10 or 9 laps to go, including Yan Liang, also Francesco Marenghi there, going out after having an off through the Fullerton S's. Gino Rocchio would go out as well, and Gino Rocchio was potentially on for a podium here in this final. That was the spin for Yan Liang, coming also out of the Fullerton S's. Both of them unable to get their karts restarted. Into the latter stages, and this is what can happen sometimes in a final, particularly with changing conditions. Heitor Farias was having a bit of trouble out there. On lap 15, he lost position to Jambor Kovacs, with which the problems for Gino Rocchio meant that was Kovacs now up to second place, and not done on trying to close the race leader down. The gap was around 8 to 9 seconds up to Kyo Lee, but Kovacs set about eating that lead away. There were also still the continuing fight between the likes of Kafka, Barta Yildirim out there, another one of the finishers. This was the sliding around for Gerardo Peralta. Peralta was the last of the retirements, 6 from the end. Federico Rossi nearly joined them, and off through Bobby Game corner, found the grip on the geo block and managed to return to the circuit. Federico Rossi in the end would come home in 4th place, but the final lap, the rate at which Kovacs was closing, 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap, meant that Lee had to pull something out on the 22nd and final tour of the circuit. He did, and held on to win the first ever FIA Karting OKN World Cup by half a second here at PF International. A great moment for Kyo Lee. Relief for him and on the slow down lap, and relief for Beyond Racing team. Kyo Lee, who's got a good amount of experience racing across Europe. This is sure to be one of the highlights of his young career so far, taking victory and a really, really good weekend. It was a little bit set back in timed qualifying earlier on in the weekend, but as I say, his race pace this weekend has been absolutely fantastic all the way through, and he will go down in history as the inaugural OKN winner of this World Cup. Very much hope to see more from OKN in the future. Great to have all 26 drivers here this weekend. They'll have gone home, of course, with their medals for making it through into the final, and provided a very entertaining, very dramatic at times first final for us here today at PF International, the 2024 FIA Karting World Championships, the 60th anniversary of the first ever CIK FIA World Finals, and we've still got races to come here in Lincolnshire. The next race out on circuit will be the OK Junior Final. That is going to be a really interesting one to see what the different drivers do in terms of tyre choice. I think whether you're starting at the front or the back of the field could be quite a big influencing factor with that. You can see the trophies being prepared, though, for the podium for OKN. Onto the podium, first of all, then. Heitor Farias from Brazil for Paralin Motorsport.
Please welcome onto the podium for Hungary, it's Zsombor Kovacs.
Zsombor Kovacs as well onto the podium. Great drive for KMS Europe.
And
shaking
your
hands
race
there with
winner,
Heitor Farias.
representing South Korea, give it up for Kyo Lee.
And your winner, your first ever winner of the OKN World Cup, Kyo Lee for Beyond Racing Team.
Trophy for the Beyond Racing Team.
On the podium as well, team members for the team.
National anthem of South Korea. ladies and gentlemen. Give a huge round of
Great
applause
scenes
to
down
your
there
top
on the
three
podium.
in
The first ever top three in the FIA Karting OKN World Cup. And next it'll be the presentation of the trophies to our top three, Kyo Lee, Zsombor Kovacs and Heitor Farias. John Ryan presents the third place trophy to Brazil's Heitor Farias. What a drive, up 12 places, and look how happy he is to be there on the podium. That is how you bounce back after a difficult start to the competition. Hugh Chambers, Chief Executive for Motorsport UK, presents Zsombor Kovacs with the second place trophy. Brilliant drive and a great finish as well. Kept it entertaining and exciting all the way to the end. And your race winner, your new World Cup winner in OKN, Akbar Ibrahim, CIK FIA President, presents the winner's trophy to Beyond Racing Team's Kyo Lee. A brilliant victory, nervy at the end, nervy at the start as well with those tough conditions, but a well-deserving winner. Mattia Calder, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, presents the team's trophy to Beyond Racing Team. Great to see all of our trophy recipients there on the podium. There'll all, of course, be the wreaths as well. Very special moment to have these presented to Heitor Farias, Zsombor Kovacs, Kyo Lee and Beyond Racing Team. A fantastic scene to culminate this first ever FIA Karting OKN World Cup. Photos being taken there by the array of photographers down at the podium. Drivers all centre onto the top step for more of those photos with Hugh Chambers, John Ryan, Akbar Ibrahim and Mattia Calder. A special moment for Kyo Lee to know that he will be forevermore at the top of the list of the Roll of Honour for the OKN World Cup. And special to hold one of those large trophies. Always great here at a World Championships meeting to have those trophies. It's going to be quite a job getting one of those home, I imagine. Great to see supporters down in the paddock as well. Really good to see how many people have come to watch the OKN World Cup, and really do hope that we see this category continue to grow in future years. They can see all the photographers and the world's media, the karting media, will be getting busy with their report writing for that one. There's one last thing to do. It is the champagne for the podium drivers in the OKN World Cup final. They're already a little bit damp out there after the tough conditions here at PF International. But that champagne will taste, that bubbly will taste extra sweet after all the hard work that they've put in this weekend. So, 22 laps of the OKN World Cup completed, still more 2 races to go, and now we move into the World Championship finals, starting with OK Junior, 19 laps for them to go through to see who is going to emerge as your 2024 Junior World Champion. We started the meeting very much saying that, especially with Dries van Langendonk, who's been a bit of a dominant force in OK Junior in 2024, moving up to the senior category, this was anybody's game. People saying 20 drivers or so could potentially win this one. I'm actually going to go further than that. I think all 36 drivers, depending on how they make their choices across the next few moments out on circuit, they all have a chance because the weather conditions are on a knife edge here for the final in OK Junior. 26.5 kilometres ahead of our final 36 to decide who joins a list of names that in recent years has included the likes of Logan Sargent, the last time an American driver won this race. Victor Martins, who of course gone on to do great things in single seniors. Freddie Slater a few years ago won this race for the host nation. Keen Nakamura, Berta, Enzo Tarvanishkul, and as we mentioned, Dries van Langendonk won this race last year. The drivers from ages 12 to 14, 121 entries at the start of the meeting from 47 nations around the world. This is sure to be a belter for OK Junior. What are they running with, of course, in terms of power, in terms of materials for this category? Let's have a look at it. 125cc, outputting about 29 brake horsepower. The minimum weight, total including the driver, 140 kilograms. The kart weighing 70 kilograms. And as we say, tyre choice, I don't think we've had a race more important this year where the tyre choice is going to be key. They've been using the Maxxis options, of course, the orange band Maxxis tyre for most of their races this weekend with 1.5 sets. They will maybe using them for the final if they're feeling brave at the start of the race, but I do think we're going to see some use of the Maxxis Rain tyre for the first time this weekend in OK Junior. It is a damp track. The rain looks to have stopped right now, but the clouds are low and heavy in the sky. You never know when the heavens could open once again. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box ahead of this final, having completed his podium emceeing down there for the OK ends. Well, I said at the start of the week, we're saying probably, what, 20 drivers?
20, yeah, so.
I think we've put it up. Any of these drivers could win, and it's going to be really intriguing to see now. At the front of the grid, I can see wet tyres on the karts. I think that, if you're at the front of the grid, is the logical choice.
Now, yes, and I think it's a logical choice for many because you can see from that picture there, it's very much raining, and the big cloud that's looming over the back of the circuit is slowly creeping its way here. And I'm not going to lie, Andrew, they're the darkest clouds we've seen so far this weekend, and I suspect we might be hit by quite an almighty deluge in a few moments' time. Engines are heading, karts are heading out onto the circuit. Engines will be firing up very, very soon later on today. But in a few moments' time, we'll talk about a few of these drivers because, well, what a day it has been for many of them. There you can see Illy Christian from Canada, who's lining up on the 10th row of the grid, P19. Illy Christian was a driver who started right up at the sharp end in many of the races going into this weekend, but unfortunately some bad results have resulted in dropping down the order a little bit. But let's take you through the starting lineup for this one because it's Nicholas Schaufler of Austria and Kenzo Craigie starting on the front row of the grid. Noah Baglin, the pole sitter from qualifying, goes from row number 2, and he'll have Roman Kamyab alongside. James Anagnostiidis and Harrison Mackie go from row 3. They'll have the likes of Zach Green and Kip Bolowski on row 4 in these, well, ever-growing wet conditions out there. On row number 5, Riley Cranham and the American Jack Iliff rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. They'll have Rocco Coronel and Christian Costoya from Spain on row number 6. Alfie Slater and Ian Kraling from Germany round out the next row. They start that from the 7th row of the grid. They'll have Turner Brown and Scott Marsh on row number 8. Devin Waltz and Jacob Ashcroft will round out row number 9. Both those drivers looking very quick over the weekend.
Indeed, second half of the field. Illy Christian goes from row number 10, is joined by Boris Lysen. That completes your top 20. Mats van Rooyen was very quick at the start of the weekend in time qualifying. Will start this final from the 11th row of the grid alongside Oliver Rasmussen. Jarrett Clark had an unfortunate end to his superheat and will start this one on the 12th row of the grid alongside Bosco Arias. Lev Krutilov is next up on the 13th row of the grid and is joined by the American Drew Waltz. Jean-Mateo Russo from Panama starts on row 14 alongside Iskender Sulfikari, completing the top 30 in a race where you never know what could happen. Ashton Sharp and Sebastian Mins form up an all British row 15. Jesse Phillips stepped up to OK Junior this year, starts this World Championship final from the 16th row of the grid, is joined by Mariano Lopez from Peru. Gus Toniolo and Archie Lovett start on the penultimate row of the grid, row 17. Casper Reipold and Bruno Grick form up the 18th row of the grid. Those are your 36 runners for the 2024 FIA Karting World Championship OK Junior Final.
And that is moments away from starting. As you can imagine now, tension starting to rise here. This is the penultimate race of the weekend and the first World Championship final that will be taking place. And they're starting it on pole position for Austria, Nicholas Schaufler, newly announced junior Red Bull driver, starting it on the front row of the grid. He is looking to really show a strong performance here as well. The rain continues to fall down here, but I've got to stress to him, this is not going to be an easy one. He is a very talented driver. He knows how to pilot that kart in the wet, but he has got the experience of the UK track here, PF International, all around him in the form of Kenzo Craigie, the Mercedes young junior driver, starting it alongside him on the front row. He, though, has got the experience of PF International in these very conditions.
He's got the experience, but I don't think he's got the experience of what is the biggest race of his young life so far for the Mercedes-AMG junior driver. Red Bull versus Mercedes, in a way, on the front row.
Even in karting, you can't get out of it.
Noah Baglin will start third on the grid for this one. Has been magnificent across the course of the weekend. Another one of the drivers stepping up to OK Junior. For 2024. Had a bit of a shaky start to the season, but has grown into things on that 204 Prema kart. Looks like pretty much everyone has gone wets as the karts are pushed away for the start of this one. Well, we've already seen in OKN that even the formation lap can be very tricky out there here at PFI today. So all of the drivers will just be taking it nice and carefully round this 1.3 near 1.4 kilometre circuit. Does look like everybody's got going, which is good to see. The mechanics clear the circuit. The formation lap is underway.
It certainly is, as the rain now the heaviest it's been all day today. My goodness, if you're a spectator out there, I do hope you brought your brolly. I can see so many out there, but so many other people also taking cover under the trees there. The drivers, however, are going into this race full force, ready to do battle. It's the 2024 FIA World Champions. Here are some of the previous world champions in 2020. Freddie Slater in Portimao, I think that was in FIA and KZ and all that. Then you had Campioski and Nakamura, Roberta, Enzo Tarvaniciel, Dries van Langendonk as well out there. 2023, Dries van Langendonk was that in OK Junior. Enzo Tarvaniciel was one, Kian Nakamura, Roberta, Freddie Slater 2020. And the rest, of course, because a busy season out there, but the OK Junior category only came into effect 2016. Before there, Logan Sargent in the KF Juniors from the USA in 2015 won this very race, not at this circuit, but at another circuit, and he went on to race in Formula One, as we do well know.
Well, the last time an OK Junior World Championship final was held here at PF International, it was Dexter Patterson for Great Britain who took the race victory. There is Gonzalo Planta, one of our officials out on circuit. The latest look at the rain radar. This is the I've just take a look up out the commentary box, Anthony, and might go, my oh my, someone's turned the sprinklers on in the sky. This is the heaviest rain that we've seen so far today. So, well, in a way, that makes the tyre choice, the feeling of like, did we get it right? Did we get it right? Absolutely spot on, because it's 100% wet tyres now for everybody out there. Nicholas Schaufler has got a little bit of heat into those Maxxis wets. It will not need to necessarily form up into 2x2 once they get round to out of Bobby Game corner. As you see, the drivers trying to get as much heat into the compound as possible through the Fullerton S's, and then round Bobby Game corner when they get to that red line that runs across the circuit before the Mike Wilson complex. That's the point at which they know they've got to get into 2x2 formation. No more overtaking, no more moving through the gap. I've got to say, I was just about to say Harrison Mackey's in trouble. Harrison Mackey, one of the front runners in the top 6, is not going to see the start of the final. That is such a shame. One of the favourites in this race is out on the lap before we've even got going. What a disappointment.
That is absolutely heartbreaking for probably one of the favourite young Britons here this weekend. Nevertheless, the World Championships must go on, and in OK Junior, they enter into the tram lines. Under the rain here at PFI, we race down in towards turn 1 and watch that front row try to scramble for any traction. Drivers scramble onto the grass. They bring it back onto the circuit, but they come out of the tunnel unscathed. One goes off the track and nearly into the camera, and that is the 233 that tumbles off the circuit. I think that might be, is that Jarrett Clark again? No, it's Jack Iliff. Jack Iliff, the American, out of this race. The two Premers go wheel to wheel as the Red Bull Junior driver Nicholas Schaeffler breaks away in the lead.
This is going to be tricky though, down into hairpin.
He's outbraked himself.
Too deep. He's gone too deep, and Baglin's going to get underneath now. Is the thing with hairpin 1. It's such a long run into hairpin 1, and in these conditions, like, where do I brake? Where do I hit the pedal? Nicholas Schaeffler gets away with one there. There's one of the Koskis that's gone round and is looking to be out of the race. It's Casper Reipold. Casper Reipold, who started on the last row of the grid and out of the race as well. Jean-Matteo Rousseau looks to be gone. Yeah, that's one attempt to get restarted. As is Drew Waltz in trouble now. Drew Waltz, another one of the Forza Racing entries, is in a spot of bother. What a dramatic... In fact, Drew Waltz has gone through sectors. He's gone through hairpin 1 because somehow he set a 6.4 second.
That's Jesse Phillips.
Sector number 2, Jesse Phillips as well, letting the field go by because I reckon they've gone and shot straight on out of hairpin 1 and rejoined the circuit after the Fullerton S's. At the front of the order, though, Schaeffler leads, Baglin second. Kip Berlowski's had a great start. He's up to third, but for how much longer?
Well, there we go. Kenzo Craigie sends it down the inside over the literal bridge. He gets that move done. Zach Green there. I should say Fred Green. Zach Green trying to go down the inside there. He's battling with Jesse Phillips. But like you say, Jesse Phillips is not in position effectively. He's effectively out of this race. Side by side for the race lead here. Baglin is trying to attack Nicholas Schaeffler, but the two of them go wheel to wheel. Baglin's got the inside line. Schaeffler goes wide onto the Geo block, and he nearly loses the back end there under power. But amazingly, he gets that kart under control. But Baglin now is in the lead. Out of the race goes the 220. He will tumble down the order. That's a terrible start for Boris Lysin, another driver who was starting a little further back in the order. But that's an unfortunate start to his race. Lysin also out. Here comes Schaeffler back down the inside. Baglin follows through. They are line astern all the way throughout this. They are chopping and changing. This is going to be the longest final ever as the spray is immense down the start-finish straight.
Rain's absolutely barreling down out there. It's more like powerboating than OK Junior Karting right now. Noah Baglin, has he gone too deep? No, he's just fine. That's a really good wet line out there. Normally, if you had that far on drivers right round the bank, you'd think, where are you going? But there'll be a lot of grip out there. You don't normally see any rubber laid down at that part of the circuit. So that's what Noah Baglin is trying to achieve there. It's a great effect. The thing is, it's giving tips to all the other drivers behind. Nicholas Schaeffler in second place. We're thinking now, where can I make the move like I did earlier on in the previous lap through the Mike Wilson complex? The difference is trying to make it work, trying to make it stick. Kip Berlowski's still there in third place as well. Riley Cranham's up there also. Keep an eye out on the Sodi Kart 265 that's been very quick in very dry conditions so far this weekend as Craigie's on the attack. Craigie goes through into third place. He's back into the podium spots. Roman Kamyab, who was top of the intermediate classification last night after all the qualifying heats, has just got past Riley Cranham for fifth place. Berlowski's responded with another move down the inside. I think that was into the Mike Wilson complex, so Berlowski retains third.
Yep, he certainly does. Back on the start-finish straight, and again, Schaeffler getting sideways and untangled there on the start-finish straight as he plants the power down on that OK Junior kart. But again, he keeps it in contention. There's more yellow flags out on circuit, more drivers out of this race. We will confirm, I think Bruno Grick is one of those drivers, maybe, who's tumbling down the order on our timing screens. But as they go off the literal bridge, you can see there more drivers being added in. That's Turner Brown, I think one of them. Another retirement from this race, and of course Harrison Mackie there at the start of this race, who didn't even get going, unfortunately. Eyes on this one here, and with Schaeffler struggling to get the power down here, Andrew. Baglin has been able to open up a little bit of a gap, and there's more. Is that Christian Costoya? It is. The Spaniard is out, and it's Jarrett Clark as well. The United Kingdom and Spain tangle at hairpin one in the rain here, and both of them are out of the World Championship.
And that's your runner-up from last year at Franciacorta, who wanted to go one stage further. Oh, I think he's Costoya.
Is it two separate incidents?
Yeah, it's two separate incidents. You just get too deep. Costoya into the barrier. Clark with exactly the same incident. That's quite an impact. Clark realises straight away what he's done, what Costoya's done as well. That is how difficult the conditions are out there at the moment. What a shame. Christian Costoyas second, of course, in the European Championship this year as well. His wait for an FIA karting title goes on.
It certainly does, and well, my goodness, I'm seeing flags here that I thought I'd never usually see. The blue with the red cross in the middle of it, indicating you need to move back there. You're starting to get involved with the leaders. But here, though, let's see what happened to Kenzo Craigie in that race as he tries to get his way back through. This is earlier on in the race. Oh, how close was he there to really getting clipped off the circuit. There he goes back down the inside, showing the different racing lines here. And these drivers, they've not got wetsuits on as well. No. They're freezing out there. They're getting absolutely soaking wet. And, of course, that's adding weight to them. Jesse Phillips, he's going to see a black flag out there as well as another. They're involved in the mid-pack, but after they've missed half of the circuit, and unfortunately for them, their World Championship is also now over.
Real shame for them as Craigie into third place. He is closing in on Nicholas Schaufler for second place. The tricky thing for the drivers, as it's just brightening a little bit out. It's still teeming down with rain.
That's a very British look at the weather there, Andrew. It's not brightening up at all.
Just a little bit brighter out there. Maybe the clouds are lifting. Maybe we could see the end of this rain. The thing is, it's going to be still wet all the way to the end of this one, such as the level of water out on the circuit. Kenzo Craigie, I think, will be quite keen to get through past Nicholas Schaufler here, because Baglin 1 second clear. I wouldn't say he's looking comfortable, because I say these are such tricky conditions, but he's not looking under too much pressure right now. James Anagnostiidis is the fastest driver out on circuit, 1 minute 18.924. Has just gone and set a personal best through sector number 1, as Riley Cranham had a mighty close moment there with Zach Green through hairpin number 1. A little bit further back through the order, that's the Energy Corsa 253 of Jacob Ashcroft fighting with Iskender Sulfikari. Sulfikari through and into 14th position there. Looking back to 30 of Roman Kamyab, trying to see if there's some more grip on the inside line into Bobby Game Corner. Now there's Scott Marsh. Scott Marsh in 10th place. He's up 6 places so far in this race, and has a good record out around this circuit with these conditions. However, she's been overtaken by Arden Kraling, now drops again down to 11th place.
Yeah, again, chopping and changing throughout this field, but again, it's just showing how tricky it is out there. You're seeing, again, it's just skittish on the start-finish line. They can barely get the power down, and that's where a true, proper wet setup really takes over out on this circuit. So, of course, you can do so much to a kart to help it out in these conditions out there. And, of course, teams do deploy as much as they can. And a lot of these drivers have a second chassis purely set up for wet conditions around the circuit that they're racing at. And I suspect a lot of them will have deployed these right now. But on lap number 7, Baglin's lead, does it increase to 1.2? Or are we going to see it close in? Or are we going to see Craigie slowly reach in on Schaufler?
We'll wait and see. It looks like Drew Waltz's race is over. I can see that the 245 is being shown the black flag. That was the other kart that we reckon has gone through the shortcuts that's sometimes used for formation laps in other forms of racing here at PF International. So Drew Waltz, black flag, is going to be out of this race. Kit Belofsky is under investigation. That's just popped up on our screens. The 220 is also under investigation. That's Boris Lyson, who's out of this race. That's fairly inconsequential here at the front. End of lap number 7. Baglin's lead has come down to 0.9. That was a good lap from Nicholas Schaufler. 1 minute 18.5. He looks to have got into the swing of things here. There is Jesse Phillips. His 2024 World Championship ends out of the race, having seen the black flag. It really all went, oh, it's out there. No, sorry, that's Karts from earlier. Got a little bit excited. Drew Waltz is number 245 and Costoyas 202. This is the fight for 4th place. Also fight going on for 2nd place between Schaufler and Craigie down into hairpin 1, but yellow flags are out.
Yellow flags are out, and if they weren't out, I had a sneaking suspicion that we could have seen a lunge there from Kenzo Craigie at this point on in the race. Schaufler is doing a bang-up job there in 2nd position, but he's got that pressure looming in behind him here as well. Belofsky and Kamyab, like you were saying, Kamyab, the highest-ranked Ricky Flynn driver out there as well. The same for Belofsky, the highest-ranked Fusion driver out there. but still Prema leading the way. Two of their drivers in the top three, and the Spanish DPK team here as well. Schaufler has turned it up to 11 right now. He looked for a move down the inside of Baglin there into the Mike Wilson complex, but you wouldn't think it looking at the gap that they've got now between them. That was a random lunge.
It was a partially random lunge. He tried it a little bit earlier on. The trouble is, as he goes for the full commitment to the early apex, he then gets back on the normal racing line where there's just no grip at all. That's where Baglin just able to use that subtler, wet line to pull back away. But that will start to get in the mind of Noah Baglin, that this field aren't dropping away. We're still not even in the second half of this final. As I say, it is a long, long race out there. Kit Bolowski is the new fastest driver on circuit. You can see him there with the bright yellow details on his helmet, going for Kenzo Craigie's third place, but no way through at that stage. Into hairpin 2 once again. Nicholas Schaufler in the slow stuff is looking pretty good.
Here we go, a great close-up replay here of the eyes focusing through the spray. Beautiful shots here. Just that focus. These drivers right now, this is probably the most difficult race they've had to endure. Soaking wet conditions this season. We have had European rounds this year for the FIA where we have had rain. Don't get me wrong about that. Drivers have had to contend with it all the way throughout this season. I don't think we've actually had a completely dry round this year. There's always been rain at some point in the weekend. But right now in the finals here, this is probably the worst conditions they've had to deal with. Craigie and Bolowski, there's the stats from them. Craigie down 1 place in this one, only down to 3rd place. But Bolowski, who's up 4, is looking like the bigger threat here, isn't he? But the two of them are still battling away right now as, well, Craigie tries to turn it up once again and tries to re-attack here on Nicholas Schaufler. He's closed in a lot. He's actually got the slipstream now. He's got the toe, and he's going to look for the inside line here into hairpin number 1. And Kenzo Craigie for the Mercedes Young Junior Driver Program and for the Prema Racing Team gets down the inside, but Schaufler returns the favour. Oh, this race is far from over here, Andrew. Red Bull Junior Program back on top with their driver in DPK Racing.
Yeah, Craigie just couldn't quite get on the power there through the second half of hairpin number 1. He was on the line where all the rubber from the dry racing across the course of the week had been laid down, but that was definitely a good go, and it's not the first time that we've seen Craigie looking strong down into hairpin 1. Here's another look at it. So it's all looking good at this point, but yeah, you just see the front of the kart skate on there. Good use of the curb from Schaufler as well. Just hooked himself in there to wrap himself around the corner, gets back underneath and back into 2nd place.
Yeah, it's a fine thing to do that, and you see it a lot in the slick tyre racing on wet tracks where you would hook it on the inside curb, just pulls you around the corner. Brilliant racing from these two, but it's far from over right now because, again, look how close they are. The only problem that they've got is now 2's company, 3's a crowd because Bolowski's closing in. There goes Craigie down the inside. Bolowski's going to go through as well. Schaufler's going to slam that door closed, block pass off the bridge. And now Kenzo Craigie can charge up towards his fellow teammate Baglin for the race lead on lap 11. Here, though, the battle for 3rd is on. Bolowski's trying to get back past Nicholas Schaufler, unable to do so at hairpin 1.
Really big couple of laps coming in here for Kenzo Craigie. Now he's got through. Now he's got a bit of clean air ahead of him. What can he do? Can he start to ebb away at Noah Baglin's lead? It's 1.8 seconds right now. The worst thing for Kenzo Craigie to do at this moment is get too excited. I'm sure he's not going to. He's had so many races this year. He's been one of the busiest drivers in karting this side of the Atlantic, whether it be FIA races across Europe, races in the national championships here in the UK as well. It's probably easy to name the number of weekends where Kenzo Craigie hasn't been racing some form of kart race. End of lap number 11. Big response for Baglin. I tell you what, if Baglin goes on to win this race, I'm going to be looking at lap 11 when he's stuck in a 1:17.265 to extend his lead to 2.1 seconds. That is a very, very brave piece of driving from Noah Baglin. I'm sure he'll be aware that his teammate Kenzo Craigie is the next driver behind. He has started to put the hammer down now, has been managing this race brilliantly so far. What can Kenzo do in terms of a response? Well, Kenzo Craigie can go quicker through sector number 1. James Anagnostiidis is also going quick through sector number 1. once again, the Prema Racing team have got their setup on point here in these tricky conditions.
Certainly is, but again, these times are going to be coming in all the way throughout the rest of this race. We're lap 12 of 19, and we just have to keep an eye on those sector times. 2.2 seconds is the gap, but back here to the battle for third place, Schaufler is under immense pressure right now because a train is forming behind. Belowski goes for the move, and it round goes Nicholas Schaufler. The driver who started on pole position tumbles down the order. He's still in this race, but he has lost out massively. Nicholas Schaufler for Austria now sits in this race. I think he's down to P6 now. He is. Kamya gets through, Alegnosiad gets through, and Belowski, I can imagine, is going to be at the watchful eye of the race control team now.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have a look at that one. Schaufler did amazingly just to keep the engine running. He'll have planted his foot to keep the rear axle spinning up, and once he got back into a straight line, kept the wheel straight to make sure that he didn't stall the kart. Out of the race is the 265. That is going to be Riley Cranham's World Championship over. What a shame for Riley Cranham. He's been a sterling effort this weekend, stepping into the OK Junior category as one of the British wildcards. He deserves a lot more for me than the result he's going to get as a result of that. Riley Cranham, I'm sure it's not the last time we'll see him in OK Junior because he's a real talent. Let's have another look at that incident between Belowski and Schaufler.
Yeah, again, just down the inside. Schaufler had obviously gone in, he'd gone full lock, it was running wide. There you see Belowski going to the inside. Here's another angle of it, and just a bit too much speed there. Front making contact with that rear tyre. Round went Schaufler. And obviously I can imagine that both drivers will have a different story of that incident. One will say one thing, one will say the other. But from those pictures there, it was just, well, what can you say? A bit too much speed, I think, for both.
Yeah, indeed. That is another one of the things that can happen, particularly through the Mike Wilson complex when the conditions are this tough out there. Looking a little bit further down the order, we should give some attention to some sterling drives out there. Lev Krutelov up 14 places for his team, Energy Corsa. That's up to 11th. Sebastian Mins is up to 12th, a gain of 18. Your biggest mover in this race. Iskender Sulfikari has also gained a lot of positions in this race. A new notification, though, from Race Control.
Yes.
Not a massive surprise for me. Anthony Kitbalowski, the 214, is under investigation for the second time in this race.
Yeah, indeed. He's certainly not having a good one here in terms of his eyes in Race Control and the stewards, but in the race, he's having a blinder there in third place. But like I say, the race certainly will be fluctuating as it goes on. Baglin leads the way, though, from Craigie. The gap is 2.3 seconds. That's not come down as Schaufler is trying to gain as many positions back as he can. Amazingly, he's caught back up to Kamyab. Incredible that he's not lost so much more time, and amazing that he kept his engine going. He didn't stall it as well. That was the biggest thing that I took away from that one. So again, it just shows that the young Austrian really is digging deep in this World Championship.
Well, he knows that it's not done yet. There's still another 5 laps of this race to go. And Noah Baglin and Kenzo Craigie, you can see Kenzo Craigie is pushing on here. This, I think, is the biggest risk to these two right now. They're matching each other. They're playing that game of sector time versus sector time, both pushing very hard. And so they should, because they've not got an insurmountable gap back to Kit Belowski there, third on the road. It's just a question of how much risk are they taking here. That was a mammoth first sector from Kenzo Craigie. It was a purple first sector, and he took 8/10 out of Noah Baglin. He's taken another 10th out of the race leader through sector number 2, but it's here through sector 3. I've been noticing it the last couple of laps. Noah Baglin is really strong, really strong, Anthony, through this part of the course. He's been able to get a couple of tenths, maybe 3/10 on Kenzo Craigie as the laps have been ticking by. So that gap is staying around, or has been at the line, around 2 seconds. Kenzo Craigie trying to get a bit of heat maybe into the tyres, a bit more grip. Yeah, he lost a huge amount through that third sector. The gap is back to 2.1 seconds. Noah Baglin right now is doing the business, ticking the laps on by to potentially become the first British OK Junior World Champion since Freddie Slater in 2020.
No, exactly that, but let's see what happens here, because Kenzo Craigie, look at this, Too much of that curb, too much of the loud pedal. He knew what happened, and when he put his head down, it then went again. So then he had to really dig deep and focus. That just shows how on edge all of these drivers are, including the drivers right at the front. But he's not lost too much time, because the gap is still back down to 1.6. It opened back up to 2.1 after that little moment, but it's now closed back down even more. This is still Schaufler. He's gone back past Anagnosiadis. He's gone back past Kamyab. Rocco Coronel is there right now. He's trying to latch onto the back of Roman Kamyab and get past. He's not found a way through just yet. And you've got Zach Green just behind, waiting to close in. Down the inside, how late under braking is he? Can he carry the speed around the outside for Rocco Coronel? That is textbook wet racing here at PFI.
Spot on from Rocco
but it's
Coronel.
not gonna
Coronel's
all.
going to fight back in there and retake the position on track. 3 laps to go. Gap between the leaders is now 1.7 seconds as out of the race is Bosco Arias. Well, got to give it to Bosco Arias. He's had a tremendous season. Remember back to some of his really strong showings at the start of the European Championship season in Valencia, but sadly his season ends in retirement with a few laps to go. Let's have a look. This is Kamyab versus Coronel again. Firstly into the Mike Wilson complex. Coronel goes to that really deep and wide line through the long right-hander, but it was here where Kamyab, there was a little bit of a touch, there was a little bit more of a touch and a bit more through the Mike Wilson complex. So that again could be something that's looked at by the race officials. Blue flag is out for 2:08. So out of the race. Oh, in fact, that was Bosco Arias, of course. And tell you what, that's another load of time that Kenzo Craigie has taken out of the race leader. Well, we saw this in the OKN race, a very tense finish with second place closing in on the race leader. It's Sector 1 that is a big plus at the moment for Kenzo Craigie. He is consistently a lot quicker than battling through that part of the circuit.
For a driver, this is the most tense time for them. The time is running out, the rain is falling down, a World Championship title at stake, and the gap is closing in. You're seeing the driver in front close in, and the pressure just builds, and you have to kind of wait really to see what happens. And you're seeing there now the gap down to less than a second, and Kenzo Craigie out of the corner is just kind of saying, he's nodding his head, he's going, come on, let's do this, let's close into it. Baglin, on the other hand, though, is in a different story. You can see there, he's got the clear visor on. You can see his eyes there really focusing on here and seeing what he can do. But both of them right now are just right on the edge of adhesion around this PF International circuit. The gap's come down to 0.6 of a second. Now the gap's closed into such a small gap, the nerves disappear for Kenzo Craigie. The confidence comes into play now, and the confidence that he'll get past. But again, there was a little twitch there at the exit and in the middle of the Mike Wilson complex. Let's watch them out of Pitts Bend. It's Prema Racing 1-2. It's the United Kingdom versus the United Kingdom. And again, Craigie gets tangled up under power on the start-finish straight. And all that time he gained, he lost. And now the two are going wheel to wheel in this final lap.
This is the part of the course, though, where Kenzo Craigie has been really strong for the past 10 laps or so. Noah Baglin has got to hold it together. He's got to pick his line very carefully off of the Litchfield Bridge. This could be the key point into hairpin number 1. Baglin goes right. Craigie goes left. Craigie, is nearly off the road. Both of them are off the road. Craigie's going to look for the switchback. Hairpin 2 is going to be another opportunity for them. Baglin goes defensive again. Craigie's got his node ahead. Can he get on the power? He's off the road. He's completely off the road. He's still side by side of Baglin and Craigie through the Fullerton S's. What a finish we're having here at PF International. It's still not done. You can overtake everywhere around the circuit. Craigie looks down the inside. He's got the lead.
He's through, but Baglin runs wide. And they lose a little time. Could Kenzo Craigie take his first FIA World title here in his home country? It's neck and neck. It's side by side, but Baglin's come back. There's contact, and Baglin's in the wall. His World Championship's over. Kenzo Craigie celebrates across the line. Kim Bolowski finishes second, and Ignatiadis third. But my goodness, Andrew, I have no idea who who's won that? Because, well, of course, across the line, it's Kenzo Craigie, but is Baglin gonna go to the stewards? You have got to say that he's going to, but it's racing. It's hard racing in the wet. You don't know for Kenzo Craigie, as far as he's concerned, he's world champion, and the crowd roars.
And you never know, because Bolofsky, we know, is under investigation. We will keep an eye on the notifications from race control. James Anagnostiadis could have won this race potentially if the stewards view that incident as deeming some form of penalty. We don't know. We don't know in the box. What a finish, what drama here at PF International. And, well, I'm sure everyone's just going to collect their thoughts, take a breath. We'll have a look at some of the highlights in a moment. On the road, Kenzo Craigie is your race winner. He was tearing into that lead that Noah Baglin had in the latter stages. They went back and forth. They changed the lead several times on the last lap. Both of them were completely off the road numerous times on lap number 19 of that one. There is your provisional result. Kenzo Craigie first, Kit Bolofsky second, but remember, Bolofsky we know is under investigation. Third for James Anagnostiadis, who, as there's no notifications on our screen for either of the Prema Racing SRLs at this moment. What a drive for James Anagnostiadis. He's had a really tough season. A really tough season as James Anagnostiadis. He came here earlier in the year to PFI to get some race practice and had a torrid weekend in the National Championships. What a deserving turnaround for James Anagnostiadis. Australia have a driver on the podium. Nicholas Schaufler, P4. What must he be thinking right now? Fifth for Rocco Coronel, another brave drive for the young Dutchman for victory lane. He can be very proud of what he's achieved in 2024, and I'm sure we'll hear his name for many years to come. Zach Green, P6 for Jamie Green Racing. Not a regular team in the OK Junior category. One of the national teams here in the United Kingdom have taken on some of the very best in OK Junior and come away with a top 10. 7th for Arjen Kraling, 8th for Lev Krutelov, up 17 spots. Scott Marsh, P9, up 7. Sebastian Mins in the top 10 of a World Championship final after his tumultuous season. That is a good way for Sebastian Mins to finish up 20 places in that race. Let's have a look at some of the highlights before we even got going. Harrison Mackie, who was going to be one of the favourites in this race if he could get to the start, but he had problems on the formation lap and would not take his 6th place start for that one. This was the very beginning of the race, very treacherous conditions. The rain really increased in intensity on those formation laps as the drivers got away from the grid, but such is the quality of the 36 strongest OK Junior drivers in 2024. They all made it under the bridge. Unfortunately for Jack Iliff, he did not get round the banking, spinning back down the grassy hill there, and he would be the first of 15 retirements in that race. The 243 would also be off. That was Alfie Slater. Alfie Slater would get going again, but unfortunately the final just one race too far. A bit of a microcosm of the story of Alfie Slater's season there. So that's how we found both Drew Waltz and Jesse Phillips at the head of the field. They didn't go through turn hairpin 1 or hairpin 2 or the Fullerton S's. They would eventually see the black flag for that one. The 239 of Casper Reipold will be out on the first lap as well, as would Gian-Matteo Russo. The driver from Panama wouldn't see it onto lap number 2. There would be the 220 retiring from the race as well. That was Boris Lyson on lap number 2. At the front of the field, Baglin under the challenge from Schaufler. Schaufler tried that move a couple of times. The very early apex through turn number 13 in the mid part of the Mike Wilson complex. It didn't really ever work out. He always had the challenge of Baglin coming back at him at the latter stages. Race continued on. Good scrap between Craigie and Bolofsky. That was for 3rd place. You also had Riley Cranham looking to finish his really impressive weekend strongly, battling with Roman Kamyab, who had a very good day in the qualifying heats yesterday. Out of the race would go Turner Brown. Got to give it to Turner Brown. what a step up. He's been a real star this weekend, graduating from the FIA Karting Academy trophy. We will see his name in the future, I'm sure. Out of the race would go last year's runner-up. Christian Costoya fell on lap number 4. Out would go Jarrett Clark as well. A very difficult season for Jarrett Clark. Lots of things learnt along the way for him and Forza Racing. This was the round uncountable battle of Bolowski versus Craigie. Craigie eventually finding a way through and then trying to set about catching up to Nicholas Schaufler in second place. Meanwhile, out there as well, you know, Grick having the fight with the 234, the Forza Racing pilot there. More battles going on and up the field. That was Archie Lovett recovering back through. Archie Lovett had a very good race, in fact, up 20 places in the end. Lovett would finish P14. A positive weekend as well for Jacob Ashcroft, another one of the wild cards, and has been competitive at numerous points. That was his fight with Iskender Sulfikari. Sulfikari would finish P11. Ashcroft would be P13. The spray, really heavy. It's some of the heaviest spray I think I've ever seen at PF International. Jesse Phillips, to say, would see the black flag after what happened on lap 1. Would be out of the race. Out of the race as well would be Drew Waltz after problems in the second half of the circuit. Second half of the race, that's all just up to lap 9. We're not even into the second half of this race yet. Craigie went on the move down the inside of Schaufler, but didn't quite get the move done first time. Schaufler using the curbs really effectively. Here's the reverse angle of it. You see the Austrian just hugging his right-hand wheels in there to pull him around the corner, hold on to second place. Baglin was driving resplendently at the front of the field. Bolowski was still there as well, constantly up at the front end of the field this weekend. It's definitely been the strongest weekend of the FIA karting calendar for Kit Bolowski. He got his qualifying right, didn't perhaps get this moment quite right though. Schaufler did brilliantly there to keep the kart running. In the end, would recover back to 4th place. This was another view of the incident between the two of them there. Round went Schaufler. Kept the engine running though. It would have been an absolute disaster if he'd not been able to do that. Another view of it. Bolowski would go on to, of course, to finish in second place. But it was the big story at the front of the order. Could Kenzo Craigie close in on his teammate? He was having a few problems on the white lines coming out of Sector 3, but it was the first sector that Craigie was really strong in. Rocker Coronel had a bright second half of the race. This was him getting past Kamyab. In the end, Rocker Coronel would race through into the top 5. I think the Red Bull Junior team will be very happy with the efforts of Coronel this weekend. That was Kamyab getting back through, and it should just be noted that the 230 is under investigation. I imagine here in the box that is for that incident on lap number 17. Coronel would, in the end, get back through one lap later. Zach Green in the background there can be very proud of what he and his dad, Jamie Green Racing, have done this weekend on the way to 6th place. Scott Marsh, not quite able to repeat what he did here 1 week ago, would finish in the top 10. But it was the last couple of laps. Craigie again nearly lost it on the pit straight, going on to those white painted lines. But we knew he was very strong in the first sector. Craigie was on the outside. Both of them pretty much left the circuit. Baglin right up at the edge through hairpin number 1. Baglin knew he'd have to defend again. Craigie got his nose ahead into hairpin number 2, still side by side. This is an interesting moment. Craigie fully off the road there beyond the white line. Baglin still held his nose down the inside. This was into Bobby Game Corner. This was round 3 of their battle. And at this point, you thought that Kenzo Craigie had it won. Both of them very wide there to drivers left into the Mike Wilson complex. But Kenzo Craigie then took a very defensive line. There was the moment that they collided. Baglin from hero to zero in that moment, from leading a World Championship final on the last lap, did not even make it onto the podium. Kenzo Craigie takes the checkered flag. Second place on the road for Kit Bolowski. James Anagnostiadis of Australia in 3rd. Congratulations there between the two teammates, Kenzo Craigie and James Anagnostiadis, both on the Mercedes AMG Junior program, have been competitive rivals this year. Baglin, understandably, very upset at what had happened there. He has been so quick all weekend from timed qualifying. He's really upped his game in the second half of the FIA Karting OK Junior season. And well, I'm sure we'll see Noah Baglin back. I'm sure we'll hear his name for many a year, but a really, really disappointing end to his final there in the end. I'm just looking to where, well, Baglin, yes, was marked as not having completed lap number 19, 1 lap down in 22nd place. Drivers are down at the podium, and the podium ceremony will be commencing shortly. One more race to come here, of course, at PF International, the 2024 edition of the FIA Karting World Championships in the OK category. But let's go down to the podium for the OK Junior category. Welcome our top 3 on to the rostrum. In 3rd place for Australia and Prema Racing, James Anagnostiadis. A brilliant result for James Anagnostiadis, best one of the year. On the podium as well in his home country, Kit Bolofsky. What a turnaround it's been after a difficult 2023 season for Kit Bolofsky. But your winner is Kenzo Craigie on the top step at PF International, the biggest race of his life, and he has emerged on top. What a race as well for Prema Racing, a 1-3 for them. Their work with Kart Republic this year has been well documented, a brilliant, brilliant year for them. The national anthem, God Save the King, rings out at PF International once again at an FIA Karting World Championship. Kenzo Craigie joins names such as Dries van Langendonk, Enzo Tarvanishkor, Keen Nakamura Berta, Freddie Slater, Thomas ten Brink, Victor Bernier, Dexter Patterson the last time here at PF, and Victor Martins as an OK Junior World Champion. James Anagnostiadis picks up his trophy for 3rd place from John Ryan. 2nd place for Kit Bolofsky as well. The winner's trophy here at PF International is presented to Kenzo Craigie by CIK FIA President Akbar Ibrahim. And for the teams as well, Kart Republic and Prema Racing receive the trophy from Mattia Calder, the manager of Mondo Kart Racing of the mondokart.com FIA Karting World Championship. The drivers will now receive their wreaths, their World Championship wreaths, for being on the podium here in OK Junior. James Anagnostiadis in 3rd, Kit Bolofsky 2nd place, and Kenzo Craigie in 1st position. And see here Anthony down there overseeing the ceremonies, the trophies in the air for the photographers and all of the motorsport media down there. What will the future hold for Kenzo Craigie? Sure, we'll find out in due course what the plans are for 2025. But Kenzo Craigie, who's raced through from the cadet levels in the United Kingdom, through the national championships, through to the European, and now the world stage, the OK Junior World Champion in 2024. More photos being taken, and see Mattia Calder, Hugh Chambers, Akbar Ibrahim, and John Ryan all down there with those photos. One more formality to go, and that is the spraying of the bubbly for our young drivers. They've waited a long time for this. It's been a long season, but Kenzo Craigie is your champion. And there with Kit Bolofsky, a driver he, of course, knows very, very well for many years, and James Anagnostiadis, a brilliant brilliant teamwork between those two across the course of the season in so many different races. Prema Racing and Mercedes-AMG Junior Team can be very proud of their work. Well, that brings us to the end on OK Junior, but they're not at the end of the racing here today, because the big one is next. One more race to go in the 2024 FIA Karting season for the OK category, the senior category. We're going to take a short ad break here. We'll be back in a short few moments' time for more racing here at PF International.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship. We have just witnessed two incredibly close finals. Are we about to witness a third? Next race. Okay, the pinnacle of short circuit direct drive karting is about to take to the track for their final here at PF International. 22 laps, 30.5 kilometer race distance is ahead of the drivers, and the rain again, Andrew, it's simmered down, but the track is completely soaking. The drivers are there lined up ready to go on the pre-grid, but we've got a little bit of a wait before the start of the race. Marshals are currently clearing the circuit, but there, a look at the senior category. Drivers aged 14 years upwards, 112 entries into this weekend, 59 nationalities in the class alone. An absolutely staggering amount of drivers joining this weekend, but that's now been whittled down to just the 36. A closer look at the category itself. 125cc is the power unit, outputting 39 brake horsepower. Total weights, including the driver, 150 kilos. Any gram underneath that, and they will be in a lot of trouble. A gram above it, they don't mind. There, the tyres, dry, Maxxis primes, the MOP have been used over the course of this weekend, but I can guarantee you right now, those Maxxis rain tyres, the MW tyres, are affixed to every single one of those 36 karts out there on that grid. They've had 2 sets of those been allocated to them for the entire week, but they've not had to use them until this very race, the last race of this year's World Championship.
Well, the good news for the drivers is it's going to be a fairly consistent surface out there once the water has been cleared away by the hard-working team of marshals here at PF International, who've been absolutely fantastic. Number of them staying here at the circuit all week, braving the conditions, making sure that the circuit is in full preparation for all of the races that we've seen here this weekend. Full dedication from the volunteers there. Without them, we could not go racing. I'm going to say something straight away, mate, just because I know you like to ask me this question. I'm going to get in there before you ask it.
Good.
I'm not going to predict who's going to win this race. The last time that I tried to predict a winner of an FIA Karting OK senior final, it went a little bit wrong for that particular driver. This is too important to start cursing drivers out there. We're just going to enjoy the ride with all 36 of these pilots, the best pilots in the world at this in this discipline. There is your pole sitter, Joe Turney. He's won every single race across the course of this weekend. He is your reigning new European champion in all the races that Joe Turney has done. This is the only one he hasn't managed to win. It's the only thing remaining on his collection of achievements in OK. He starts on pole position. He will be the favourite for this one, and he knows the track well. He's strong in wet conditions. We saw that last time out in the culmination of the European Championship at Kristianstad. There, Nee has arrived.
We found Nee.
Nee has arrived. Welcome to PF International. The fans are out in force for our pole sitter.
Excellent. It's now Joe Turney. We didn't have to replace it with someone's kneecap that we tried to do earlier on, but that's all fine and good now. But great to see that the supporters are out there. Like we were saying, you just mentioned there for Joe Turney, we'll talk about it a little bit more in this one. This is the one race, yes, he has not won yet, this one off the world. And that worries me, because if he does, well, I won't say, but yeah, if that happens, I'm scared that that'll be it for Joe Turney, because he's conquered nearly everything, hasn't he?
He has, but it's often talked about of drivers and their careers in karting. I think Joe Turney could have a career that goes on for many, 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 many years. We saw Pedro Hiltbrand here this weekend, unfortunately not in this final, but your champion from 2016 still going on. There's your roll of honour from recent years. Kirill Kutskov last year at Franciacorta, Mateusz Morgado, who's on this grid from 2 years ago, Tuukka Tappinen. The last British winner of this title was Callum Bradshaw some years ago at Portimao in 2020. We've got a sight of Ethan Jeff Hall there on the front row as well for CRG. We saw the little glimmers, the sparks of some inherent pace and talent that we know that Ethan Jeff Hall has. He's really, that was all at Kristianstad. He really has brought it all together here this weekend. I want to talk Finn McLaughlin, though.
Yeah.
I've been so thoroughly impressed with Finn McLaughlin throughout the course of 2024. He's going to give this absolutely everything.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's with a championship-winning team in previous years, VDK. They know how to deliver a champion, but can they deliver a world champion here at PF International in 2024? As McLaughlin this weekend, 15th in qualifying for him, so wasn't the greatest getaway at the start of the weekend in the dry, but certainly delivered in the latter stages, a couple of qualifying heat wins, certainly did well later on. Matthew Higgins, the wild card in this one, has not been a driver who's raced in the European Championships. He's here at the Worlds as a one-off, and he's certainly delivered here, hasn't he? The young Briton has had some fantastic races over the course of this weekend. He started on the front row in his super heats. He qualified 17th overall out of all the drivers this weekend, but he's never finished outside of a top 10 in these races, and he did take 2 qualifying heat wins out of his 5 earlier on in the weekend. So again, he is a driver who could deliver. There, Jimmy Elias for France starts this one on the inside of row number 3. And again, he has delivered the good results, but he has been eluded a final or any win so far this weekend. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one as we're moments away. It is Joe Turney, who so far this weekend has been undefeated. He is starting on pole position with Ethan Jeff Hall alongside. Finn McLaughlin and Matthew Higgins round out row number 2. Row 3 sees Jimmy Elias and Dmitry Matviev starting on that row. What can they do from the 6th spot of the grid? Thibaut Ramekers and David Kozma round out row number 4. The 2 from Belgium and Romania. Dries van Langendonk, this year's junior European champion and 2023 junior world champion, starts on the 5th row of the grid. He'll have Noah Wolf for company alongside. Freddie Lloyd And Red Bull Junior driver Scott Lindblom for the Fusion team starts on row number 6. Kai Rillarts and David Walter round out row number 7. They'll have the likes of Matt Corby from Switzerland and Alexander Bondarev from Ukraine, another FIA champion, on row 8. Noah Montero and Joseph Smith, they round out the top 18 on row 9.
Row 10, Zach Drummond goes alongside Alpec Soy for this World Championship final. Lewis Werrell, the local boy, starts on row 11, is joined by France's Andy Consani. Row 12, Suleiman Zanfari and Marcus Shilkunas. They're both running on KR chassis for VDK. Row 13, we find another few local drivers. Harley Keeble alongside Gus Lawrence. Gus Lawrence has won many a championship round here and knows how to overtake here as well. What could he do? Hugo Marti on row 14 is joined by Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, who starts P28. Miguel Costa, Andrea Dupe form out the 15th row of the grid. That is your top 30. Yuka Po starts on row 16 alongside Guillaume Bouzard, who had a scary role this morning in the superheat. Row 17, Davide Pitaro, and the winner of this race from 2 years ago, but was very quick in the superheat. Mateus Magato goes from P34. Salim Hanar and Olin Gali complete the 36 runners of this, the 2024 MondoKart.com FIA Karting World Championship Final.
And guess what? It started raining again. So there we go. It's definitely going to be a wet race all the way throughout this one. And, well, it's just going to be a fight to the end here. So far, no one has been able to beat Joe Turney this weekend. Could that change in this race? The rain radar showing that, yep, we're in the middle of a huge rain cloud. It's not going to stop raining until probably the last lap of this race. And it's just going to be an absolute, well, it's going to be a challenge the whole way round this one. There, the drivers getting themselves lined up, ready to go for this race. There, race control, head of it, Chris Lambret for the FIA, Joanna Falcao and David Manchester alongside in the truck, watching the 70+ cameras that are situated around this entire 1.3 kilometer long circuit. Trust me, a driver cannot get away with anything out there. If they see it, they will deal with it. But right now, these drivers have just got the longest race ahead of them here now, the World Championships, PFI, and it's in the rain.
It's what we always thought it was going to be. When we saw the calendar come out, we thought, oh, mid-September at PF International, that could be a little bit tricky for the drivers, just to add to the spice of this World Championship final. Joe Turney has laid the groundwork through all of time qualifying, the qualifying heats, the superheat early today. He started every single race so far this weekend from pole position. He's also got that inside line. Such is his prerogative as, and his right as the pole sitter. He can elect whether he starts on the right and the left. He's gone for the standard right-hand side, which is a good place to be here at PF International because it's such a fast entry into turn 1. You've got a lot of rubber laid down with lateral movement across the course of all the dry running.
I thought he was going round there.
My goodness me.
Had a heart attack for a moment there. The direction change, I thought he'd gone round. But no, he's just warming up the tyres. Oh, blimey. There you go. That shows how quick the heart rate's going before this race has even started, doesn't it? I can imagine that it's even faster for the drivers in this grid. We're pretty spread out here. I don't know if we're going first time, but let's see, because the front looks good. Into the tram lines. Are we going racing? No. We're going round again. It's a false start.
Well, there we go. That's really going to help with the nerves for the 36 drivers out there and for us in the box as well. Let's do that one again, ladies and gentlemen. The formation not to the liking of race director Nigel Edwards, who's assisted this weekend. Oh, now we have got some drama. There's a driver off to driver's left through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Can't quite make out from our vantage point who it is. It's the number 48. It's Scott Lindblom. Scott Lindblom, and once again we've seen it in both finals so far. Drivers in a good position, not make it to lights out. This time it's the Swedish driver who was due to start on row 6 in 12th place. Sweden's wait since 1996 for a world champion in direct drive karting continues.
It certainly does. The Red Bull Junior driver just newly announced only a week ago or so, and he's going to miss out on a world championship title here in the senior OK class. Right, drivers trying to get as much temperature into those tyres. That is going to be a losing battle out there. Air temperature at the moment, 18 degrees, so it's not freezing cold, but it's not warm. It's pretty horrible out there, if I'm brutally honest. But these drivers are certainly going to dig deep and deal with it, as, again, it's the misty rain that's coming down. It just gets everywhere on a driver. But let's see what happens here. Into the tram lines. Again, it's a bit shaky in the grid. Are we going? Yes, we are. And there's a spin on the start-finish straight. Drivers off the track and into the cones. It's the 22 and the 60 out of this race. Kai Rilarts is one of them and Matt Corby is the other. They started line astern for each other in the 7th and 8th rows. Through the banking they go. Turney leads the way. You can still see Ethan Jeff Hall is there in 2nd place, but it's under pressure from McLaughlin behind, who is trying to get involved. A spin off the bridge, and is that the Van Amersfoort Racing of Noah Wolf, I think it is. And is that Gus Lawrence in the 98? Gus Lawrence is off the track, and it was 2 Brits off on the Litchfield Bridge, and one of them it's got the circuit name on his chest.
Freddie Lloyd is also in trouble and looks to be out of this race. Noah Montero was involved in the incident with Noah Wolf. One of the CRGs is out of the race. The first lap, once again, is taking drivers out of contention. There is another incident. That's down at hairpin number 2. It's the number 17. Lewis Gilbert is gone. Lewis Gilbert's opportunity collided with Andy Kansani. So Kansani, who's been so quick across the course of this weekend, does get back into the race, but his realistic hopes of World Championship glory are gone. End of the first lap then. Joe Turney's lead is going to be about half a second, I reckon. No, it's 3/4 of a second. On the move is Matthew Higgins. I tell you what, Higgins in slippery conditions is a pretty useful thing in the United Kingdom, and the Energy Corsa driver is up to 3rd.
He certainly is. He's putting the power down right now. He knows how to deliver here, but he's got a bit of a challenge ahead of him right now. Turney still leads the way at the moment. Ethan Jeff all in 2nd place. Higgins now fresh up into 3rd place from Finn McLaughlin. Dimitri Matviev is still there with Jimmy Elias. David Kozma from Thibaut Ramikas. Denise van Langendonk is in 9th place with Alexander Bondarev holding on to the top 10, but that was Bondarev on that inside curb there, just getting a little bit tangled up as the rain is pummeling down here at PF International for the World Championships in 2024. Look at Higgins all over the rear bumper of Ethan Jeff Hall. Quick is an understatement. He's rapid.
He really, really looks in the groove here. This is what we've been talking about across the course of the weekend when Joe Turney's been winning all of these races. It's a one-off race at the final. You never know what could happen. Through goes Higgins. Out of contention is Marcus Shilkunas in the number 27. Higgins is up to 2nd place. Okay, what have we got now? Has Higgins got enough speed to challenge Joe Turney? He won one of the very first heats of the race meeting, did Matthew Higgins. Under the bridge we go. I know it's only lap 3, but these could be very telling times for this World Championship final. Has Joe Turney got the kind of speed that we saw in Kristianstad in similarly wet conditions to pull away from the field, put them all in that psychological state of it's not going to be our day, and let them fight for 2nd place?
Exactly, but we just don't know. As Higgins sets the fastest lap of the race, the gap comes down to less than a second now. Turney leads the way. Higgins, Jeff Hall, McLaughlin still the top 4. This is Jimmy Elias. He's got through into P5. He's got past Dmitry Matviev. That was at hairpin number 1, and there's still more battles happening there as off the track is the number 25 going no further. That is David Kozma, the driver who was in 7th place. Goes no further, and he can't get it restarted. No, there's your one attempt. It's out as Matthew Higgins sees an investigation flag. Now, was his start a little bit too good? Because he got away as down the inside there is... Oh, round goes Montero! Noah Montero of Portugal It's a half spin. He keeps it going, but he tumbles down the order.
The other interesting one is whether it was too good. It was whether it was in the tram lines, because that's the other one that can happen in the early stage of the race. I don't know if the guys in the truck can get us a replay of that to see. Was Matthew Higgins in the tram lines off of the start? It's as the lights go out. That's the point. That's the reference point for when the drivers can then try to merge across. And of course, being on that outside line, we've seen in these wet conditions, everybody wants to check to drivers right to see if they can get the grip, because there's not a lot of grip there on the main racing line. Let's have a look at a replay. Oh, this was a spin. That's quite a high-speed one going backwards. That is one of the Sodis. Well, that's a new trick. That's a new one that I've not seen before.
Oh, wow, backwards up the
work.
banking. That went quite some way.
I've commentated many a race here at PF, and I know you have as well. I don't think.
Oh, dear.
That's one of the VDKs gone and out of this race. That, I think, is possibly good. I think that's Suleiman Zanfari.
Yeah.
Suleiman Zanfari is out. The number 44 is gone as well.
That's Andrea Duke for Prema. He's out of this race also. They're dropping like flies here, Andrew. We're down to, I think, about 25 runners here in this final in the senior categories. The rain continues to fall. Here, straight on. That must be brake failure. He just went straight on there. Straight on, and I think maybe throttle was jammed open.
Stuck throttle.
I think stuck throttle, yeah, because those wheels were still spinning. That's a scary one in these conditions, and it can happen because there's so much like dirt and debris that's getting lifted up by the water. It can get into the throttle component, and that can happen in these karts.
A testament to the safety features and the barriers round here at PF International that was able to catch Suleiman Zanfari, and he is A-OK, which is the most important thing. So, lap 5, Turney looking in control, 1.4 seconds clear of Matthew Higgins. Third is Ethan Jeff Hall. They're 2.6 seconds clear of Finn McLaughlin. The gap coming down, though, in the middle sector. Well, this is a bit of a switcheroo. Out is Dries van Langendonk. Dries van Langendonk's World Championship is over. He was looking to do a little bit of a unique double of junior European title and senior world title. It will not happen. Dries van Langendonk is out.
Last year's junior world champion out of this race, and that is such a shame. He was looking so quick this weekend, starting it on the 5th row of the grid, but going no further. Here's some replays of the start. The live pictures there. That's another. Is that Lewis Werrell? It is. Lewis Werrell is out of this race. The Forza Racing driver goes no further, and that is in the middle of the Mike Wilson complex. And that is a disaster for him. There's the replay of the start. Now, we were looking at the start there for Higgins, because Higgins has an investigation flag, and we're unsure what that's for. But maybe we were thinking it was tram lines. I was looking at it. I don't think it was tram lines. I think that was absolutely fine.
The other one that I don't know if the team have got a clip from even before, was it something to do with formation before the red line?
Maybe so.
That's just speculating here in the box, but what we do know is that the number 68 is under investigation, or that notification came up on our board 4 minutes ago. That is another look at how we lost Davide Battaro, Yuka Po out of this race as well. Lewis Gilbert, Matt Corby. There's a battle for second place, and Ethan Jeff Hall's got through. Ethan Jeff Hall takes second place away from Matthew Higgins. The rain is teeming down. It's harder than ever. The clouds have rolled back in. They've sunk onto the top of the circuit. These are horrendous conditions here at PF International. This is a big moment now for Joe Turney. That battle between Jeff Hall and Higgins has given him the opportunity. He's hit the hammer. 1 minute 16.7. Can he get his lead above 2 seconds? Can he give himself that buffer, that comfort for the second half of the race? We're going to find out in a few moments' time.
We are going to find out in a few moments. We're only on lap 7 of 22 of this one, as the driver's pace has tumbled here now, trying to deal with the mountains of water that is out on that circuit. I tell you what, there's two group of people I'm going to take my hats off to right now. One is the marshals, as we see the overtake for second place. Down the inside there for Ethan Jeff Hall. Wheel to wheel, little bit of contact there. I've got to say, hats off there as well to Matthew Higgins, just holding on to that one. But yes, where I was, the marshals, they're out there dealing with these conditions, still running around helping our drivers who have come a cropper out on the circuit. The second group of people who I want to take my hats off to are the British fans out there, the British spectators here at PF International enduring this rain, because the sidelines are filled still with spectators watching this final unfold. And at the moment, they are being joined with a British 1, 2, 3 right now in the form of Joe Turney, Ethan Jeff Hall and Matthew Higgins. But the only question that remains is that will it be in that order, or will we see the other drivers close in? Because Jimmy Elias is still there, Finn McLaughlin as well for Ireland is still there as well. Dmitry Matviev, Zach Drummond, who's up 12 places, is into P7 and is starting to push through. I want to talk about some other drivers as well. Olin Gali for the CRG, the Brazilian, in these torrential rain conditions is up 24 places and is just outside the top 10. An absolutely superb run for him. Here, though, we've not seen much of him. Joe Turney leading the way, but he's keeping a consistent gap here of 1.4 seconds.
He is, but Ethan Jeff Hall has just gone double purple through sectors 1 and 2. So Ethan Jeff Hall is giving this a good go, and there's still many laps to turn for the race leaders. Over start finish once again. See them straddling the white line there, not making sure they don't get on top of that and have any kind of aquaplaning moments. That was a big lap from Ethan Jeff Hall. 1:16.0, took half a second out of Joe Turney's lead. Ethan Jeff Hall is not going to let Turney have this his own way. Now, there's been a lot of support for Joe Turney amongst the British karting community after what happened 12 months ago. But for Ethan Jeff Hall right now, whilst he is a member of that British karting community, he wants his name on the World Championship trophy. He wants to emulate what Danny Curl did here in 2017. He wants to become the latest British winner of the FIA Karting World Championship. There is Matthew Higgins in third place. At the moment, not looking like he's got the pace as David Walter's out. David Walter is out. He's going to have one go, but it's a hard job to go up that hill in dry conditions. That's not a successful restart. And sadly for the Dane, he is out.
Yeah, and here is how it happened. Oh, just lost the rear end going into the corner and, well, nearly got it going, but yeah, just thought if it kept his foot in it, it may have kept it going. But of course, the reason he didn't is because he wanted to stop the crashing from happening. But for David Walter, that was quite literally an uphill battle there on screen. There you're seeing the gaps starting to form up here, and they're quite substantial. But the one I'm focusing on here, Andrew, and the one that's been closing just that little bit is the battle for the race lead here. Joe Turney at this moment in time is not breaking away from Ethan Jeff Hall, the Briton in the CRG. Two Britons, both in Italian-made chassis right now with the factory teams. Kart Republic from CRG are closing in, and the gap once again is back down to 0.6 of a second.
And for anyone questioning the kind of the thought process for Ethan Jeff Hall, why did he come to Kristianstad? Why did he have a wild card run in the last round of the European Championships? This is why. This race right here, because CRG knew beforehand that this young man has talent, especially round this circuit. So much experience over the years. He's got that adaptability that we've been talking about across the course of the weekend, and it's right here in torrid, wet conditions in Lincolnshire, where the best in the world, the question of who is the best in the world, gets answered. End of lap number 10. Turney's lead is 9/10. That was a 1:16.798 for Turney. For Jeff Hall, 1:16.5. Higgins isn't out of this yet either. He was quicker than both of the top two on that last lap, and if they start to fight, they could see Higgins come back into play. Zach Drummond's also having a great race, if we've not mentioned already, out there, Anthony. One of his best races of the year so far. He's up 12 places to P7, just ahead of Alexander Bondarev right now. This just feels at the moment like neither of them are, well, I was just about to say neither of them are pushing absolutely to the limit. They're just feeling each other out right now. And then Joe Turney drops in a purple sector number 1.
Yeah, I think he's listening to the team from the sidelines there. You know, he'll have mechanics dotted all over the place. They'll give him the options, but Ethan Jeff Hall runs wide out of the Fullerton S's, And it's not over for him, but he lost a huge chunk of time there, Andrew. And that gap, as quickly as it closed up, it reopens up to over a second, and he's going to have to do all that work again. And I tell you what, for Joe Turney to set a purple sector 1 on a lap where Ethan Jeffall once ride, certainly played off for him. Now that might give a chance for Higgins to close in, but I don't think Higgins has the pace right now to close in under his own steam. I think he needs to wait for them to start battling. But again, after that mistake, we might have a long time to wait for that one.
Well, this is what I think Joe Turney has done, amongst many other things, so brilliantly this year. When he's in this position, leading a race, looking comfortable, going quickly along, he almost tempts opponents into, come on, chase me,
just a little
see
closer.
what you've got, challenge me, see if you can catch, and that's when they make a mistake. That's when he then gives a couple % more and just starts to edge away from the rest of the competition. You know, he was a little bit out of sorts of Valencia at the start of the season, but since we were at Val d'Argenton, which had similar conditions to this, he has refined it to a fine art. Look at the spray. That's coming up round onto the Litchfield Bridge for your top 3. Ultimate concentration out there.
Certainly so. 100% tunnel vision is on. As you can imagine, you know, driving one of these karts in the dry is difficult alone because you've got so much grip out there. You actually go through quite a bit of G-force out in some of these circuits because the tyres are just so sticky, and you can just go around, you turn the wheel, it's instant. It darts through and you're done. But in the wet conditions here, it's completely opposite. You just feel no traction whatsoever. The kart feels light, it feels skittish, it feels like it's not planted at all. And you see these drivers here, they try to lean into the corner as much as possible. It looks like classic karting. Back in the day, you saw the historics out there earlier on, and you were seeing similar driving styles, but that was in dry conditions with slick tyres. But they do that, of course. It just shows you that that's what it's like for them, and the speed's pretty much actually the same, probably not even faster, even in the wet conditions, than what those karts could do in the dry. But it just shows how karting has evolved over the years. There you were seeing a few battles in the mid-pack there. You were seeing the likes of Medvedev, Drummond battling away, Bondarev, Smith as well closing in. Everyone's in a little bit of their own momentum at the moment. Noah Montero there in 13th has got company of Miguel Costa and Guy Bazar just behind them. They're all up several positions in this one. There's Zach Drummond on your screen. And if I look at that nose cone, Andrew, would you say that that's looking a tad wobbly?
It's definitely not a factory spec, as we like to say. You can see there's a bit of a caving in as out of the race is Salim Hanar. It's not been the World Championship that Salim Hanar would have wanted. He's had a good season. He's had some really bright moments, particularly at Kristianstad and at the Slovak ring, but unfortunately for Salim Hanar, he's out of the race on lap 13.
Yeah, no bueno for him. Here's a look at some of the stats then for your drivers in first and second. The gap, again, back down to 0.7 of a second. So Ethan Jeffall putting in the laps once again to try and close into Joe Turney, but Joe Turney looking for a flag-to-flag finish here. Turney on the inside line. Is that just off the racing line there to try and find the dirty part of the track? The standing water helped slow the kart down naturally into hairpin number 1. Not too sure. Ethan Jeffall from the front row as well. These are your 2 front row starters from the start of this final, as Olin Galley is under investigation. Olin Galley, who is probably one of the biggest movers out there with 24 places gained now after getting past Noah Montero. Might be in a bit of bother with the stewards. But we'll keep an eye on this one because, again, Ethan Jeffall is slowly and slowly chipping away at Turney's lead. But again, like you mentioned, Andrew, is this just mind games from Joe Turney, just saying, come on, I'll let you close in and then I'll give it 100%.
I think we're going to find out in the next lap or so. Joe Turney starts lap number 15 with a 0.762 second lead. 1 minute 16.2 for Turney, 1 minute 16.3 for Ethan Jeffall. In and through the banking as Joe Turney's supporters are, what must they be thinking right now? They're looking a little bit nervous out there because of all the races that we've seen Joe Turney have so far this weekend. Of course, it would be the final that would be the nervy one, the one that's not guaranteed. He's trying to get the front axle to grip as much as possible through hairpin number 1. He has a little look over the shoulder, doesn't look panicked at all. He's sliding the kart. Ethan Jeffall's really good on the brakes. Now that could be a key thing if Ethan Jeffall gets close enough to have a go for an overtake. You can still overtake round this circuit in these conditions. There's yellow flags out at hairpin 1 for an incident. There's one of the Bondarev. Alexander Bondarev is out of this race. What a shame for Bondarev, another driver who had big hopes this weekend. He's pleading with the marshals that maybe he can have another go, but I don't think that's going to work.
No, they're going to stop
Alexander,
him.
That's going to be the end of the day for you. End of lap 15. Very balanced on pace. Both of the front two, Anthony, in the 1 minute 16.4s. At the moment, though, it's Matthew Higgins still. Ooh, Joe Turney right out to the edge. He's okay. He managed to keep that one on the road.
It's a nice little
this
battle.
is a nice little battle. This is all around Thibaut Ramika's P11. Down the inside goes Miguel Costa there. And Guillaume Bouzard. What a recovery from Guillaume Bouzard. If you weren't with us earlier on this morning for the Super Heats, and you can watch all of the action from today and yesterday back on the FIA Karting Championship broadcast platform. Guillaume Bouzard rolled coming out of and off the Litchfield Bridge across the curb. Bit of a case of physics taking over. He's got back in and gained 20 places in this race. A brilliant drive.
Matis Morgato becomes the latest driver to go under investigation as the gap continues to close down here. And I would say, Andrew, this is the closest it's been for the race lead. Joe Turney fans are probably biting their nails right now, just thinking it all went wrong last year. This year, please let it be for Joe Turney. But the Ethan Jeff Hall fans are on their feet, screaming and shouting to say, go, 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 and close him down. But again, as they cross the line, the gap just fluctuates, but it's still the closest it's been. You have no idea who it could be in this top two. It might be neither of them. You just don't know. It is racing at its finest. It is karting at its finest. It's the purest form of motorsport, and right now you're seeing the pinnacle of it racing here in a deluge in the United Kingdom, in the Lincolnshire countryside at the PF International Circuit. Joe Turney for the United Kingdom leads Ethan Jeff Hall for the United Kingdom, leads Matthew Higgins in third for the United Kingdom, but all three of them are on Italian-made chassis and putting the work here at PF International. We're on lap 17 of 22 right now, and this is the battle for the race lead. Joe Turney is looking for a flag to flag. He's looking for a perfect weekend, and he's looking to end 2024 with a World Championship title. But Ethan Jeff Hall has got something to say about that. You see a drastically different racing line between the two of them, and you would think for Turney, with the gap that's opened up now between the two of them, his works best through the Mike Wilson complex. But Ethan Jeff Hall, everywhere else, just seems that little bit faster, Andrew.
This is all going to come down to bravery. How brave does Ethan Jeff Hall feel to go for a move on the driver who has been on top of the world in OK Racing in 2024? He's often had a battle with a CRG driver. It's most often been Gabriel Gomez. Gabriel Gomez not here this weekend. Ethan Jeff Hall has stepped into his place as the biggest adversary to Joe Turney and Kart Republic. We're on lap number 18 of 22. Turney has just put in a purple sector number 1. Has Ethan Jeff Hall had a problem? No, he's still there, just different line between the two of them through hairpin number 2 into the Fullerton S's. This is where Jeff Hall's looking really strong to me right now, Anthony. Out of the Fullerton S's into Bobby Game Corner. Look at the level of standing water out there now. This is really tricky stuff. Also potentially tricky on the horizon are back markers. They will be shown, the blue flag with the red cross. It's gone out to the number 19 of Andy Consani to say, please remove yourself from the equation. Another lap ticks on by. 4 laps to go. Turney versus Jeff Hall. Noah Montero is in trouble again, and is going to have one more opportunity. It's not going particularly well to get the Kart Republic number 9 back in. No, that's it. Over for the Portuguese driver, who's had a tremendous second half of the FIA karting season, but it's not to be this time. Down into hairpin number 1 again. Turney is doing enough right now. As again, Ethan Jeff Hall, it's whether we could get right onto the rear bumper and just slot it down the inside. Joe Turney has got all this experience. is easier said than done. But if there's one driver in this field who can do it, it's Ethan Jeff Hall.
It certainly is, but we'll keep an eye on it as the timer is slowly running out. Another retirement from the race, though, and it is in the form of Noah Wolf. He's out of this race, too. He crashed out at the Bruno Ferrari S's, but thankfully is okay, as there was a brief yellow flag through turn number 1. But eyes on this one here, as the gap again, it just stays the same. They are teasing us here right now, Andrew. Both Turney, both Jeff Hall. We just don't know. But out of the two of them, I would still say Jeff Hall looks like he's more in control. This one here, though, is not the battle for third place, because that is Andy Consani, who is battling around. He's lapped. Now, that is Matthew Higgins that is there in third place. He's managed to get through, as Andy Consani has now just received a black flag, and I think that is purely because just the laps are coming round. They don't want to get into the way.
Yeah, the blue flag with the red cross came out some 3 minutes ago, so I think for Andy Consani, he's run his time up on that one. Another run through hairpin number 1. Turney matching the sector times of Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan Jeff Hall needs to find something here to... It's almost like there's a wall. There's a force field off the back of Joe Turney's number 2 kart at around 0.6 of a second that Ethan Jeff Hall is just not quite able to break through at the moment, but it's keeping Joe Turney honest. It's keeping Turney in a position where he knows if he makes one mistake, if he puts one foot wrong, Ethan Jeff Hall is going to be there and flying through again. That adaptability that we've been talking about with Ethan Jeff Hall. This is a driver who's been jumping around different kart categories, including here in OK. He's been doing a lot of car racing as well. Here in the United Kingdom also, it is his real strong suit is Ethan Jeff Hall. The question is it strong enough to overhaul the dominant Joe Turney?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find this one out. So little time remaining here, Andrew, and the gap just looks to be stale at the moment between the two of them. It's just a case of who breaks first under pressure, and one would can't put it on anyone. I just can't put it on anyone on this one. Turney has been perfect all weekend. Pole position in time qualifying at the start of the weekend. 5 qualifying heat wins out of 5, and the super heat win at the end of, or the start of today. And now the world title is laps away. Andrew, it is laps away, and for him, I can imagine the flashbacks from Franciacorta kick in, where he missed out on a world title by, well, just pure frustration from trying to get it restarted. On to this final lap, and for Joe Turney, it is only 1,300 metres away. He outbrakes himself. He's outbraked himself on the final lap. Joe Turney's lost the lead. You can't write it. You can't write it. The Briton is out of contention. He's there in second. Ethan Jeff Hall leads. Ethan Jeff Hall leads this one. It's still a Briton who leads the way here in the UK. But for Joe Turney, it was too much pressure. The flashbacks from Franciacorta came back to bite him. They have bitten hard here at PF International, and the Briton is down by half a second. Ethan Jeff Hall, I can't believe it. He was a wild card coming into this weekend. He raced in Kristianstad for CRG for the first time. He didn't even finish the final. He looked so down in the dumps there. But here, in the United Kingdom, for the Mondo Kart FIA Karting World Championship in 2024, it goes to Ethan Jeff Hall.
Ethan Jeff Hall is the 2024 FIA Karting World Champion in the most dramatic of circumstances. He pushed Joe Turney. The big question, could he be put under the pressure? The answer was yes, and Ethan Jeff Hall, at the circuit where he's won so many races, British Championships, is now on top of the world in FIA Kart. Is still going on in other places up and down the order, but Ethan Jeff Hall He made the mistake in the midway point of this race. He fought back. He got to that 0.6 second gap. He pushed on that last lap. He pushed Turney into the mistake. And this sport sometimes can be very, very cruel. Your heart has to go out to Joe Turney and all of his supporters. He misses out on the world title again. There is your provisional result. Ethan Jeff Hall joins names such as Callum Bradshaw, Danny Curl, who won here in 2017, Lando Norris in 2014. The list goes on. The 6-time champion Mike Wilson, who has, of course, got the complex named after him here. Ethan Jeff Hall is the latest name of a driver from the United Kingdom who is the CIK FIA World Champion.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm lost for words. For Ethan Jeff Hall, it's the best thing ever. For Joe Turney, the one race that's eluded him for his entire career, for one more year, he has to wait. Unbelievable.
I'm lost for words. Oh, wow. I am genuinely lost for words. We were about to say as well, each corner that was ticking by there on lap 22, Joe Turney was getting closer and closer. He could start to believe, and just one little lapse in concentration. That is what karting is. It's at its finest. Ethan, I don't think he quite believes what's happened. Ethan Jeff Hall, you can believe it, mate. You are world champion. He has come through. Another driver who's come through from the cadets has climbed the ranks of British karting into European karting. As we say, he took his debut in the OK category a few weeks ago in Kristianstad. That was a sighter. As I say, we saw little glimmers. I don't think we expected this. I don't think even CRG expected this. And in this battle that they've had with Kart Republic across the course of 2024, they started on top in Valencia. They didn't take the European title. That went to Kart Republic and Joe Turney. But here at PF International, the World Championship is back in the hands of CRG. And for the first time ever, Ethan Jeff Hall. Ethan Jeff Hall having his congratulations with the team there, and now receiving congratulations from the other drivers. So of course, got to go through all the protocols and making sure that everything is correct, present and correct in scrutineering. I'm sure it will be. Finn McLaughlin having a little spin there. He came home in 5th place, looking pretty happy. And yeah, two drivers there who again have raced each other for many, many years. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from an unbelievable final in OK. Before it even got going for the third time today, we saw one of our front runners out before it began. That was Scott Lindblom at the start as well. We lost a number of drivers, including, and on that first lap, we saw Freddie Lloyd, Scott Lindblom, Kai Rillarts, Matt Corby. Matt Corby was one of the drivers involved in that start incident with Kai Rillarts. Lewis Gilbert, Yukapo, and Davide Bataro all didn't see. There was another CRG in the background there that didn't make it across the line. This was the site under the Litchfield Bridge on the first lap. Very wet conditions. Turney had the lead. Very deep. Oh, I nearly ran off the circuit there on the very first lap of the race. There were problems for one of the Paulins. That's Andrea Dupe running wide. Sorry, that was the Prema Racing of Andrea Dupe running wide. That, I think, is in the background how we may have lost Freddie Lloyd. There was the number 98 going round. That was Gus Lawrence, who did get back into the race. You've got to say, great effort from Gus Lawrence to fight back all the way through, back into the top 15. We would have hoped for more, of course, at his home circuit for the World Championship, but a sterling effort from the reigning British champion. The 19 and the 70 would be one or two of drivers out on the first lap, those being Lewis Gilbert, the number 19 of Andy Consani, who actually got back into the race, of course, but then would be black flagged later on in the race for going one lap down. Early stages of the race, Matthew Higgins, good effort there. We should, of course, not forget that Matthew Higgins has come in as a wild card this weekend and is on the podium in a World Championship final. Another great story for the Higgins family in motorsport within the UK. They all going to be very, very proud of that. And the quiet confidence that we talked about at the start of the weekend for Energy Corsa was very well placed. They've been backing themselves throughout testing here, and they will be on the podium. The rain was torrential. This was one of the more bizarre sights of that final. I think that was Andy Consani again, going for a bit of stunt driving, it would seem, up the banking on lap number 3. Out of the race would go David Cosma Christofor. That was on lap number 3, the Romanian driver, another driver who can be very proud of his efforts, his first season in the senior category here in the OK Formula. Thibaut Ramekers down the inside. Keep an eye on Thibaut Ramekers for future years. He's not going anywhere. That was the moment between Noah Montero and Dries van Langendonk. Dries van Langendonk would also be a retirement from this race. Really looking forward to see what Dries van Langendonk does in future years after this season. That was Suleiman Zanfari. We reckon that was a stuck throttle. You can see the rear wheels spinning wildly there. That is the number 44 of Andrea Dupe, who retired on lap number 4. Really tough weekend for Andrea Dupe. As we mentioned, Dries van Langendonk would leave the scene. Battle for second place. Big slide for Matthew Higgins, but he managed to hold onto it on the curb. Wasn't best pleased about what happened there, but would continue on, as I say, a richly deserved podium for all the work that Higgins has put in and the Energy Corsa team in preparation for this World Championship. There would, of course, be more retirements. David Walter was out on the spot through the banking. This was the closest moment for Ethan Jeff Hall. I'd say he was closing in that gap. He took it down for about 2 seconds to under 1. Made that error coming out of the Fullerton S's, and at that point you thought, Turney's got this. Turney, even if he gets caught, has got the poise, has got the tenacity to fend off any challenge from Ethan Jeff Hall. Salim Hanar's day would end in retirement, as would Alexander Bondarev's, with around 8 laps to go. Numerous drivers, big names in OK Senior 2024 would not see the end of the race. This was another moment involving Ramekers and also the number 23 of Miguel Costa in there for Victory Lane. I think he can be very pleased, of course, to switch teams in the middle of the season. Miguel Costa for Victory Lane, they had 3 drivers up in the top 10. There would be the end of the day for Noah Montero as well. A lot of hopes again for Noah Montero, but tough conditions here today were his undoing. And then the dramatic moment on the last lap. Turney too deep into the banking, nearly fully went round. That was Ethan Jeff Hall's opportunity to get through. He did, and then just had to hold it together for 12 more corners. 11, 10, 9. He counted them down in the most dramatic fashion. Became 2024 CIK FIA OK World Champion. And once again, a Briton wins the world title at PF International. Well, what would you know? The rain has almost stopped here at PF International. The clouds have started to break before we go to the podium ceremony to crown our new world champion. Very much hope that you have enjoyed all the racing that we've had here today. If you've missed any of the action across the course of the weekend and the season as well, every Saturday and Sunday of the European Championship can all be watched back on the FIA Karting Championship broadcast platform on YouTube. We will be down in with the podium in a short moment's time. Again, just the provisional result. Ethan Jeff Hall, your winner. Joe Turney second. Matthew Higgins third. An all-British 1, 2, 3 on the podium. Jimmy Elias home in fourth ahead of Finn McLaughlin. Zach Drummond, great drive to sixth. And let's go head down to the podium. The top 3 about to receive their trophies for the final here in OK. Just a few moments, we'll go through the rest of that top 10. Dmitry Matviev, Harley Keeble up 17, Joseph Smith and Guillaume Bouzard, all top 10 finishers. Up 22 places there was Guillaume Bouzard. A brilliant drive considering what happened to him in the super heat this morning. Only 16 finishers of the final this year. Once again, a quite attritional race, but I think the weather conditions playing into that a lot more this year. But to say, the podium down there in the fan zone, great to be able to bring the podium to all the spectators, the mechanics, the supporters, the families of the drivers. There is Matthew Higgins, who can be very proud of his work. 3rd place in a FIA World Championship, and great to have Higgins back in karting. He hasn't done that much this year. Had a few national races at the start of the season, but now he can head to the podium. 3rd place in the final in the World Championship for Energy Corsa. A surprise package here this weekend, but fully deserved effort. 2nd place, Joe Turney, and understandably, Joe Turney will not be completely happy with that result, but again, he can be very proud of what he's done this year and how he's come back from 2023. But your 2024 World Champion is Ethan Jeff Hall for CRG, with an amazing drive in wet conditions. We will listen to the national anthem of the United Kingdom in a few moments' time, of course, after CRG's team members come up onto the podium. A great result for them. Now we will listen to the the national anthem. The national anthem sings out for Ethan Jeff Hall, who is your new FIA OK World Champion for 2024. The trophies will be presented to the top 3, starting with, in 3rd place, John Ryan, presenting the trophy to Matthew Higgins. And I'm sure John is very proud to see 3 British drivers on the rostrum for a World Championship here in the UK. Hugh Chambers presents the 2nd place trophy to Joe Turney. A magnificent season that was 1 lap short of him doing the double of European and world title. That world title, though, heads to Ethan Jeff Hall and CRG. Akbar Ibrahim, CIK FIA president, hands the trophy to an over-the-moon Ethan Jeff Hall, who in his young career has already won many a championship, but I don't think he's won one bigger than this. What will the future hold for that young man? Great to see CRG back on the top step as well. They've had a real tough time through the middle part of the season. Everybody thought it was going to be their year in the European Championship when they dominated things in Valencia. They have fought back at the last race of the season to take another world title. There are your top 3. Ethan Jeff Hall, Joe Turney and Matthew Higgins holding their trophies aloft for the photographers, and again for the karting media down there with the dignitaries, and they'll congregate on the top step also for a final few photos. Tia Caldo as well, their manager for mondokart.com. Thanks to their support as well of this year's FIA Karting World Championship, as well as their support for the FIA Karting European Championship earlier on in the year. Well, that brings us to an end of things here at PF International. It was a 7-year wait for the World Championships to come back. We'll have the champagne in a few moments as well. For Ethan Jeff Hall, this was when it will really come true that he is the world champion. A dream that started earlier on in the year, as I say, joined the field for round 4 at Kristianstad. He is now world champion and sprays the champagne with Joe Turney and Matthew Higgins. It's a British 1, 2, 3 here at PF International. What a scene, what a set of races we have seen here today. If you've missed any of the races here at PF International, you can watch them all back across the broadcast from today and yesterday as well. Thank you to all the teams, thank you to all the drivers, thank you all to the staff here at PF International who have tirelessly prepared for this World Championship for many, many months and put on quite a show. Thank you to all of you at home for watching, and thank you to all the spectators. Great turnout here today at PF International. It's been a genuine honour to call the FIA Karting World Championships here at PF International. We do hope you've enjoyed it. We do hope you're already looking forward to the 2025 season. From Anthony Jordan down there at the podium, for myself, Andrew Mather, thank you very much for watching. From PF International, it's farewell.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might come back.
Lee.